much stronger than humans. Like, for example, dogs can hear at a 4 times greater distance than humans can. And they can also hear much higher frequencies. Not only that, but they can sense movement that humans simply can't detect. And they can also see in a wider lens. And not to mention that their sense of smell is tens of thousands of times stronger than that of a human. So yeah, they have some pretty strong senses, but there's much more than that. Like, dogs have been able to sense some incredible things that science really can't fully explain. Like when their owner has cancer or when their owner is about to have a seizure.
He is also trained to alert to an imminent seizure. He raises the alarm 40 minutes beforehand.
And that's not all. The year was 1975, and one day in the city of Haichang, China, a lot of dogs started acting a little bit off. And people started to take notice of their strange behaviors, and many people came to the conclusion that something bad was about to happen, and the dogs could sense it. And because of the strange behavior from these dogs, over 150,000 people evacuated the city just because of weird behavior by dogs. Well, later that day, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake ravaged the city, killing many. And the dogs sensed it long before it ever even happened. But how are the dogs able to sense stuff like that? Well, many people think that dogs actually have a sixth sense, a sort of like gut instinct that they trust 100%. But whether that's true or not isn't that important right now. What really matters is the fact that dogs can sense things that humans simply don't understand. But does that include ghosts? Okay, so what I want to do now is look up some first-hand accounts from people who have actually had paranormal experiences with their dogs. Okay, so here's one. I'm laying in bed reading with my dog at night. My bedroom door is open and my room is the only room in the house with lights on. It's completely silent. I take a quick glance at my dog. My dog is staring out the door into pure darkness. I see him slowly tilting his head to the side, which he only does when he hears or sees something bizarre. Then he starts growling for a good minute. When he notices me staring at him, he wags his tail. Well, that is basically my nightly routine with Winston. I mean, seriously, it goes, take a quick shower before bed, brush the teeth, climb under the covers, and Winston stares into oblivion at nothing and growls.
Good evening.
5 is shit. Oh my god. I was gonna say 5 is I shit my pants, but the power just went out and I literally did just shit my pants. Guys, there's a huge windstorm going on right now. Oh god. Yeah, that's not good. The wind's really picking up and I got a feeling that's gonna come flying over to our yard. Death by trampoline. What a way that's gonna be to go. Alright guys, so I've also been watching a ton of videos of dogs supposedly sensing ghosts, and honestly they're pretty crazy. Like, why else would these dogs be acting so strange when there's obviously nothing there? So I wanted to see if I could experience something like this firsthand, and I wanted to see if we can get Winston to detect a ghost. I know it's crazy, but I want to try. So what I want to do is take Winston to a local park that is supposedly haunted and see if there's any difference in the way that Winston acts. So, fun fact, little Winston actually has puppy pink eye right now, which, yes, that is the doctor term for it. And the doctor actually said that he only has 1 to 2 days left. So this will be his swan song, and I'd like to say that he's gonna meet the big bone in the sky. But, you know, not all dogs get to heaven, so.
The pink eye is the thing that's going to be gone in 2 days, not Winston.
Show some respect. Okay, so what do you personally think about the old urban legend that dogs can sense ghosts?
Have I ever told you the story about the Waffle House?
No.
I went to Gettysburg, and I went on a ghost tour.
Spooky.
And we went behind the haunted Waffle House.
Okay.
And the tour guide lady looked at me and my sister. We were probably like 12. And looked at the lady that was holding the dog, and they went, "Children and dogs can sense ghosts." And then the dog barked.
The dog barked? Really?
Yeah, but I think it just hated the lady.
So do you have any stories that don't suck? Alright guys, so this is actually a park that we've been to before on the channel, and we've had some terrifying encounters here. But this is where the shit went down, guys.
Well, but if...
What the? Did you hear that? Fuck off. Fuck off.
So, fairly certain that this place is haunted. So we should be able to see a difference in the way that Winston acts, and I should be able to... So here I noticed Winston started to act a little strange, and at the same time I noticed this, you can also hear an unexplained noise in the background. I should be able to... And I should be able to tell pretty easily, because I know this dog very well. This dog, he's already shaking. Oh my god. Winston?
We have
What's the matter? Winston? Okay, that's weird.
It's just nervous.
Alright, we are entering the haunted boardwalk. What was that?
I think it's just a loose board.
So one of the wood panels on the boardwalk made a noise that we both heard, and we didn't think too much of it. But what we didn't hear was this strange noise in the background that sounded kind of like a person, but we were the only ones in the park. Alright, so far he's not really taking this as a haunted tour here. He seems a little too happy. No sign of hauntings yet. So apparently some signs is obviously one barking, standing alert like with his ears up, also a tucked tail. So if he starts getting really scared or starts trying to like hide behind us, that could be a sign that he sees something that we don't. You're cold? Yeah. Oh, whoa, did you see that?
No.
Whoa, that was weird. He stopped dead in his tracks, and then he ran back here. Like literally something stopped him dead in his tracks. Dang. This is some creepy setting right here.
What's happening, dog?
What? He's definitely like alert on something. Oh, did you see that? He's definitely acting weird. Okay, these are not normal Winston walking behaviors. Normally during a walk, he just runs ahead and sniffs everything and basically doesn't stop unless he has to use the bathroom. I don't know, guys. This is kind of weird so far. Whoa, wait, pull him back. What is this?
It's like fluff.
Yeah, I thought it was fur. Oh my god, I forgot. Remember at the end of the trail last time, we heard something like move right next to us? And we literally ran like little babies. I wonder if Winston will pick anything up.
I can't tell if it's for his pepper. He's just like,
Whoa.
hit it again. What's going on, doggy?
Winston is officially scaring the shit out of me. Alright, so I say we turn back, see if anything else happens, and then give our final thoughts.
Yeah.
But the sky looks terrifying today.
Well, and the sun should be like set by now.
No, the sun set like 4 hours ago. I don't know, everything about tonight is just weird vibes all around.
What are you doing?
Winston, are you licking the tree?
Stop. Stop.
What is he? Wait, he's like onto
Stop.
something there.
I did not like that. Stop. No. No.
That's weird. Like something's under the boardwalk. Alright guys, so I have some thoughts after that walk. So there's no doubt in my mind that Winston was acting really weird throughout the whole walk. Like, he does not act like that. It's just not him. But there also wasn't really a moment where I was like, Jim Pitson. And obviously, based off of the last name, they got married. And together they had Timothy, a child who would instantly become the light of Amy's life. Amy's heart was with Timothy. She even added an extra M to his name to, quote, make him more special. The bond the two shared was seemingly very strong, but elsewhere in her life, her marriage with Jim was becoming anything but. The two began fighting constantly, and their once loving relationship began to cool down and take a turn for the worst. The fighting had got to the point where Amy became sure that her fourth divorce was imminent. But see, this is where the problem arose for Amy. Given her long track record with failing relationships and her history with mental illness, it wouldn't take an expert to realize that Amy was likely not going to get custody of the then 6-year-old Timothy, meaning that her true source of happiness, the child she held and loved so dearly, would be taken from her. A little before 8 a.m. on May 11th, 2011, Jim dropped Timothy off at school and watched as he ran towards his kindergarten teacher, his Spider-Man backpack swaying side to side. He drove off like any other day, not knowing that this would be the last time he'd ever see his son. When he came to pick Timothy up at the end of the day, he was told that he had already left. Just 30 minutes upon arriving at school, Amy came to pick Timothy up, claiming that there was a family emergency and that Timmy had to leave quickly. Jim knew nothing about it because there was no family emergency. Amy had lied. He tried calling her, but the phone went straight to voicemail. She had seemingly dropped off of the map, leaving Jim and others to wonder where they had gone. Jim was worried and obviously confused, but ultimately he trusted Amy enough to know that she wasn't going to hurt the son that she loved so much. As friends and family wondered and worried about the now missing pair, the two had driven to Illinois and were seemingly on an innocent, spur-of-the-moment vacation. Over the next few days, Amy took Timothy on a trip to a water park, a zoo, and a nice resort. 3 locations that were all captured on CCTV footage. Along the way, Amy had bought Timothy candy and toys, and honestly the whole situation is like a dream for a 6-year-old. Skipping school, getting candy, getting toys, going to a water park. I mean, from a distance, it seemed like Timothy was a lucky kid. At one point, the pair traveled to Wisconsin, where Amy had even called Jim's brother and told him that Timothy was safe. She also added that Timothy was hers, and only hers. After this, she called her own mother and repeated that Timothy was in fact safe. During this call, Timothy could be heard in the background on multiple occasions, including once when he had complained about being hungry. Same though. The strangest detail to come from these calls was the fact that she had never tried to call her own husband, but yet she called his brother. Things were clearly off, and they were only going to get more confusing. At roughly 10 a.m., the pair checked out of their hotel in Wisconsin on May 13th. While in the lobby, CCTV footage captured the two at the front desk. And it's frustrating to watch. Such a young kid with full trust in his mother, likely not thinking anything of the situation that they were in. Seeing this footage is tough, because the mother knew what was soon to happen, but Timothy was innocently clueless. That night, Amy was seen on CCTV footage walking into a Family Dollar store in Winnebago. There she bought paper, pens, and envelopes. But missing from the scene was Timothy. This was the first time throughout their trip that she had been captured on camera without the boy, but it wouldn't be the last. She then went to purchase food from another store in Winnebago, again without the company of Timothy. She went unseen by cameras for a few hours after, until eventually she checked into a hotel in Rockford. She booked a room for one, and it was alone in that hotel room where Amy Pitson died. On the morning of May 14th, 2011, her body was found in her hotel room. Deep gashes marked both of her wrists and her neck. Her blood revealed that she had also consumed a potentially lethal amount of antihistamines. And whichever killed her first, one thing was obvious. Amy Pitson had committed suicide. And as is usually the case, Amy left behind a note. And in it she said sorry to her loved ones for causing this mess. She also said that Timothy was safe, but she added the chilling statement that he would never be found. Another note was sent to her mother, which echoed the sentiment that Timothy had been taken someplace safe and that he would be cared for years and years. She also added that Timothy says he loves you. The case gained national attention due to its shocking and disturbing nature. People watched in disbelief as they heard the story play out on their televisions. The whole world was now seemingly wondering what happened to Timothy. This was a question that would not be answered anytime soon. Days into the search turned to weeks, then months, then years. Every once in a while, someone would claim to see the young boy in a park or in a restaurant, but none of the claims ever turned out to be substantial. And the case that once had all eyes in America on it had quickly become generally forgotten by the masses as they clung to the next big news story. The hopes of finding Timothy became lower and lower as the years rolled on, and by the time 2019 rolled around, many assumed the case to be hopeless. But not Jim. He believed that his son was in fact out there and that he was in good hands. He also believed that he would one day be reunited with Timothy and that the case would finally be solved. Some called him crazy. I would call him patient. And it seemed like his patience was about to pay off.
A boy at a Cincinnati hospital tells authorities he is Timothy Pitson. That sent police into action back here in Aurora, Illinois.
Jim got a call in early April of 2019 that stated that a young boy claiming to be Timothy had been found. The boy claimed that he had escaped from the hands of 2 kidnappers who held him hostage for over 7 years. Once escaping their grasp, he said he ran and he ran and he ran until eventually being discovered. For a moment, Jim felt bliss. His son had been found. After all these years, his relentless efforts to find Timothy had finally paid off, and the case was solved. DNA tests were administered to the battered and scared child as a precautionary measure to prove that he was telling the truth. The tests quickly came back, and they came back with shocking news. The 14-year-old boy was not Timothy. His name was in fact Brian Reaney, and even more shockingly, he wasn't 14, but rather he was 23 years old. The 23-year-old Rainey was a convicted felon who had lied about his identity in the past. In this case, he had watched a television special on Timothy Pitson and decided to impersonate the kid. Whatever his twisted motives were for this hoax don't even matter at this point. The blow this must have dealt to Jim must have been unimaginable. Insult to injury almost. Salt on the wound. His life was controlled by this case, and it was finally about to be solved with a happy resolution. But now he had to face the pain of not knowing all over again. This was the last major news from this case, and to this day, Timothy has not been seen or heard from, and the case remains open. As is typically the case with most strange disappearances, a number of theories have been circulating around as to what may have happened to Timothy, and it seems like the most plausible one right now is murder. Upon police examination of Amy's vehicle, they were able to find an unsettling amount of blood throughout her car, blood that belonged to Timothy. This, along with Amy's sporadic actions and unfit mental state, has led many to believe that Amy had in fact murdered her own son. In her suicide note, when she writes that Timothy was safe with people he loved and that he'd never be found, people take this as meaning that Timothy was now in heaven with other loved ones who had passed. Upon further examination of her vehicle, it was determined that the car had been parked in a grassy area, possibly near a stream. Perhaps this suggests that after Timothy had killed Timothy, she dumped his body in the woods, in a spot that she was sure that no one would ever check. This whole theory would also explain why Timothy was inexplicably not with his mother for the majority of her final day. Perhaps she had committed the crime en route to Rockford. This would also explain why Amy had taken Timothy to all these cool places and gotten him all that nice stuff. Perhaps she was making his final days the best of his life. Knowing what we know about this case, I understand why this is the most popular theory. I agree with the notion that this is certainly the most likely theory, and that there is a very good chance that this is exactly what happened. However, once you dig a little deeper, there is still a lot of evidence that casts doubt on the theory itself. For starters, Timothy was Amy's one source of happiness. He was everything to her, and I get that she was depressed, but that doesn't just make you kill the one that you love the most. I mean, depression doesn't just make you a murderer, so why would she kill Timothy? I mean, every murder has a motive, and I just don't see one in this case. And at this point, she certainly wasn't under the influence of everything, because she was driving around and walking normally into stores just hours later. So it clearly wasn't done in some kind of drug-induced rage or anything like that. And the fact that she loved him so much makes it hard to believe that she had just planned this murder out and actually went through with it. So is it even really possible that she could have murdered him? Also, as for the blood in her car, this was later revealed to have likely been from one of Timothy's frequent nosebleeds. He had gotten a bad one in the car just weeks before his disappearance, which authorities now believe had caused the blood that they had found in the car. And despite all the police investigations into the hotels that they stayed at and the crime scene where Amy had killed herself, no evidence of murder was ever found. The only piece of true evidence to support this was the fact that Amy had changed her clothes after leaving the hotel where Timothy was last seen. This set of clothes was never seen again. So at the end of the day, we have a really strong theory here, and despite its many flaws, it's still possible that this was in fact what happened. But I certainly can't say with 100% certainty that Amy murdered Timothy, and for that reason, we have to explore some other theories. Buried in the suicide note and forgotten by most was the fact that Amy had mentioned how she didn't want to risk Timothy being hurt by Jim because of her choices. This is something that really jumped out to me because it implies something incredibly dark. First of all, why would she just assume that Jim would hurt Timothy? Perhaps this suggests that Jim was actually abusive towards him, and she feared that taking her life would fill him with even more rage. I mean, she wouldn't just assume Jim would hurt Timothy if he didn't have a history of abuse, right? I mean, that's not just something that you could assume that he would just randomly start doing out of the blue. So perhaps this is why Amy never called Jim, because he might not have been the man that we thought. But digging even deeper, let's look into the second part of her statement. Because of her choices. Sure, this could mean her choice to take her own life and to take Timothy on this random trip, but why would this translate into Timothy being hurt? These were Amy's actions, and there's no way that it could be spun around and blamed on a 6-year-old child. This has led many to believe that there was more to this statement. Some believe that this statement implies that Amy had actually cheated on Jim, and that Timothy was not actually Jim's son. And perhaps she felt that if Jim were to ever find out about the choices she made to cheat on him, that he would hurt the both of them. Or maybe he just wouldn't be able to handle the pain of being lied to. So it's possible that Amy discovered that Timothy was in fact not Jim's child, and that she panicked and caused this whole ordeal. And maybe she ended up taking Timothy to his actual father, who is now raising him in secrecy. I know this one is a bit out there, but there's one thing that really sticks out in my mind when I hear this, and that is this. When Amy and Jim met, Jim was battling Hodgkin's lymphoma. He was luckily able to beat the disease, but not without the help of chemotherapy. But a nasty side effect of this treatment is typically infertilization for men. So when Jim was later able to have a child with Amy, they viewed it as a miracle. But perhaps it wasn't a miracle at all. Perhaps it was someone else's child. So to recap this theory, some believe that Amy had gotten pregnant with Timothy because of another man, and fearful of what Jim might do when he later finds out, she took Timothy away and had him live in secrecy with his real father. And unable to cope with the mess that she created, Amy had taken her own life. Now to me, this is a theory based purely in speculation that is very interesting, but probably not much more than that. It is quite certainly more of a reach than saying that he was just murdered, but at the end of the day, it's still a possibility, and perhaps bits and pieces of it are true, or perhaps none of it is. But with a case this mysterious, all things have to be considered. Now this theory is a bit more vague, but it is a popular one among Timothy's remaining family. They believe that Timothy was given up to a kind family who lives in a remote area and that are now homeschooling Timothy and hiding him. I mean, after all, 2011 was a high point for underground adoptions, so it's possible that a family illegally adopted him through Amy. But there's also stranger places that some people believe that he might have gone. Some people believe that Timothy was given up to a remote Amish community and that he is there working and living with a group of people who are now caring for him. Another creepier belief is that Timothy was given up to a cult located in the Wisconsin area near the hotel that the two had stayed at. Now, I couldn't find much information about this supposed cult, but I've heard from a lot of locals that really swear that it is real. Whoever he was given up to, this theory suggests that Timothy is alive and well to this day. And for that reason, I honestly hope that this is the case. I mean, even if he's part of some creepy cult, at least he's alive. And at least there's hope that he can one day be reunited with his father. To this day, neither of the theories discussed have been proven or disproven. And closure seems a long way off for the family of Timothy Pitson. Perhaps in the future, Timothy will...
These men in black claim to be government agents, and it's said that they will harass anyone who has seen a UFO or have claimed to have been abducted. And it's said that the government employs these things to stop the spread of alien evidence. And believe it or not, stories of these men in black date all the way back to the 40s. And over that span of time, there's been countless terrifying stories surrounding these things.
And here's one of them. So the story goes like this. Dr. Albert K. Bender was a well-written and extremely intelligent researcher who had founded the International Flying Saucer Bureau. That is a badass name, let me just say that. Now in 1955, his research was about to yield serious fruit as he prepared to unveil a paper that would prove the US government had, to one degree or another, covered up proof of UFOs. He planned to publish his findings in Space Review. This was until he was visited by the Men in Black. Bender claims that 3 men dressed in all black visited him at his home and warned against pursuing the topic of UFOs any further. The men left Bender scared for his life, and he immediately shut down all research for the Flying Saucer Bureau. Many people who knew him claim that Bender was a changed man after his encounter. His later works were rambly, almost unreadable, and he seemed to live his life in constant anxiety and terror. He purported to still receive mysterious phone calls with nobody on the other end until the end of his life in 2002. That's kind of crazy. Take the Men in Black out of this equation, and the story is that you have this guy who loves flying saucers so much he created a whole bureau around it. Not just a business, a bureau. And all of a sudden one day he just stops. He shuts it all down right when he was about to release his most prominent work. It doesn't make sense unless you add the Men in Black in there. I'm just saying. And honestly, there's all sorts of other stories out there surrounding the Men in Black that are all fairly similar to this one. Some of them involve the Men in Black just all of a sudden appearing in people's houses and threatening them to stop whatever research or whatever talking they're doing about UFOs. So it's really scary stuff. And what scares me most is there's no stories that really show what the Men in Black are capable of doing, which means maybe nobody has ever lived to tell about it.
But there has been many close calls with these Men in Black.
Like the story of a hotel owner who had recorded a UFO and sent it out to the local media. And just days after the video was released, two big white men with expressionless faces, black suits, black hat, and black sunglasses came into the hotel demanding to speak to the owner. Now, luckily for the hotel owner, he was not there that day, and they never ended up coming back and trying to talk with him. But the reason the story is so significant is that the two Men in Black were actually caught on camera entering the hotel. And so if you put the pieces together, one could believe that these Men in Black were showing up to threaten the owner in some sort of way and maybe try and make him discredit his own video and claim it was a hoax or something. Kind of like what happened with the alien autopsy video. And honestly, who knows what would have actually happened if the owner was there when these men arrived. Just say that he's a lucky man he wasn't there. And it wasn't the only time that the Men in Black were caught on camera. And although some of these might be hoaxes, it's important to remember that where there's smoke, there's usually fire. So people say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And in the case of the supernatural, it is worth a lot more than that, let me tell you. So that makes video evidence practically priceless. So what I want to do is take a look at some iconic UFO videos and try to determine whether these are real or not. But first, I want to mention some theories that may make you think differently about UFOs. Now, the most obvious theory for these strange lights shooting across the sky and these strange little saucers floating around is that these crafts are simply created by our government, and the technology is so advanced that they don't want to let the public know about it. Perhaps they don't want other countries to know that we possess this kind of technology, and so they hide it and they cover it up. It's possible, and this certainly may account for at least some UFO sightings, but it also doesn't really account for alien abductions or even crop circles for that matter. But personally, there's a theory that I find a lot more interesting than this one. And the theory is that instead of aliens being in these little UFOs, it's actually people from the future. I mean, perhaps they're traveling back in time to just kind of observe humanity, see where we're at back here. And that might explain why they usually don't disturb anything and they just kind of hover just barely out of sight. I mean, it kind of makes sense because these crafts are rarely, if ever, spotted on the ground. And this could be to avoid disrupting any part of the landscape. Because as some of us will know, if you travel back in time and you literally just move one blade of grass or you disturb one little thing, it will change the future. Quite literally, one little thing will change the future, and this is a phenomenon called the butterfly effect. But this is a theory that it deserves its own video, and I'm not going to get into it now. So yeah, that would explain why these things rarely ever land or even disturb anything. And maybe in the cases that they have landed or crashed, it has changed the future. And maybe that's led to a phenomenon called the Mandela effect. I mean, really, this is way too deep for a boy like me to understand, but just going to leave it out there. So with all that being said, I'm not really sure about this theory, but I wanted to throw it out there for those of you who are, well, smarter than me. It's all of you, if we're being honest. Okay, so with those theories out of the way, let's take a look at some of the most iconic UFO sightings caught on camera. All right, so the first clip is actually from an official US government employee and specifically a pilot. And this video was recorded like 20,000 feet up in the air or something like that, and at super high speeds. The pilots found something strange while they were up there. They found a UFO. Here's the video.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. Oh my gosh.
Okay, that's crazy. I wish it wasn't in black and white. Like I said, this is an official government released video. That's kind of terrifying, right? I tried to do a little more research on this and they still have yet to determine what this is. I think one of the explanations used was a weather balloon, which always seems to be the case when it comes to UFOs. This just can't be that. It's because it's matching their speed. It's moving so fast. And the pilots themselves are traveling at such a high speed. And this thing is just hovering and matching that.
Well, if there's a thing, it's rotating.
Okay, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert or anything on this, but holy cow, this might be legit. So in terms of believability, I'm going to give this one a 10 out of 10 because it actually is a UFO. It is a proven unidentified flying object. Are there aliens involved? That much I can't say, but I can say for sure this is a UFO. So this is actually, I believe, the first ever UFO captured on camera, and they made a little program about it. I'm not going to show you the whole program. I'm just going to cut right to the footage of the supposed UFO.
This is the Montana film, projected exactly as it was photographed. The objects are moving against a 25 to 28 mile an hour wind.
So at first, this could be a number of things. Could be 2 planes, it could be 2 birds, honestly. So far, nothing too scary.
This is the film in double frame or slow motion. A slight bounce in the movement of the objects as well as the tower is perceptible. This is due to the handheld camera.
Okay, I can definitely rule out birds from this now, and I think airplanes. They definitely look circular for sure. So it said that they ruled out atmospheric mirages and they ruled out any sort of cloud reflections. So I don't know. But then again, it doesn't really show too much. It literally could just be 2 lights reflecting off of something. So as much as I like this clip given the historical contents, in terms of believability, I'm only going to give it a 5 out of 10 because it's so grainy, it really doesn't show much of anything, but there still is a little something there. So I'll give it a 5 out of 10. But when it comes to the most believable I've ever seen, we got this next one. And let me tell you, it's the motherfucking T. I don't actually want to hit the lens. It's an expensive camera. Now this footage is from 1997 and comes out of Phoenix, Arizona. And as many of you will already know by now, this is the case of the Phoenix Lights.
I can't see how this works. How does this
Holy
work?
oh, you got it too hot.
Have you seen that before?
No.
That's weird.
They're lined up in a pattern, man. There's geometry behind this.
Okay, so first off, the way these things just appear and just kind of line up like that, it is so iconic and so cool, but at the same time, crazy, because literally what could be doing this? I heard it was government flares or something, but where's the plane that dropped them? It's definitely not any kind of airplane or anything like that. These are aliens, straight up aliens.
I can't even get this. I've never seen it. Look at that.
Man, this is... Let's see. Oh, there's 3 of them all lined up.
No,
4, Bill.
one
Bill, over here, there's 4.
What makes this video so crazy is that the entire city witnessed this. A whole city, thousands and thousands of people witnessed this firsthand, live and in person. Oh my God. Could you imagine? I would have loved to be there to see that. I would have, well, I would have lost my shit. Now, in terms of believability for this one, I am giving it a 10 out of 10. I do not even care. This truly is one of the greatest UFO clips of all time. Let me know what you guys think about this video evidence. To me, some of it's really interesting. Not all of it's believable, but it's hard to discredit a lot of this stuff. I'm just saying. Okay guys, so I actually just found the craziest website ever, and it is called the National UFO Reporting Center. And it's kind of in the name, but this is a website that reports on every single UFO sighting. I guess ever? I don't really know. But the sheer amount of sightings on this list is crazy. Like, I'm just in New York alone, and there's over 4,500 sightings. And there's a lot of really recent ones too. You know what I don't like about this website? They have no sightings in the exact city that I live in, which is kind of messed up. So I think we should try and change that tonight. Let's do a little UFO hunting. Do you have anything to say? Alright, so...
Spooky.
That's your commentary on this. Fun fact about tonight. I've been trying to record this for about 1 week now, literally 1 week. And every single night there has been just immense cloud coverage. Have you ever seen a UFO?
I don't think I have, no.
I've seen one once. Actually a couple times when I was younger. I was too young to be confident in it,
So I would see these random little things in the sky every once in a while, maybe 3 times in my life. And I would see them, and I would pull out my phone, record them, and you know what I would do with the videos? I would delete them because I was embarrassed and I felt stupid. And now I regret that to this day. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? We got one. What is that? What is that? In the trees. Well, it's something in the sky. Wait, it's a plane. It's a plane. Whoa, that looks really creepy. Wait, look at this plane through this. That's crazy. Oh my god, it looks just like a UFO. Oh, I feel good. We captured something.
But you want to know what's
We did it.
interesting about that?
What?
Is that like people that post videos about like, hey, I caught a UFO, and you see the video and you're like, that doesn't look like a plane to me.
That could show how easily it is to fake something like this. I could have easily edited that, cut it up, and made it look like a real life UFO clip. And I feel like a lot of people would believe it.
People can tell when you Photoshop things.
Right.
But that, you don't even have to Photoshop. You just have to cut up the clip.
It's all on the camera work.
So what this experience proved to me is that it is so easy to fake a UFO video by simply using camera tricks. But it does bring up an interesting theory that a lot of these UFO sightings and these UFOs caught on camera could possibly just be out of focus airplanes.
What the fuck? Wait. That was weird. Hold on. What is... Oh my god, it won't focus. No. There was something else. I swear to god.
So I'm still kind of confused over what happened during this clip, but basically I was trying to film an airplane that at this point was practically out of frame, and while I was doing this I noticed a flashing light, but this light wasn't an airplane because I was literally looking in the sky and there was no airplane there. In fact, there was nothing in the sky where this light was blinking. So I don't know if it's a UFO, something paranormal, or just some weird camera glitch. Either way, it really scared the hell out of me. Well guys, that wraps up my little deep dive into the world of aliens. I think I should probably mention that I'm not the biggest believer in aliens, but for some reason they terrify me, which kind of makes no sense. But with that being said, I am glad to be done with the topic of aliens. I am going to move on and leave this in the past for a little while and just mentally recover from all the spookiness that
And I don't know, I'm really freaked out, so I really want somebody to come out and help me, so I'm gonna be brave, and I'm gonna come out from under the blanket.
Horrible idea. If you have a sneaking suspicion that Slenderman is in your room, don't come out from under your blanket. Just a tip for all you kiddos out there. I don't know why I just said kiddos. I feel disgusting now. What the?
Would you have a seat right there?
2, 3. Jesus Christ! Jesus!
Wait, what kind of Dollar Tree looking ass Slenderman is that? What is that? No. No. You can find this costume at your local Party City. Scoop it up before Halloween, kiddos. Fuck. Say it again.
Come on, just go over and have a seat, please.
I didn't know Slenderman wore a hat. I didn't include that in my video yesterday. Is that a common thing? I don't know. Fake. The fuck was that? That's the fake noise. Okay, moving on. If I had an intro to my YouTube channel, I would want that to be it.
Okay guys, I'm here in my garden. I mean, a few hours ago, I saw like a weird sort of figure thing.
You can tell that he was about to say, I saw Slenderman, but then he dialed back to make it look more realistic. Like, it was literally on the tip of his tongue. He's like, I saw a figure.
I don't know, I saw like a weird sort of figure thing outside my garden. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna try and capture it on tape now. Okay.
This kid has a vision. I respect it. It's not real. It's not real. If I saw that standing in my backyard, I would die. I would let Slenderman take me. Honestly, I don't want to deal with that. You're screwed. Oh, I like this already. Ooh. Oh my god, that was awesome. That is what I'm talking about. That right there is what I'm talking about. That was creepy. That felt real. I don't think it is, but it still felt that way. It felt genuine. And that's a hard thing to fake. Like that is still a freakishly large human with freakishly large limbs. Like that, I am impressed. I can't say for sure whether that's real or fake. So you guys let me know, honestly. Because I'm not convinced either way. That was a really good video, nonetheless. Oh shit, do you see that? Oh, that is creepy as hell. Like, to me, this is creepier than a jump scare. Like, I will take this kind of scary over jump scare scary any day of the week.
Sliding into your DMs like...
That's comedy. The only thing sketchy to me about this video is the framing of it all. The way the camera just happens to be able to capture him in the background. I don't know. That's the only thing that's sketching me out. Otherwise, it's another great video. Psst, psst. I'm a little bit creeped out like this video, so I feel safer. That's how it works, right? What type of CGI cringe compilation type clip is this? I was vibing with this compilation, and then they hit me with this? Boy, I will bet my britches that those are fake. What are britches? See. How did he notice him from that far away? It's literally standing behind this barn. Look at how early he points this out. See. There's no possible way he could have seen him. What the? Oh god. That one's a morph suit. I mean, I had so much hope. My heart, I was smiling, guys. I was actually doing one of these things. I forget how to do it. It's been so long, but I was actually happy. I was happy for once. And then those last clips just pissed me off. They better pull through with some bangers here. That's all I'm saying.
¿Estáis bien? Sí, ¿tú?
There's always a risk when you're urban exploring of meeting and encountering creepy people. So this could be a real encounter with a real creepy person dressed up as Slender. But that's still creepy. There's a chance they don't even know who that person is, and they're just creepily standing there.
Good right now. Fine.
That was really good. Oh my god. What is that? You know, that's the Slender Man's. Why do I keep getting close to them? I'm sorry.
Right now. Get down the street. Go. We'll be right behind you. Go.
That was good. Oh, that is not good. That was really good. I don't think it's real. It'll take literally like compelling ass evidence to prove to me that Slenderman's real. But I can say for sure that is creepy, that is well made, and that is just it's a great clip. Speaking of great clips, I got my hair cut today. Yeah, they fucked me up. what would you do? Like I said before, at that point, death is your only option. All right, and the final clip of the day. Let's just hope it's a good one. Oh, you already know. You already know there is something in that cornfield behind his house. Oh my god, guys. I am too old to be getting scared by stuff like this. Some of these videos were incredibly good in my opinion. Some of them were a little rough around the edges. But in my opinion, it was a great compilation. Do I think any of these were 100% real? No. But that being said, who knows? Make sure to go check out the original video to this. I'll leave a link to it down in the description. The channel's name is Unusual 5s and 10s. This was a really well done compilation, so shouts to them. Make sure to go check that video out. Make sure to subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Make sure to like the video if you like the video. Yeah, this video. Your candle. And if you fail to put a salt circle around you, then the Midnight Man will cause you to hallucinate. And you'll hallucinate some of your greatest fears, all whilst the Midnight Man pulls out your organs, one by one. And you'll be able to feel everything, but you just won't be able to move. Sounds really fun, guys. Now, to play this game, you write your full name on a sheet of paper and put a drop of blood on that same sheet of paper, and it has to be your blood. Next, shut off every single light in your house and place that sheet of paper in front of the front door. Then light a candle and place it on top of that sheet of paper. Next, go up to the front door and knock 22 times, with the 22nd knock falling at midnight exactly. Open the door, blow out the candle, and then close the door. Then, the Midnight Man will enter your house. When playing the game, you're told to not turn any of your lights on, no flashlights, no lighters, and also don't fall asleep, or the Midnight Man will catch you. Now the game ends at 3:33 a.m., in which point the Midnight Man will leave your house. But it's said after that, he will always be watching you. So watch what you say. Now the next game we're going to be talking about is one that's... for some reason, this is like the creepiest one that I've ever come across, and it's one that I'm curious and I kind of want to try, but at the same time, it just seems too dark and too dangerous in a weird kind of way. And this game is called the Elevator Game. Now, this is a game that apparently takes you to another world, another universe, that many people refer to as the Other World. Now, the directions are extremely complex, and honestly, instead of me just going over all of them, I'm just going to leave a link to them in the description below. And I'm really just going to focus in on what happens if the elevator game works. Now, all you really need for this game are those directions and an elevator that goes up at least 10 floors. Now, if you follow those directions carefully, you'll wind up at the bottom floor heading to the 10th floor. Now, it's said when the elevator is going up, it'll stop on the 5th floor, at which point a woman will enter the elevator. Now, at some point in your ride up, she might ask you, where are you going? What floor are you going to? You cannot answer her, and you cannot even look at her. You have to look away no matter what, because it's said if you do look at her, or if you do speak to her, she will take you. Apparently she's like a demon or something, and either way, let's just say you don't want to mess with her. Now, once you get up to the 10th floor, you'll have a chance to get out and enter this other world, or go back down and exit the building immediately. Now, if you choose to go to this other world, you'll know you're there because A, you're the only person in this other world. B, there will be no lights on. And C, the only thing you'll be able to see out the window is a red glowing cross. Now, the more time that you spend in this other world, the more disoriented you're going to get, and the more tired you're going to get, the more confused, and the more warped your reality will be. You might forget which elevator you got on, or the elevator might appear to be getting further and further away from you. It is important to take the same elevator that you took up back down when trying to enter back into your own world. And when you get back down to the first floor, it's definitely important to check around and make sure that everything seems right and that nothing seems off, because there is a chance that you never left that other world. And once you leave that building and you find out that you're still in the other world, at that point, it's too late. Now the final game that I'm going to be talking about is one that's very similar to the Midnight game, but in my opinion, it's a lot creepier. This game is called One Man Hide and Seek. Now for this game, you're going to need a doll. What you do with that doll is basically cut it open, take out all the stuffing, and replace it with rice. This rice is supposed to signify the innards of a human. Also, you need to clip some of your fingernails and put them in that doll as well, and sew it back up. It sounded freaky already. Now with the remaining string that you use to sew the doll back up, you're going to use that to tie the doll up as well. The next thing you do is fill up the bathtub. Now once this is all set up and ready to go, you are ready to start your ritual. The first step being naming your doll. So for the sake of this video and for the sake of this example, let's just say the doll's name is Jim. Okay, keep that in mind for the rest of this. So when the clock hits 3 a.m., you're going to say your own name, is it first. So for me, it would be Nick. Nick is it first. Nick is it first. Nick is it first. Then you put your doll inside the filled up bathtub and turn all the lights off in your house. After that, you find a hiding spot, turn on a TV in that room, and count to 10 with your eyes closed. After you count to 10, go back to the bathtub and bring a knife or a pair of scissors with you. Go up to the doll and say, Jim, I found you, and stab the doll. Then say, you are next, Jim, or insert whatever name you picked. It doesn't have to be Jim, okay? And take the doll out of the bathtub and put it on the counter. Then run back to your hiding spot and hide. Now it's said that this ritual will invite a restless spirit into your house that's looking for a body to possess. So at first, it'll take possession of the doll, and then it'll come looking for you. Now it's said that this spirit can be seen walking throughout your house, but you don't want to look at it, you don't want to make contact with it. You just have to hide. And it can manipulate things on the TV. It can apparently do a lot of really, really creepy and dark stuff. You just have to remain hidden until you're ready to finish the game. When you're done with the game, take a glass of salt water and put some in your mouth and just hold it there. Then you go and find the doll. Now the doll might not be where you left it. There's a chance that it could be moved on the completely other side of the house. Or there's a chance that it might still be on the counter. You just never know. When you find the doll, pour the rest of the salt water onto the doll and then spit out the salt water in your mouth. And say, I win 3 times in a row. And this will signify the end of the ritual. After the ritual, you have to dry the doll off and then burn it and discard it. Get it away from you. This game has to be finished. One quote that I saw pretty much summed it up. Failure to finish this game would result in a disaster. So these are 3 creepy games that I definitely do not recommend anyone out there trying. But there are obviously more than just 3 games. So if you guys enjoyed this, let me know, and I'll definitely make another video just like this.
Actually, they were clean and ready for the day. As they stepped out of the tub and onto their towels, she noticed small white bubbles on the water, just floating on its surface. It caught her eye, but not necessarily her attention, as the water swirled down the drain, taking the strange bubbles with it. Perhaps it was from the soap or the shampoo, but something about it lingered in the back of Mrs. Go's mind as the days went by. Something about it seemed different. And that's because it was. In the following days, Mrs. Go would be notified that a body had been found in their building complex. And to be more specific, the body had been found inside the hotel's water tank. A water tank that led to over 150 different rooms, with hers being one. She had been bathing her children in water with particles of human remains floating in it. They had also been drinking that very same water. It's a story that we've now all become familiar with. One of the most shocking cases of many of our lifetimes. A lady mysteriously and inexplicably found within a hotel's water tank.
as those in the building drank that very water she was decomposing in, with this lady's name being Elisa Lam. Only, this isn't her story. In fact, at the time that Mrs. Go was bathing her children in that tainted water, Elisa Lam was still very much alive, and she would remain living for over 2 years after this case. Rather, this incident took place back in 2011, halfway across the world in Singapore. The lady who had been found in the water tank was a 30-year-old maid named Ruyawati, who was in a forbidden relationship with a married man. And upon her employer finding out, Ruyawati's life spiraled, and she fell into a depressive and suicidal rage. She walked up the stairs and onto the roof of that building and jumped into the water tank. She continuously sunk her head under the water again and again until eventually she drowned. Death by water tank. The darkness of it. The loneliness of it. It's a fate that was highlighted in the movie Dark Water, but it was the death of Elisa Lam that has permanently ingrained it in my mind, specifically because of how terrifyingly unique it was. Besides the movie, I had never heard of anyone dying in a water tank before that incident. It's something that I figured had never happened, as it really shouldn't. It's just too improbable. But I was shocked to discover that Elisa Lam wasn't the only one to have died inside of one of these water tanks. And surprisingly, some would even say that this is something that happens with regularity all across the world. In fact, on May 13th, 2011, the body of a 19-year-old girl was found in Johor, floating within the water tank of an apartment complex. That was the same exact day that Ruyawati's body had been found, too. It is believed that she had also committed suicide by jumping into the tank. And the stories just go on from here, with every example proving to be extremely disturbing. Back in 2014, the then 26-year-old Carmen Esparza had just recently graduated with a degree in psychology. But for Carmen, her dreams went far past being a psychologist. Instead, she wanted to become a famous actress, a dream that those in her life genuinely believed that she could achieve, as she had the drive and the looks to make it in the industry. But things rarely go the way that we hope or expect, and in Carmen's case, tragedy would strike before she'd be able to live out her dreams. In February of that year, Carmen was seen working out at a gym in Mexico City. After exercising for a bit, she was spotted leaving the gym and heading home. There were no accounts of Carmen being seen after that final workout. She had just vanished. Over the following months, her family and friends would lead a search to find this missing girl, but no trace of her had turned up, with the lack of results eventually leading her family to believe that she had been kidnapped, which, if that were true, then there would be no telling where she could have wound up. But as it turned out, she didn't wind up going far at all, and in the end it was revealed that she had been at her apartment the entire time, just not in her room. After multiple people had called the service desk of the apartment complex complaining about foul-tasting water, a maintenance worker would open the hatch to the water tank and discover Carmen's severely decomposed body. This discovery was made nearly a year after she had gone missing, and it's believed that she had been in there the whole time. Meaning that for nearly a year, hundreds of residents in the complex were drinking and bathing with the very water that Carmen was decaying in. It seems that officials may have believed that foul play was involved, with her wealthy ex-boyfriend being one of the main suspects. It's obviously a terrifying case, with the most disturbing detail being how long she went undiscovered in that tank. A whole year, with people consuming literal bits of her. It's just so morbid to even think about, but it's not even the most extreme example. In 2016, a routine plumbing inspection was being done in a special education facility in Brisbane. The water tank was searched, revealing the body of a man. Except, the body had been in that water for so long and had deteriorated so badly that all that was left were bones. To make this case even more disturbing, the water tank was underground, underneath the school. It's not a place that anyone would just stumble into. Because of this, cops believe that this man had been thrown into the tank years and years before. The only good news to come out of this case was that the water tank had actually been disconnected and the facility was no longer using it. But unfortunately, not all cases are like this. In 2018, maintenance workers were cleaning the water tank at Mukhlampur, India. The tank was located on the grounds of a public school and provided water to the drinking fountains and the bathrooms. During the cleanup process, one of the workers spotted bones in the tank and immediately notified the school. A search and cleanup process was done following this discovery, which revealed that someone had died inside the water tank. And again, it had happened so long ago that the body had deteriorated fully. To this day, there hasn't been a certain ID on who this person was, but one family has come forward and claimed that the decayed body belonged to their son, who had gone missing in that very area and whose age, sex, and projected decay seemed consistent to the bones that were found. But it's how long that he was missing that's the most troubling part, because their son had gone missing 18 years ago. If this turns out to be true, then an entire school full of kids had been drinking and using that water for 18 years. This truly has to be one of the worst ways to go. Just trapped in darkness, no one can hear you as you drown. And not only that, but the after effect is just as gruesome, because people will literally end up drinking you and bathing in you. It's so gross, so gruesome. It's an unimaginable death. And yet I was surprised to find something, that many have chosen this way to die. In the Elisa Lam case, the consensus conclusion is that she had suffered some kind of mental breakdown and had voluntarily jumped in the water tank. But despite this being the mutually agreed upon conclusion for this case, I always had doubts lingering in the back of my mind. Because again, this stuff just doesn't happen. No one would pick such a horrible way to go. But this actually isn't really the case. And suicide by water tank is a very real and somewhat common thing. It just doesn't get talked about. In 2019, a 40-year-old man named Sudhakar jumped inside a water tank owned by a water supply company in India. He did so in an attempt to take his own life, thanks to the overwhelming debt that he was under. The giant water tank serviced water to 11 districts in the area, and his body would be fished out 4 days later. In the previous year, a security worker named Jasima was guarding an apartment complex in Hong Kong. Midway through her shift, she complained about not feeling well, so she dismissed herself from her post and never returned. Despite her colleagues searching the entirety of the property, there was no sign of Jasima anywhere. It would later be revealed that she had taken the stairs up to the very top of the building, climbed a ladder, and jumped inside the water tank, leaving behind 2 suicide notes. The most disturbing suicide case that I came across came from India. There, 38-year-old Vans Devi had been living a life that seemingly most would enjoy. She was married and lucky enough to have 5 children of her own, each of whom were described as being intelligent, respectful, and focused on their schooling. But there was one issue. Each of the children that Vans Devi had were girls, and her husband, Ranaram Jat, had grown concerned that he may never get the son that he always wanted. Authorities believe that this caused Devi to feel guilty, knowing that her biological clock was ticking and the time to have a son was running out. Perhaps it was this guilt that broke Devi, but whatever it was, she snapped. She took each of her daughters to a nearby water tank and one by one threw them in. The oldest daughter was just 13 and the youngest was only 3 years old. Once her children had landed in the water, Devi too decided to jump in along with them. It was in that claustrophobic, dark tank where the family all drowned together, with their bodies being fished out days later. The sheer number of these cases is staggering compared to what I was expecting, but this is something that isn't even new either. In 1989, residences in Princeton, West Virginia, complained of strange-tasting water. A quick check revealed that a man had fallen into the tank 2 months previously, with authorities confirming that the man had taken his own life. And this isn't even the earliest example, with that coming all the way back in 1964, where a 59-year-old man had drowned in the water tank on top of a New York City apartment. But this example, sadly, was no suicide, as the man was simply doing repairs on the tank and had fallen in. He desperately tried to claw his way out, with scratch marks later being found on the inside of the metal tank. His attempts proved futile. This is just something that happens. People die in water tanks, and in the majority of these cases, people choose death. And it's honestly shocking to me. And out of all these cases that I've read up on, one of them really has stood out. Not because it's especially shocking, but it's because of the similarities it shares with the Elisa Lam case. In Bhubaneswar, India, 19-year-old Prayak Jena had been struggling with his mental health. During this struggle, he had began dabbling in drugs, further heightening his mental state. He was in a bad place, and one night, it all came to a head. He went on the roof of his living quarters, removed all of his clothes, and jumped inside the water tank, where eventually he would drown. Officials believe that he may have been having some sort of mental breakdown at the time, as he had been spotted acting strangely that night. To me, when I heard this story first, I immediately thought of Elisa Lam. They were both struggling with their mental health. They were seen acting strangely before they died, and they both removed their clothes and jumped into a water tank. So what's the point of me sharing all these cases? Well, for starters, I feel like they help to normalize Elisa Lam's death. For years, I struggled to comprehend how she could have just jumped into that tank. I felt like something far more sinister must have happened because of how unique the situation was. But hearing these cases, it makes the theory that she had committed suicide far more believable because it shows us that it's happened many times before. And in a way, it strips away from the creepiness of the case, and honestly just makes it a lot more sad, if anything. I'm also sharing these stories because no one else is. We've all heard Elisa Lam's story over and over again, and it was an obsession for many of us, including myself, because I always thought there would never be another case like it. But Elisa Lam wasn't the only one to die inside a water tank. The other stories just aren't being told. And truthfully, I would bet that right now, there's a body out there. The original desk that I was looking at, but what I thought to be just a simple little mistake in the app may have actually been an attempt to lure me in to shopping at Target. Let me explain. So the theory is that the Target app actually varies its prices depending on whether you're inside a Target or outside a Target. So the prices will actually appear lower on the app when you're not in the store, but once you step foot in the store, the app automatically changes the prices and makes them more expensive than they were outside of the store. And honestly, if you made the trip out there specifically to get that item and you really had your heart set on getting it, you're probably gonna buy it anyway, despite the cost being more than you originally thought. Now, this is a theory that I ended up actually finding on Reddit, and it really reminded me of my experience when I was shopping for the desk. And other people had ended up actually commenting on this thread in Reddit, saying that they have had prices jump as high as $30 once they got inside the store. Now, obviously, if true, this would be a big scam, this would be a really big deal. But at the end of the day, a conspiracy theory is all that it was. Or at least, I thought.
The parking lot,
Yep.
it gives you a sale price, and as soon as you walk through that door, the sale goes away.
Yep.
Our list of 10 items was a total of $262 cheaper in the parking lot. And if you pay close attention to the $351.99 there on the app, you'll see, boom, like a magic trick. It changes hundreds of feet away from the store.
That's right, it hit the mainstream media, and it was proven that this theory wasn't just a theory, it was entirely legit. So legit that Target actually had to update its app and totally remove its process of location-based pricing. So that's right, the Target app had been scamming us all along. But the good news is, now we don't have to worry about it because the app is updated and everything is back to the way that it should be. Or is it? I think we should go to Target and test out the app's new update to see if this is actually still going on or if they have finally fixed the issue. Let's go find out. Okay, so you don't know the theory yet.
No.
But the theory basically is that Target's app actually manipulates the prices of their items based on whether you're in the store or not in the store. So because we're so far away from Target now, they'll show some of the items being on sale. And so you see, oh, that's a pretty nice sale, let's go in and buy this. And then you get in the store, and as soon as you enter that store, the sale's gone. They literally got caught doing this. So they updated the app, and they said, okay, they're done doing that, right? Let's see if they're really still doing it. So what I'm gonna do is take like 5 or 10 random items on the app and see if the price changes when we go into the store. I'll take some screenshots so we have proof. That's the sale price, and supposedly with this theory, that just goes away and it goes right to the regular price as soon as we walk in.
All right, let's find out.
I'm nervous.
Can you tell me why we're in the underwear aisle?
I can't tell you how we ended up here, but this is where we're gonna film this next little bit. Are you ready? Check the app.
Let's do it.
Alright, so far, so good. The TVs all check out. Let's check the chips. They're on sale too.
Wait, go back.
So far, everything is checking out. Alright, so finally there's the desks. Alright, so literally everything checks out.
Even the desks?
Even the desks. All three categories checked out. So it seems like the Target app is no longer switching their prices. So that's the end of the story. Case closed.
What are you and Winnie up to?
So this is the weirdest thing ever. There are layers to this thing.
What?
This reaches further than just Target. So I'm on that Reddit thread that I initially discovered this theory on. All the comments on this thread are literally saying Best Buy did the same thing. Like Best Buy does this too. Walmart does this too. And they're naming all these other retail stores that apparently do the same exact thing. So I'm like, this is the craziest thing ever. Like, how are these companies just getting away with it? And then I found this website. Best Buy was literally sued for doing something just like this earlier, and this is the craziest thing ever. Listen to what they did. It says Best Buy has admitted to maintaining 2 versions of its website with different prices. One is the public website accessible on the internet by anyone. The other site, which is essentially a replica of the public site, could only be accessed inside of Best Buy stores. Both sites were nearly identical, except for one important difference. The in-store site displayed the higher prices for all the items, while the regular website had lower prices and makes them more expensive than they were outside of the store.
So if you came in and was like, oh, I saw this camera was $30, but here it's advertised for $40, they'd pull up the website and be like,
yeah,
they
would literally like call you an idiot. Like they would be like, no, our website here shows that it's actually $40 and you're wrong.
But what happens when you go home and look again and it's 30?
You'll notice it, but this is back in 2007. So what are you gonna do? Like, I don't think smartphones even had cameras. Like, are you gonna bring your whole computer in? This was the original scam, and this is eerily similar to what the Target app is doing, except the Target app is doing it in a more modernized way, basically. That's the only difference here, really. And now apparently Walmart's app does the same thing. I mean, I haven't looked into that, so I can't speak on that, but it's just crazy. It makes me like literally question everything. Be careful. Just be careful with these websites and these apps.
When you use store apps like Target, you expect to get the best deals.
There are countless theories out there that claim that big retail stores are actually tracking you and spying on you while you're shopping in their stores. How do they do this? Well, the claims vary. Some people believe these stores actually hide little audio recorders all throughout the store.
And I'm here today to talk to you guys about the world's smallest audio recorder.
So they can hear what you're saying about certain products and gain feedback in that sort of way. Others believe that the security cameras that are littered all throughout these big retail stores aren't really just for security purposes. They're actually there to track and study our shopping habits and to see how we move throughout the store and to see what items we react with and we engage with the most. Now you might be wondering, well, why would a big retail store even want to do this? Why would they care? Well, think about how valuable that information could be to them. I mean, wouldn't you think that a big store would want to know what people are saying about certain products? And wouldn't they really want to fully understand each of our shopping habits? Now, Target is a store that is specifically mentioned in a lot of these tracking and spying conspiracy theories, but they've also come under fire for tracking us using a different method, and by using something that many of us can't live without: Wi-Fi. So the theory goes, when you log into Target's Wi-Fi, they actually track your cell phone and track your movements all throughout the store to understand our shopping patterns. And I guess it's not the biggest deal, but this is never really disclosed to any of us. And I don't know, something about it just leaves like a bad taste in my mouth. Okay, now some of you might be saying, okay, big deal, just turn off the Wi-Fi. Okay, lit. Ooh, I shouldn't say that. Well, what if you have horrible cell service and your cell service is so bad that the only way you can really use your phone is to log into this Wi-Fi? I mean, just think about it for a minute. Haven't you walked into a big retail store and immediately lost cell service? Like, I'm talking like straight 5 bars down to 1 or even 0 as soon as you step foot in that store. Well, this might not entirely be an accident. And this is part of the theory too. The theory is that Target, as well as other big retail stores, will actually jam your cell service on purpose to force you to log into their Wi-Fi. And that's when this theory becomes slightly incriminating. Because as some of you might know, jammers are illegal in the United States. So legally, a retailer could not be using them. But could they be breaking the law? You never know. So obviously I can't go into Target and test to see if they are tracking my every movement, but what I can do is test to see how my cell service changes when I step foot into Target, to see if Target might actually be jamming our cell phone signals. That is so weird.
Dude.
Oh, what? Down to 1. I literally had full service outside, full bars, and I swear it'll go back right as we go outside. Went from full to literally 1 bar. Check yours. What is your service at?
I'm at 2. I was at 1 a second ago.
Come on.
Full bars the second we walk out the door. Like, we're literally at the doors. And full bars.
Oh, down to 1. 10:01, we're gonna walk out and see what happens to the bars. We're at 1 right now. And I want to show you guys what happens as soon as we walk out.
Immediately.
That is the weirdest thing ever. It's a wrap. That's a wrap. So the fact that I lost cell service like that does fit in with this theory, but there are also other explanations for this. Like, for example, the metal framing of the building, or the thick concrete walls, and even the high amount of people using the cell service in one confined area. So this isn't like a closed case by any means, but it definitely makes for an interesting theory. So for those of you who don't know, skinny mirrors are basically mirrors that are slightly warped, just enough to give you the appearance of being a lot skinnier. Well, a popular theory thanks to Shane Dawson and Mickey Hayes basically claims that Target uses these skinny mirrors in their dressing room. And they do this so that when you try on their clothes, you look extra skinny and you look extra good and you feel great. So great that you decide to just buy the clothes because you look so skinny in them, only to find out when you take them home and try them on in front of your own mirror, oh, I'm still ugly. And people believe that this is something that's not just going on in Target, but virtually all big retail stores. Now, according to the actual Skinny Mirrors website, retailers will sell on average up to 18% more clothes compared to normal mirrors. All right, so what we're gonna do for this test is go and take a mirror picture in Target and also take a mirror picture in another retail store to compare the two, and then finally come home to my own mirror, see if I look any skinnier in any of these pictures. Let's find out. So when I was a young and growing boy, I think I was probably like 12 or 13 years old at the time, and I literally could never find jeans that fit me properly. Like, they all looked weird on me. So one day, my mom takes me to Kohl's, and she gives me a bunch of different sizes to try on, and she's like, here, try all of these on, and let's find a pair that really finally fits you. I find one that I look beautiful in it. Like, straight up, I look beautiful. And man, I'm looking at myself in this mirror, I'm like, damn, I might actually talk to a woman now.
Didn't happen.
It never happened. No, I never did. And the next day, it's time for school, so I'm like, all right, let me try on these nice. They were black jeans too. The original pair was black, and they just looked so silky. So I'm like, all right, let me put these black jeans on. Put them on. I look in the mirror. I literally look like a pile of human shit. Why did I look so good in Kohl's? When I got home, I looked terrible. Maybe they were using skinny mirrors back in the day. You never know.
Now let me stab your face out.
I always thought that was like voodoo. I thought that was for voodoo purposes, so I never touched it.
Do you feel skinny?
I don't feel particularly skinny here.
You shouldn't.
Oh, is that how you tell?
No, I just saw a thing, like, if your finger, like, looks like it's actually touching the other side, then it's like a two-way mirror.
We're not looking for two, we're looking for skinny mirrors.
I wanted to see if it worked the same way.
There is like a weird reflection though.
Right.
It's like a double reflection.
Skinny mirrors are basically mirrors that are slightly warped. Dude, this is my first time ever in a Target changing room.
Really? Well, let's do this first.
Oh yeah, there's like major distortion. What the hell?
Do you feel skinnier?
I don't know, I definitely feel skinnier. All right, it's time to check the home mirror out. Are you, what is this? What is this? What are you wearing?
Chewbacca onesie?
We're not done with the video.
Who cares?
Here it is. Look at that studly. All right, we have to do the finger test. Let's see if there's any type of distortion in this mirror. Cause I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing in most mirrors or not.
I don't see anything.
There is no distortion whatsoever. There's nothing there. Straight up. That is so weird. Let's check another mirror. Let's go. That is definite distortion.
100%. So do we think it's like overhead lighting? Like
maybe it's something to do with either the lighting or the curvature of the mirror, but no matter what, I think we can debunk that. That does not prove that they are skinny mirrors. All right, so that might be debunked, but what we have to do now is compare the three photos of the three locations side by side so we can really know once and for all if they are using skinny mirrors or not. All right, so we're gonna take a look at the three different pictures from three locations. All right, so our first stop, this is Kohl's. I look really skinny. I do look really skinny. I'm not that skinny in real life.
Your arms look kind of skinny too. Like, that's not what your arms look like.
I'm pretty jacked, so like that's an uncharacteristic trait. What is that? Why are you shaking your head? Oh shit! But I will say about Kohl's, I did not feel skinny looking in the mirror at Kohl's.
Do you feel skinny?
Not really. The lighting was not very good in the dressing room. That could be a reason why I didn't feel extra skinny, but looking at this picture, I definitely do look skinny. All right, now let's look at Target. Here we go.
You definitely look bigger in the Target. And
I look bigger. I do, right?
And it's not like your shirt's pulled in anymore.
No.
Like, it's the same exact shirt.
But that's weird because that's the one that I felt the skinniest looking in. I don't know. I definitely feel skinnier. And again, I feel like that is a pointer to the lighting.
So bright.
You're right, it is so bright. Because each individual dressing room had its own light. And it's facing you rather than being above you. So like you have that light facing you. It's like a professional light almost. Alright, and then finally let's compare that to this.
Somehow that's like the medium picture.
Right?
Okay, so Kohl's made you look the skinniest. This one's like in the middle. Target made you look the fattest.
Target made me look the biggest, but I felt the skinniest looking in the mirror. After doing this and after doing all the research on skinny mirrors, I don't think either of the companies use skinny mirrors. And I think really all it comes down to is lighting. I really think that is the ticket to making you look skinnier, making you feel skinnier. I mean, everyone knows this, like proper lighting makes you feel better about yourself. It makes you feel skinnier. So skinny mirrors, I don't think so. But that's the thing about conspiracy theories. The answers you find are rarely ever what you expect. This was the original scam. Some theories lead you straight to a dead end. That is definite distortion.
100%.
But then there are those that become much more than just theories.
They literally got caught doing this.
While over the years, Don has accumulated over 500,000 subscribers, capturing the hearts of all of them with his kind personality and captivative singing. He was just what 2020 needed, a break from the darkness, something undeniably innocent. But of all the places I've seen this channel discussed, there was one where I never would have expected to see him mentioned, and that is the r/morbid reality subreddit. Now for those who don't know, this sub is extremely gruesome, and it's summed up perfectly within its title as the darkest recesses of humanity. And in the beginning of October 2020, and between all these posts of darkness and death, was a post about Plasma Master Don, the channel that in my mind was probably the purest ever created. Naturally, I assumed this was some kind of joke, but as I clicked on the link, I realized that it was anything but. The post reads, "Sweetest elderly YouTube cover artist, Plasma Master Don, is actually a recently registered sex offender." And along with it were two attached images, one of the Plasma Master Don YouTube channel, and the other of a mugshot that looks eerily similar to this beloved man. The post was then followed up with multiple links leading to two separate sex offender registry sites, each showing a man named Donzel Edward Owens, a 73-year-old man from Ohio. The man happened to be arrested on August 19th, 2019, for a crime labeled as sexual imposition, with his victim being described as a juvenile male. Now both of these sites offer no explanation as to the situation that specifically led to the arrest, but just by looking it up, sexual imposition typically occurs when someone has some kind of sexual contact with a person against their will. And in this case, we already know that the victim was an underage boy. So that alone means this Donzel sexually touched a child without their consent, which can't be given by a child anyway. Now that alone says so much, but I wanted to know the specifics of this case, just to be sure of what we're dealing with here. And after doing a little bit of digging, I eventually came across an article that briefly mentioned Donzel, stating that a May 13th pretrial was set in County Municipal Court for Donzel E. Owens Jr., charged with sexual imposition for allegedly grabbing another man's genitals on Sunday. And as we know already, this is something he was convicted of. It's a disturbing crime, and one that I find to be completely unforgivable. But what was even more shocking to me about this case was that the post claimed it was actually committed by Plasma Master Don, as they theorized that the two were the same person. Now truthfully, I was shocked, but I initially assumed that it was just someone who looked very similar. I mean, I've seen false reports like this in the past, where people nearly had their lives ruined over it. And when I went on Plasma Master Don's channel, I couldn't find any comments relating to the story, and his like to dislike ratio was still extremely high. So I just assumed that this connection wasn't actually true. After all, how could this man, the man I've been watching for months now, be capable of such a disturbing thing? But just out of curiosity, I decided to do a little bit of investigating, and what I found was incredibly disheartening.
Now, before we really get into this, please do not send any hate towards this person, and please do not go after them. That's obviously just not okay, and I'm only sharing this information because it's worrisome, and I feel like it really needs to be discussed. So is Plasma Master Don really the same person as this registered sex offender? Well, starting with the most obvious factor first, this Donzel person shown within the mugshot does look eerily similar to Don, the man behind the Plasma Master channel. Same looking face, same glasses, same brown eyes, same black hair, even the same birthmark. I mean, he also appears to be wearing the same exact shirt in this particular video, and they both have that same distinct chin. The physical description is definitely a match, but again, basing things solely off of looks is completely irresponsible. There has to be more evidence. So what about their names? Well, as mentioned previously, the sex offender's name is Donzel Edward Owens. And interestingly enough, in Plasma Master Don's channel, he says that the videos are by Don Owens, aka himself. And further researching the name Donzel Owens, I discovered an old personal YouTube channel belonging to Don that doesn't feature any content, but it shows his photo from all the way back in 2012. And within this channel, his name is listed as Donzel Owens Jr. So not only do they look the same, but they have the same name, and Don can easily be seen as a nickname for Donzel. It's strange, but again, maybe this could just be some crazy coincidence, so I kept looking. Now, going off the sex offender registry, it lists Donzel's birthday as September 10th, 1947, meaning that he is currently 73 years old, which Don certainly looks. I mean, this is a man that clearly seems to be in his 70s. So the age does seem to line up, but he doesn't just look 73, he is 73. Shockingly, when looking under his About tab, Don actually gives his full date of birth, something I assume he does so that his fans will know and send him birthday wishes. And I honestly would have thought this was charming before, because it's such a grandpa move. But now I view it as incredibly dark, because his birthday is exactly the same as this registered sex offender's. So they look the same, they have the same name, and the same exact birthday. It's starting to get to the point where these coincidences are now piling up, and it doesn't get any better from here. When you're a registered sex offender, there are certain things about you that are disclosed to the public, something done in order to protect the community. And in Don's case, one of the things that they disclosed was his vehicle, where it's listed as being a 2005 white Buick Century. Now, this is kind of an odd thing to bring up during this topic, but it actually is vital to our investigation, because Don has actually shown his vehicle on several occasions throughout his channel. And you won't even believe this, but one of these videos is literally called My 2005 Buick Century. And in it, we see that his car is in fact white. It's the same exact model, same year, and same color as this sexual predator. So all in all, we have the same car, same name, same birthday, and identical looking. And that's not even all. This Donzel was charged in a very specific area of Ohio, which I'm not going to name because truly I do not want this man to be doxxed, and it's literally the last thing I want to come of this, so please do not do that. But within Don's channel, it's made abundantly clear that he lives in the same exact area as this Donzel, something made obvious by a literal tour of the town that this sex offender is said to live in, as well as him frequently visiting parks and festivals that are very close to this area. And I know this all sounds vague, but if you've seen my channel before, I hope you can just take my word for it. But this information is out there and it's not hard to find, but I really just don't feel comfortable disclosing it. But this old singing man lives in the same area as the pedophile Donzel. So with all this, I think we're at a point where we can take this evidence and begin to assume the obvious here. That Plasma Master Don is in fact Donzel Owens, a sexual predator.
There's just too much overwhelming evidence here to think otherwise. And I even went back to check and make sure the actual pages that show his registry were legit, and it turns out they are, as these sites can literally be reached through the FBI's actual website. And if you do an independent search on this site for Donzel, he really does come up. So where does that leave us? Well, with the likelihood that YouTube's most wholesome channel is actually being run by a sex offender. Plasma Master Don likely grabbed a young boy by his genitals. And the most concerning part to me is that this was a recent thing. I mean, he was just charged over a year ago. So he did this when he was already a beloved YouTuber. Which brings me to the whole point of this video. Here we have a channel with over 500,000 subscribers that is likely run by a predator. And with a channel this size, he could, at any point, use it to lure victims in. I mean, he's this wholesome grandpa, everybody loves him. And I'm sure he has tons of people who reach out to him every single day, many of whom are likely underaged, just given the demographics of YouTube. And this is especially concerning given the fact that on multiple instances, he is saying children's songs. And just to prove that he does in fact have young fans out there, here is an excerpt from a fan-run account dedicated to Don that is clearly run by a child.
If you guys have ever heard of Plasma Master Don, he is a really good YouTuber. Just please give him some love, because I really like his channel.
So to know that at any point in time he can be in contact with thousands of kids, all of whom look up to him, just rubs me the wrong way. Because what would a predator do with that type of power? This is something that always makes me nervous, especially given how common grooming is nowadays, and how easily people can be manipulated by those with fame. And now that we have a channel here run by a likely sex offender, it just makes me even more worried. And obviously there's no proof that this is actually going on here, but I think it's a valid concern, simply based off of the legitimate crime that this man seems to have committed. And just to clarify, I'm using words like likely and seems because I want to avoid legal issues here, but I feel like the evidence more than speaks for itself. Now there are just a few other points that I want to add here about Don's channel, with one of which being the comments. Earlier I had mentioned how there were no comments under his videos that spoke of his supposed arrest, something I found very bizarre. Well, it turns out that Don seems to have banned any comments that include buzzwords surrounding his case, and not just the more vulgar terms that YouTube normally holds for review, but it seems his channel removes any talk of this case at all, something he likely did within the settings of his channel, along with him most likely manually deleting some as well, which is clearly not something that an innocent man would typically do. And along with this, something else fairly strange happened recently within one of his videos, a video called The Past Recedes, John Frusciante, cover by request. And in it, he begins the video saying that his health was hindering his singing ability, further adding that he was considering stopping the channel altogether. Now, obviously this is something that is quite sad as he is getting older, but interestingly enough, this video was posted just 4 days after the news broke about him being a supposed predator. This was the very next video he made after people started to catch on, and after that post was made to Morbid Reality. So the timing is clearly suspicious. And by the end of this investigation, I'm equally as disappointed as I am disturbed. This was the one channel that so many people clung onto, simply because of its innocence and its wholesomeness. I mean, I've never seen such a positive and highly praised channel in all my life. Yet in actuality, none of us knew that he's literally a registered sex offender, a predator, the most vile kind of person. And if anything, it confirms a long-running trend of my channel, that there is always more than what meets the eye, especially with what you see here on YouTube. And in this case, Plasma Master Don turned out to be the very opposite of what we all thought. As you can see, new state, same hair. I figured we should start this off with a little room tour. So we walk in and instantly we are hit with just a beautiful designer sofa. Yeah, we got a nice plush pillow over here. Yeet.
I can't believe you've done this.
We got a nice little bar area over here. Mini fridge, fully unstocked. Got some cabinets here, a nice safe. Sorted. Got a nice desk. I'll be doing a lot of work there. 85-inch TV, I think. Giant mirror, so I can fully see the scope of my ugliness. By the way, some of these products are my mother's, not mine. So don't judge me. Pretty small bathroom, but you know, I'm not gonna complain. And then we got some actually really comfortable beds. And let's see this $1 million view. I'm sure it's amazing. A little bit underwhelming. I'm not sure what the substance is. This really isn't much better. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. We are here. That's all that matters. Wait a minute, is this a door? What is this thing? What? Illuminati has been confirmed. Some great modern art there. I think that's a DiCaprio.
So for those of you who don't know, Franklin was home to one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. Here an estimated 10,000 soldiers were killed in the span of just 5 hours. With that many people passing in such a small time, it's no wonder people claim that the town of Franklin is haunted. Now with all this being said, I was anxious to see if the hotel that I was staying at was haunted too.
Alright, so we're gonna do a little bit of exploring now. I'm not sure what there is in this hotel to see, but we're gonna see. So the city itself here does kind of give off like that haunted vibe that I've talked about in some of my videos. So we're gonna do some tests tonight. We're gonna see some different places, and we're just gonna see for ourselves whether this place really is haunted. Alright guys, I'm just kind of exploring around the hotel now, like on the outside of it. It's dark, I'm alone, and I'm scared. Okay, so we got a little pool area here, which is closed. Yeah, I should mention that it's like 50 degrees here. So the history of Franklin is undeniable, the amount of bloodshed and death and war and fighting. So the question isn't whether it's haunted or not, it's how could it not be? Is this not a regular room? I don't know. It's really quiet in the stairwell. Did you hear that? Let's check it out.
So in this scene, I heard what sounded to me like footsteps coming behind me. And along with that, I also felt like someone or something was following me. And that wouldn't be the last time that I felt this way in this hotel. So after the AC unit makes that noise, there's another noise that can be heard directly after that kind of sounds like maybe a word or even breathing. Listen again and let me know what you think.
This is haunting. Nope. So this is actually a really new hotel. Like they just built this a couple months ago. But I still have a feeling that this place is actually haunted. And I say that because of the ground that this place was built on. So with all the fighting and all the bloodshed that was happening around this hotel, it would make sense that it would be haunted, right?
In this stairwell, I kept hearing what I believed to be a door opening and closing, which just added to the paranoia that I was already feeling. Along with that, you can also hear unexplained breathing in the background of this video.
I'm looking for some good spooks out here, but I'm not finding anything. I think so far the creepiest part has been the stairwell, so I'm gonna go back into that and then focus in on the room.
So honestly, at this point, I really thought someone was like actually following me and just messing with me. You can hear the door behind me slam shut, and then somebody also opened the door while I'm walking back up the stairs.
The creepiest vibe in this place is coming from here. The creepiest vibe in this place is coming from here. The creepiest vibe in this place is coming from here.
I'm fairly certain that I'm being followed by something, someone, I'm not even sure. Doors are opening behind me. I hear other footsteps that clearly aren't mine. And then on top of that, you hear this noise in the background. And I guess it can only be described as some type of screeching.
Hello?
Hi. So I'm back in the room, and the first thing that I want to do is run an EVP session. Alright guys, I'm going to start with just some basic questions here. Are there any spirits in this hotel room?
Before I can even finish asking my question, you can clearly hear movement in the background.
Are there any spirits in this hotel room? Are there any spirits in this hotel room? Are there any spirits here that want to communicate? Is there anyone else in this room with me? That definitely sounded like movement. What is your name? How long have you been here? Did you just move something? What the hell was that? Okay, that was creepy. I have no idea what the heck that was. Not sure what's going on out there. There is one other thing that I want to try while I'm here. And you know what, per usual, it's a questionable decision. So we're gonna play a little bit of a game here, and a game that we all know and love called Bloody Mary. Alright, here we go. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Nothing to report here. Alright guys, so that's it for today. I'm gonna go to sleep, and then tomorrow morning I'll let you guys know if anything creepy happened over the night. I remember waking up in the middle of the night like 5 different times, and it kept sounding like someone was calling my name. And so I would wake up a little bit and be like, what? And I would look over and my mom would be fast asleep. Now you might say, oh, maybe she was saying my name in her sleep. She was snoring very loudly, so I don't even think that's possible. It felt really dark in here last night, like just really creepy, you know? So after all this, I'm thinking maybe this hotel really is haunted.
With all those noises that I heard throughout the hotel and that feeling of being followed, it seemed clear to me that I was not alone. I think it's worth noting that I filmed this over the course of about 2 hours through this hotel, and not once did I run into any other person. That makes a lot of these noises harder to dismiss because there was no one around to make them, and something was following me. Now, whether that be something paranormal or an actual person is still up in the air. But at this point, I'm not sure which one.
Legal action for her poor decision. But just as the officers began conversing with the intoxicated woman, their attention would soon be called elsewhere, as an urgent call was made to their radio, alerting them that a pedestrian had been wandering by foot on that very highway just a few miles ahead. Unaware at this point that Gianna was in fact inebriated, and assuming that the pedestrian was a far more pressing concern, the officers sprang into action and sped away into the night, allowing Gianna to leave freely and breathe the ultimate sigh of relief. Clearly she had dodged a bullet, but rather than being thankful that she had avoided certain and serious legal ramifications, the incident instead seemed to inflate her ego, as she immediately took to Twitter, still parked on the side of the road, writing in a braggadocious manner, "Why the cop pull me and he say I'm doing 110 and a 50? As strange of a response as this may have been, to narrowly avoiding a life-changing arrest, this was surprisingly on brand for Gianna, as between incessant posting about how much she loves to drink, she would also tweet, "If you ask me, I'm the best drunk driver ever." This was clearly a pattern for Gianna, a normalized action, as she believed that she was fully capable of driving drunk, and also that she was actually good at it, which is not only incredibly frightening, but also far from the truth. Immediately after tweeting this message out, Gianna would again speed off into the night, having gotten away with her drunk driving once more. Though ironically, just minutes later, she would again approach those very same officers that had just pulled her over, as well as that very pedestrian they were trying to help. Only this time, there was a problem. She was going far too fast, and was impaired to the point that her reaction time was severely delayed. She quickly began to swerve out of control, and by that point, there was no stopping. And in an instant, Gianna would careen her vehicle directly into Officers Martin Mack and Brandon Siska, as well as that same pedestrian they were attempting to save, striking all three at unimaginable speeds. As the car finally came to a stop, all three of the men lay motionless on the pavement. None of them were alive, with the only survivor of the incident being Gianna, the best drunk driver ever.
If you don't stop your friend from drinking and driving, you're as good as dead.
March 30th, 2017. A disturbing video begins circulating across Twitter, showing a woman hanging out of a window, clinging on for dear life with one hand. Below her was 7 stories of nothing, leading to concrete ground and metal. Certain death for anyone unfortunate enough to fall from that height. Understandably, the woman is crying and begging to be saved, yelling over and over again to "Hold me, hold me." But what makes this story especially disturbing is the commentary in the background heard in response to these pleas. As the woman desperately clings to the window, another woman stands inches away, holding her phone and recording the ordeal, as she calmly responds to the cries for help by saying, "Oh crazy, come back." It's a chilling line, knowing that one woman was clearly powerless and in dire need of help, while the other woman just stands behind the camera, seeming completely unfazed by the gravity of the situation, waiting for tragedy to strike. And that's exactly what would happen, as the lady soon loses her grip, causing her to plummet to the ground below. Moments later, the camera shows the woman as she lays there deathly still, 7 stories below. It was an extremely shocking video, and one that immediately raised questions as to what exactly had led to this scenario, with millions viewing the video and sharing it across Twitter in a desperate search for answers, as the clip offered nothing else in the way of context. Initially, it was believed and even reported that the woman had done this as a way of taking her own life, and the woman behind the camera seemingly didn't believe that she would go through with it. Perhaps just not understanding that by that point, there was literally nothing the hanging woman could have done to pull herself back up. And due to this being the most prominent initial theory, many would walk away from this video believing that it was sadly yet another tragic suicide. However, there was something that still didn't sit right about this clip, as the cold, callous way that the woman off screen had spoken to this struggling woman just comes across as so off-putting, leading some to believe that there had to be more to this story, a notion that would turn out to be correct. Upon the release of a series of local articles from Kuwait, it would be revealed that this hanging woman's name was actually Adish Sadiq, and what we are witnessing in this video actually isn't an attempted suicide, but rather an attempted murder. At the time, Adish had moved from her home in Ethiopia to quote-unquote work as a maid in Kuwait, and I say this because it would later be revealed that Adish had essentially been a slave to her employer. She had only been working for this particular boss for 3 days, but during this time she had been held captive and was forbidden from leaving the building, making Adish essentially a prisoner or a slave, which sadly is all too common of an occurrence in the area due to something called the kafala system, which is way too complicated to fully dive into here, but on this particular day, Adish finally had enough, and she approached her boss telling her that she was quitting while demanding to be released. Though it wasn't quite that simple, and her boss did not take kindly to this request. In response, Adish would be grabbed and thrown inside of the bathroom of what appears to be some sort of apartment complex, with the room being located near the very top of the building. Once inside, her boss, a woman who to my knowledge has not been publicly named, would lock the door and begin shouting at Adish and proclaiming that she was going to kill her and that no one would ever find out or even care for that matter, which was most certainly true given the unbalanced power dynamic in the area between employers and foreign workers. And knowing that the woman was in fact serious with her threats, and that if she were killed in that bathroom, no one would have known, Adish made the split-second decision to try and escape out the window, despite knowing that she would most likely not survive the fall. But at least this way, as slim as it may seem, she had a chance. Going out that window was purely an act of desperation, but to Adish it was the only way, and so she clambered out the window and prepared to plummet to the ground below. But not before her boss pulled out her cell phone to record the woman's final moments, while openly mocking her as she fell to the ground below. This explains the lack of assistance that the camera woman offered, and why she seemed to have such a smug attitude towards the helpless woman, because she didn't care if Adish died. Her life was meaningless to her if she wasn't her slave. And to make this employer's behavior even more jarring, she would immediately upload the video to her very own Snapchat, where it would then be re-recorded and shared across the web. And when questioned about what exactly had happened inside that bathroom, it was this employer that began the lie that Adish was merely trying to take her own life. She had formulated this entire rumor to essentially absolve herself from any responsibility, and it's almost certain that she would have gotten away with this too, had it not been for the fact that Adish survived. Upon falling to the ground below, Adish's fall would be broken by a metal awning, which more than likely saved her life, as miraculously she was able to physically walk away from the scene with merely a broken arm and a few other non-life-threatening injuries. She'd even go on to give an interview inside the hospital just a few days later, where she would reveal the truth behind this shocking video, with this testimony leading to the arrest of her employer, who would ultimately receive just a few months of jail time. But still, it's crazy to me just how differently this story could have ended, and probably should have ended, as imagine if this video had never been recorded, and imagine if Adish hadn't survived that fall. I mean, the truth would have literally never been known, which is such a scary and utterly depressing thought. Though thankfully, the story did have a happy ending, a phenomenon that is sadly all too rare when exploring the dark corners of the internet. If you've seen my videos before, then you know that the internet is a dark and dangerous place, and in our day and age where everything revolves around it, cybersecurity should be of the utmost importance, which is why I highly recommend today's sponsor, NordVPN. Nord is an easy-to-use VPN that begins immediately protecting your devices with just a single click, or you can even enable Auto Connect, which immediately powers on every time you use the internet, to ensure that you're always browsing safely. Along with this, Nord allows for up to 6 of your devices to be connected at a time, regardless of their brand, while also being the fastest VPN out there. On top of the general safety that NordVPN provides, they are also featuring a new threat protection upgrade, which blocks intrusive ads and web trackers, while also automatically scanning URLs and detecting for malware. So if this sounds like something you might be interested in, you can try it now risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee by going to nordvpn.com/Crowley, where you'll also receive a huge discount on a 2-year plan along with 4 months completely free. That's nordvpn.com/Crowley.
If we miss a step in the rigging process, things could go seriously wrong. The first step to preventing accidents is preparation. Let's begin by taking a close look at...
In recent years, the popularity of live streaming has seemingly reached an all-time high, as it allows the audience to interact with their favorite creators in a uniquely intimate way. But with any content like this, there always lies a dark side, as unpredictable events can interrupt the live stream at any moment. Unsurprisingly, this has led to countless compilations and clips throughout the web, documenting the many disturbing moments that have happened when creators go live. And of these endless examples, a few have always stood out to me. In the year 2021, a 23-year-old named Chao Quimi had been building a following on the social media site Douyin, the Chinese version of what many of us know today as TikTok, which will actually be featured in the remainder of today's cases. She would post numerous videos and live streams, helping build her follower count to over 100,000 people. It was a more than respectable number, and though she wasn't the most famous person on the platform by any means, many believed that she was well on her way to internet stardom. But before she could get there, she knew that she had to keep a stable job and establish some sort of income, as she was already in the process of building her family, being the mother of 2 young children. And so she would spend her days working as a crane operator, assisting in numerous construction projects and earning herself a decent wage, as it wasn't a job that most would sign up for. The cranes that Chao was often tasked with operating often stood hundreds and even thousands of feet in the air. It certainly wasn't a job for the faint of heart, but Chao seemingly embraced the challenge, and in many ways used her unique skill set to her advantage, as she would often document her life as a crane operator on Douyin, with these videos, along with her dancing content, being responsible for the majority of her viewership. And by the summer of 2021, Chao would begin not only making videos while at work, but she would also begin live streaming right from her job. And on July 20th, 2021, when her workday began to wind down, she would once again fire up her stream. The full version of this stream doesn't appear to be available anywhere online today, and rather, we only have a roughly 2-minute clip from that day, with the video starting in silence, as Chao had been singing along to copyrighted music, while inside the small cab of her massive crane, sitting 160 feet in the air. She would then set her phone down with the camera still rolling, as the viewers began flocking to the stream, loving every second of it. Or at least they were, until the footage cut to this. Though the exact moment has been cut from this video, likely out of respect for Chow, as she was streaming 16 stories in the sky, Chow finishes dancing and begins to walk down the steps of the crane until she slips, causing her to free fall all the way to the ground with her phone supposedly still in hand. On her way down, she seems to strike metal bar after metal bar from the crane until she finally hit the ground below, killing her instantly with her phone still recording. I just can't even imagine being one of the viewers in that live stream and watching that very moment that she begins to fall. And ultimately, I think it's a good thing that the actual footage of her slipping has essentially been wiped from the internet, as even with the missing frames, this is truly one of the most disturbing live stream accidents that I have ever seen. An accident that showcased the brutal end of a rising star taken too soon. And throughout the history of the Douyin platform, she's far from the only one.
See? It's not so hard after all. Once you get the hang of it, it can be easy to rig a load safely.
Raid hunts bugs down like radar, attacks roaches and ants as they crawl, and kills them dead.
Lu Chao Maozi was also a young creator on the Douyin site, focusing most of her content on the latest fashion trends, with her videos helping her to amass a following of over 600,000 people, making her a full-on celebrity on the platform. It's a type of virality that so many people in our world desire. But this also comes with a downside. With so many eyes on you, the criticism and hatred lobbied your way on a daily basis is often overwhelming, and for many it can be too much to bear. And for Lu, this fame ultimately came at the cost of her own mental sanity. Even before her rise to prominence, Lu had long since struggled with severe depression, and now, given the rise of what her family described as constant online harassment, this depression would only worsen by the day. By August of 2021, things had gotten so bad for Lu that her family began to fear that she may try and harm herself, and decided to place her in a psychiatric hospital with the hopes that there, she would be safe and hopefully overcome her personal demons. And for a while, that's exactly what she would do, as she supposedly began making serious strides in her mental health. Though once released, her progress would again diminish, as she would fall back into creating content, with the online harassment only growing worse and worse the more her account grew, which leads us to October 14th, 2021. On top of dealing with the stress associated with online fame, Lu would also have to deal with a breakup between her and her longtime boyfriend, something that would cause her already collapsing mental health to completely plummet. And so that day, she would take to Douyin and post a cryptic video stating that this may be the last time she ever interacts with her audience, with the clip being titled, "This is probably the last video, thank you for following along."
大家好，我是小猫，那也许可能是我最后一条给大家发视频了。想知道原因的话，那就来小号看我直播吧。谢谢你能陪我这么久，谢谢。
It is an incredibly worrisome video, as given her complex history with depression, viewers grew worried that she was alluding to taking her own life, with some questioning what she had in store for this supposed livestream, or if it would even happen at all. But sure enough, as promised, that same night Lu would go live and reveal her plan. As the stream starts, Lu is sitting in front of a camera, echoing the sentiment of her previous video, and expressing how truly sad she was, before she shifted the conversation to ending her life. As viewers began clicking on her stream, Lu explains how she had purchased liquid pesticide from the store, which was said to be highly toxic, as a single sip was capable of causing death.
And kills them dead.
And not only did she buy this, but she also explained how she planned to drink it right there on stream, before asking her viewers what they thought. By this point, her stream had already amassed over 1,200 viewers, many of whom being supposed fans of the young woman, who clearly was in desperate need of help. But rather than helping talk her out of this, the live chat instead began to turn on her. Looking at still images pulled from the stream, the majority of her comments read things like, "Drink, drink, drink," or "Drink if you want to."
And even more nefariously, other users would write, "Drink up, fatty," and "Prove that you have depression in front of this many people. Drink the pesticide." It's unclear what Lu's true intentions were when starting this stream, but many believe that this was simply done as a call for help, with one of her own friends even stating that this was only done as a way of attracting her ex-boyfriend's attention, and that she never actually intended on taking her own life. But seeing the way that her chat had turned on her, and hearing the demands that she drink the pesticide, only fueled her spiraling mental health. And so, in an instant, Lu grabbed the bottle and began to chug. Following this, Lu puts the jug down and makes a remark stating, "That was hard to drink," before the poison seemingly begins to take effect. The stream then ends as Lu clutches her throat and stops the video. With the livestream over, Lu immediately began to regret her decision, as she would quickly grab her phone and call an ambulance. However, it was much too late, and sadly, she would lose her life, thanks in large part to the encouragement from her very own audience. It's a horrible story, but somehow it actually gets darker from here, as it actually has one of the most shocking twists that I have personally ever seen in a case before. Following her passing, Lu's body would be quickly cremated with a funeral planned shortly after, so her loved ones could pay their respects, though something strange happened before the ceremony could commence, as the ashes of Lu would disappear. Apparently, the crematorium had refused to turn over Lu's ashes to her family, claiming that somehow they had gotten lost, though in actuality, an investigation would reveal that these remains had actually been stolen, and stolen by none other than the employees responsible for her cremation. According to reports, numerous members of the staff had taken the remains of Lu with the intention of selling them on the black market, as once news broke of her passing, the agency was contacted by an individual expressing interest in purchasing her cremated remains. And what did this man have planned once in possession of these ashes? Well, he wanted to marry them. In certain areas of China, there exists a practice called ghost marriages, where people are allowed to marry after death. This is done due to the fact that unmarried girls are seen as undesirable in their society and can even be shameful for the parents, so some will choose to marry the deceased individuals as a way of supposedly saving their souls and their families from this shame. It's a bizarre tradition that typically happens between people who at the very least knew each other, but it's especially twisted when it's done without any form of consent from the victim or her family, as this man was a complete stranger to the girl. Though thankfully, this plan would eventually fall through when the buyer supposedly backed out, and the operation would eventually be busted, leading to Lu's remains being found and safely returned to her family. And it's this family that I truly feel sorry for the most in this situation, as not only did they have to deal with the highly publicized passing of their daughter in such a horrific way, but also the theft and almost the marriage of her remains.
Let's turn now to China, where the Winter Olympics are underway in Beijing. China's human rights abuses are getting as much attention as the athletes.
Our final case once again takes us back to the Douyin app and a small impoverished village within Suzhou, China. There, a man named Dong Mumin had been living with his family of 8 children, 7 boys and 1 girl, a dynamic that was extremely unusual to say the least, as China had only just recently gotten rid of its one-child policy, yet somehow Dong had found a workaround and managed to grow this family all of his own. Even more surprising was the fact that Dong actually lived in destitute poverty, hardly earning enough to take care of himself, let alone this big family. Yet somehow he found a way for himself and his children to survive, and not just survive, but seemingly thrive, as Dong always seemed to have a smile on his face, and his family remained positive and full of joy despite their circumstances. To the locals, his story was incredibly touching, and soon enough, this story would begin to spread to the rest of the world, as Dong began to document his life on Douyin, where he ran the aptly named Father of 8 page, which most would view as extremely inspirational given his positive outlook and the love he had for his family.
Soon enough, his videos began being viewed by thousands of people, growing his account to 600,000 followers in the span of just a few uploads. And before long, Dong had become a full-on small-town celebrity, with other influencers traveling to the region to interview him, as well as to help him set up ways for his audience to donate to his family. This exposure and outside help led to a brand new stream of income, as well as a seemingly endless supply of donations for his children, who would receive such a staggering amount of gifted clothes that it quite literally filled up an entire section of his already small home. The whole ordeal was undeniably touching, and among the many influencers to help make these donations happen was an account called Shujo Brother Yiksu, a man who had visited Dong and his family on multiple occasions, and on one particular day in late January of 2021, he would once again show up unannounced to the home of Dong for another routine visit. And it was on this visit that everything changed. Upon being let into Dong's home, the man behind the Shujo Brother Yiksu account, who I'll now be referring to simply as Shujo, as I was unable to find his actual name, would begin interviewing one of Dong's many sons, who mentioned something unusual. Holding what appeared to be food in his hand, the child mentions how he and his brothers were often tasked with feeding their mother, who lived out back. This was a bizarre statement from the child, as after all of Shujo's visits, he had never once seen a mother figure, and up until this point, most had just assumed that she was out of the picture, and so confused, Shujo asked the boy to take them to their mother, to which he was promptly led to a small hut behind the house, with his camera drawn.
想不想你妈妈？你妈妈就是你妈妈，你没事，你是大可男子汉了，你就是家庭的男子汉。你好，冷吗？不冷，我给你拿个衣服穿上吧。我给你拿个衣服穿上吧。我给你拿个衣服去，好不好？我给你拿件衣服，我看你咱有爱心是专属衣服，我给你拿一件。
Inside the dilapidated hut, Shujo would find a disheveled woman with a chain around her neck, attached to the wall and sealed by a padlock. The woman herself looked scared, frail, and was noticeably freezing, as that winter day when the video was filmed had been particularly cold. The woman was not only without a jacket, but without shoes, barefoot and shivering in the corner of the room. The majority of her words were barely discernible, as she seemed completely disconnected from the world around her, with the only understandable statement she could manage to make being how she was kept there like a prostitute.
喝点水吧，我给你弄点倒点水。
阿哥，我就记一下陈年，记一了，我刚记一呀，我哥。我吃吧。
In all the videos posted by and about Dong, this was the first time his wife and the mother of his children was shown on camera. Immediately, the clip would spread across China, prompting concern for the chained woman, as given the optics alone, many feared that she may be a victim of human trafficking, and that Dong, this supposedly wholesome figure on the Douyin app, may have actually been using her for the sole purpose of bearing children. In response to the allegations, Dong came forward and admitted that the woman, whose surname was Yang, was in fact his wife, but that she suffered from debilitating mental health issues, and due to this he claimed that Yang would often lose control and attempt to hurt those around her, including her children, and so for their safety, she was kept chained up in a hut outside of the house. And this was a sentiment echoed by officials in the area, as a statement would quickly be made by law enforcement stating, "Her family has been given further assistance to ensure they have a warm Lunar New Year." Despite this quick response, however, the public largely doubted the story that Dong and the authorities had been telling, as regardless of its validity, the way this woman was being kept is clearly just inhumane, and things would only get more suspicious from here as people attempted to dig deeper. For starters, many would visit the region to try and assist Yang and hopefully save her from this neglect, only to discover that Chinese authorities had actually closed off the entire town in which Dong's family had lived, making access to them impossible. Along with this, journalists who had written about the incident were also supposedly arrested, along with the actual owner of the Shujo Brother Iksu account, and 2 other influencers who had attempted to help Yang. It seemed clear that China was attempting to fully censor this whole ordeal, and for good reason too, as this video was released just days before the start of the already controversial Winter Olympic Games, which just so happened to be taking place in China. But as hard as they tried to suppress this, the story of the chained woman had already spread far across the world, even on one day being mentioned across social media more so than the actual Olympics themselves. And in the face of intense international scrutiny, the truth would finally be revealed. In actuality, this lady's name isn't even Yang, and instead it was Chao Humami, and sadly, she had in fact been the victim of human trafficking. In 1996, when Chao was just 20 years old, she was taken to a mental health clinic where somehow she would end up being sold into a trafficking ring. From there, she was bought and sold on 3 separate occasions, with one of her buyers being Dong's father. Once purchased, Dong would marry the woman and essentially use her as a means of birthing children. It was within that backyard hut that Dong would often leave this starved and freezing woman, chained up like an animal, with no chance to leave, and only using her when it would come time to have another child. And as for her violent outbursts, well, that too was a fabrication by Dong, as it would later be revealed that she was actually suffering from a seizure disorder, and each time she would have one, Dong would punish her by chaining her up, not because she was dangerous or anything like that, but because she was an inconvenience. The whole situation is unbelievably horrible, and truthfully, I can't even imagine the horrors that this poor woman has endured. And without this massive public pressure, it's likely she would have lived the rest of her life as a captive woman. Though thankfully, this doesn't appear to be the case, as it's believed that she has now finally been rescued and is being given the proper care that she deserved all along, while Dong and multiple others involved in her trafficking have since been arrested, leading to an extremely shocking and heinous end to a man once considered one of Douyin's most wholesome creators. Though there's one last element to this story, an element that totally takes away from this somewhat positive ending, with that being that Chao wasn't the only captive woman in that village. Earlier I had mentioned that the Shujo Brother Yiksu account had been banned with its owner having been arrested, and though this was primarily due to the expose on Dong, he would also release another video directly before his ban that showed that Chao wasn't alone. In that very same small village, just a few houses down, Shujo would discover this. Unlike the chained woman's story, this video would garner just a fraction of the attention, but is equally as alarming, as this woman, whose surname is Zong, had too been purchased many years ago by her now husband, and it seems that she is somehow treated even worse than Chao, as she had supposedly been beaten consistently throughout the early years of their relationship, leaving her too with severe mental issues, potentially caused by head trauma. And to make things even worse, she has lived like this on the floor of that hut on her knees, unable to walk or stand, for 20 years, just left there to essentially waste away, unable to even move enough to make it to the bed that sits so tantalizingly close. There's just something so incredibly disturbing about this video in particular, and unfortunately I couldn't find any more information on it, with the only real detail being that the case was quote-unquote under investigation, but sadly I have no idea what ended up happening to Zong since then. But I do hope that they are giving her the proper care and putting measures in place to protect any others like her and Chao, as given that these two cases happened so close to each other in one small village, I have a bad feeling that they aren't the only ones. I want to give a huge shout out to my God tier patron members: Alexander Duran, America's Grumpy Uncle, Bazoo42, Biznacker, Bray, Karen S., Charles Roble, Daniel Binge, Donna, before the due date, when all of a sudden her belly started to shrink. and it turns out the baby was never born. This was actually one of the first known cases of what's called phantom pregnancy, but I'm not going to get into that. And after this, she even tried again, and she got pregnant again, and the same thing ended up happening. So in the end, she ended up dying without ever having a child, which was her one and only dream in life. It's pretty heavy stuff, honestly. And because of this, people often play the game by not just saying Bloody Mary, but saying, "I killed your baby, Mary," which is totally fucked up and just, wow, I would never do that. So the term Bloody Mary is actually apparently kind of an insult towards her, and this Mary is who appears in the mirror, and she's obviously, understandably, a little pissed off. So there are many variations to this game, but what appears to be the most classic goes as follows. Step 1, find a mirror. Step 2, light a candle. Step 3, turn all the lights off. Step 4, run water. I'm not really sure why, but that's kind of like a... Not everyone does that apparently, but that's just something I heard. Step 5, spin around 3 times. Step 6, stare into the mirror. Step 7, call Bloody Mary 3 times. And the final step is wait for her to appear. Now it said that if she does appear, what you should do is not run, because if you run, apparently she can escape the mirror, and I don't think you want that for obvious reasons. But apparently what you're supposed to do is blow out the candle, turn the lights on, and you should be safe. So this legend and this game are definitely a little creepy when I'm saying it and when I'm hearing about it. But does it actually work? Well, according to one story on the internet, it worked all too well. So a young couple had plans to hang out one night, and unfortunately in their situation, the boyfriend was moving away just the next day. Now they were very young at the time, so they wanted to have their final night together to be special. And they were very young, so not what you're thinking. They decided to play Bloody Mary. And the joke was going to be that the next day she would go in and tell their classmates that Bloody Mary took him away. Just a prank, bro, you know what I mean? So they followed the instructions of the game, and they stood in front of the mirror with all the lights off. And after spinning around, they stared, and he began to chant, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. They waited, and they waited, and nothing happened. So the two were obviously a little relieved, but still a little bit on edge, understandably. So as a joke, she decided to jump out at him and yell, boo. When she yelled boo, he ended up slipping and crashing out the window. Now she obviously freaked out and she thought, oh my gosh, she's gonna have a broken leg, a broken back, I don't know, a concussion, something. So she ran down the stairs and she ran to see if he was okay. And when she got down there, she saw what had happened. His head had gotten impaled by a stake of what used to be a fence, and he was dead. As she stood there staring at his body, she knew that Mary had gotten them in the end. Okay, so that story is creepy as hell, obviously. And it kind of makes me never want to play this game ever, but you know what? I feel a little bit deprived, because as a child, I never got to play this game, and I never thought I ever would. And so I really don't know, like, is it real or is it not? Like, I have to form my own opinion on it. And in order to form that opinion, well, I think you guys know where this is going. Okay, so I am in the bathroom where this is all about to go down. I'm getting a little bit nervous, but other than that, I have everything ready. But there's just one problem. I don't have any candles. So in place, I'm going to use this. We win some, we lose some. Okay, I'm going to turn the lights off. No. Okay. This is actually terrifying, guys. I'm starting to get freaked out. You know what? We're just going to do it, okay? So first I'm going to spin around 3 times. 2. 3. Here we go. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary.
Okay, so as you saw, nothing really happened, nothing spooky happened, but that being said, I am 19 years old and that still completely freaked me out. Maybe it's because I've never done it before and I've always heard terrifying things about that. It's still nonetheless a fun game to play every once in a while if you're looking for a good spooking. But is it real? I'm gonna say no. I think this is just an urban legend. I think it's just a game. The story that I told you guys before that I'd read online, I'm pretty sure it's fake. But that being said, I'm not gonna advise anyone to do this. If you do it, be careful, follow the rules exactly, and I don't know, guys. If you guys want to see me do more creepy games like this, I'm
never meant to be seen by the public eye, with a rabbit hole even more bizarre than anything we've covered on this channel before. And today, we're diving down to its very depths.
With your anchor person, Doris Marmee, and welcome to the Daily Tapper. Happy hunting.
Before we dive into this incredibly dark topic, I chose not to do a sponsor on this one as it just didn't really feel right, but if you want to support the channel, I do have a Patreon page that offers some exclusive benefits. For example, less censored versions of videos like the one you're watching right now. Or you can just go over and check out the new ghost hunting channel that myself and Nexpo started called Nick and Ryan. We've got a brand new video dropping at the end of this month and then a ton more already filmed and ready to go after that. So there will be lots of content coming very soon. Links to both of these will be in the description, and with that, let's get back to the video. The story begins in the early days of the internet, a time when, due to the general public's lack of understanding of this new online world, moderation was at its most primitive and nefarious activity ran rampant, with many of the worst examples coming from the dawn of live streaming. Back then, streams and their associated chats were almost entirely unregulated, leading to them becoming a cesspool of all sorts of degeneracy, and it's within one of these very sites where Amanda's torment would begin. It happened on a website called Blog TV, where Amanda had logged in one evening at the age of 13 to the tune of 200 viewers, and it was here that she would be pressured to eventually flash the camera with the whole chat cheering her on, a decision that she would regret not only in the moment, but for the remainder of her life. Lurking in the chat room was a man under the alias of Tyler Boo, who had been waiting for that very opportunity to grab a screenshot and recording of this young girl in her most vulnerable moment, before immediately turning around and using that image as blackmail in an attempt to leverage it for more private performances. It was a demand that Amanda refused, though truthfully it wouldn't have mattered anyway, as Tyler would turn her world into a living hell of online harassment, with a photo and video being sent to all of her friends, acquaintances, and family members. It got so bad that on multiple occasions her entire family would be forced to move, though this was of no use, as Tyler's evil crusade persisted. Every new school, every person she interacted with, would eventually be met with the content from that fateful stream. Amanda could never outrun him, and with nowhere left to turn, she would take up drinking and drug use just to cope, until eventually on October 10th, 2012, she just couldn't take it anymore. The story of Amanda Todd is a complex, tragic tale, with many factors ultimately playing a role in her untimely passing, with none being more prominent than her harasser. And with her video gaining immense virality following her passing, all eyes were on Amanda's case, with the big question being, who is Tyler Boo? A question that leads us to a particularly disturbing discovery and today's main topic. As to unmask this abuser, we have to first recognize that he wasn't alone, but rather was part of one of the most bizarre and deranged communities ever uncovered on the internet. With Amanda's story making headlines, Canadian authorities quickly began work on their investigation, dedicating a team of detectives to unmask the man behind the Tyler Boo alias. And there, it's likely that they discovered that the crimes Tyler had committed were far more common than you would imagine. Back then, Tyler was what is known as a capper, someone who prowls live streams of young women and men across the internet, egging them on into performing some type of lewd act. And upon convincing them to perform said act, these cappers would then take screenshots or recordings, also known as caps, immortalizing the moment in an image or short video. For some cappers, this is where their involvement ends, but for many others, it goes much deeper. Once in possession of the caps, they will then use this as blackmail against the victim in order to further extort them, which is exactly what Tyler Boo had done to Amanda. And she wasn't alone. Back then, this kind of stuff happened on a freakishly regular basis, with hundreds, even thousands of cappers operating on a given night, with their list of victims being essentially immeasurable. Victims who had their lives completely and utterly destroyed by these malevolent outside forces that forbade them from ever speaking out. And these forces rarely operated alone. In reality, many of these cappers were closely intertwined within a community of individuals sharing this common practice, many of whom shared techniques, caps, and genuine online connections with each other. And as dark as this all may seem, their actual doings are somehow even worse than you could fathom. A fact that would only be fully understood and laid out on a silver platter upon the discovery of an internet-based program known as the Daily Capper.
Happy Father's Day, cappers and camera folks. Welcome to the weekend review of the Daily Capper.
The short-form program began its run here on YouTube back on June 20th, 2010, and continued airing weekly for over a year, with each episode having a runtime of roughly 5 minutes, primarily featuring this uncanny host and her robotic voice. And if she looks vaguely familiar, you might recognize her or even the layout in general as having come from the old HBO series Crashbox, an educational program made for children, which features an eerily similar segment called Distraction News.
Distraction News with your anchor person, Dora Smarmy.
Good evening, I'm Doris Marmee and welcome to Distraction News, where we give you the news and then ask you 5 questions about what we've just reported.
But the Daily Capper was a much different show, as its creators stole the imagery from Crashbox and dubbed over it with this off-putting text-to-speech in order to tell the top weekly stories from the world of capping, with the channel's description reading, "The capping world is a world that is unknown and mysterious to some, but really there's nothing mysterious about it. The Daily Capper is here to report week by week what goes on in the capping world." The page is almost like a time capsule, preserving the wrongdoings of this otherwise obscure community, and putting it all out in the open. And because of this, investigators were understandably immediately drawn to the program, as it quite literally documented all of the highlights in the capping community, even discussing some of the group's major players and victims at the time that Tyler Boo had been harassing Amanda. And thus began their deep dive, and ours as well, into the Daily Capper. And what better place to start than at the very beginning?
We are halfway through the year, and what better way to spend 365 days than on your computer screen looking for camera clips? Despite what others think, summer is not the time to go outdoors swimming, being with friends. Rather, it is a time for girls and boys to turn their computers on and get dirty.
The show opens on a jarring note, with its creator being so crass that some might mistake this as a work of satire, though sadly this is far from the case, which becomes evident after only a few minutes when the tone is set for just how disturbing the Daily Capper was going to be.
These are some highlights from this past week. Nicole, 34, went to Tiny Chat and exposed her 15-year-old. She was later heroed and blackmailed by Doc Holliday.
Throughout the episode, multiple stories are told about what the capping community had been up to, with the host referring to the acquisition of these caps as epic wins, a common phrase throughout the capping community, a true indicator of the time period in which the show had aired. But what makes this all the more chilling was that each of the girls that had been featured on the show were minors, with the creator making sure to mention their ages, like a 15-year-old, and even a group of 13-year-olds.
Let's start with this past Thursday. Epic Win was delivered in the form of 4 13-year-old girls from Blog TV Jr. and all for a room of 300. A hero went on cam and streamed their video for them. These girls remain the most talked about girls in the capping world,
with these children bearing the brunt of the community's blackmail that week. It was all laid out in black and white. Not only did this one episode alone prove the existence of the capping community, but it also showed us a glimpse into how they operate, who they truly are, and just how remorseless they can be. It's truly unlike anything I've ever seen on the internet. A group so clearly committing wrongdoings, yet so shamelessly airing it out. And I truly believe that whoever was behind the Daily Capper never meant for this show to leave their little bubble. With the very first episode alone including callbacks and past references to the capping community, with no added context being given.
From Blog TV, Jr. went to Tiny Chat once again. If you remember, she has been to Tiny Chat before. One thing that has not changed, every post Coke makes gets deleted or banned.
Showing us that A, the community had been around long before the Daily Capper, and B, that the viewers were expected to have prior knowledge of events from within the community, making it apparent that the program was made solely for involved cappers, which is likely why it comes off as so unapologetic, especially as the episodes go on, as things only devolve further from here.
Welcome cappers and campers to this special July 4th edition of the Daily Capper, and what a week it has been.
Just 2 weeks later, the Daily Capper would feature a story about a 12-year-old who had fallen victim to a capper, with said capper turning around and using the cap as blackmail to force the girl into
himself along with Razor and this guy. Blackmailed the girl to drink her own on this site.
A move that was celebrated by the host, as the Daily Capper didn't just highlight the best caps of the week, but also the best instances of blackmail, with the host making it very clear throughout the program just how much he appreciated the art of blackmail. It's a whole different level of disturbing, yet somehow the show manages to one-up itself with ease every single week, as the ages of their victims dipped lower and lower, to the point where the host was highlighting a cap.
This past Friday, Minnie pressured a 12-year-old black girl with her 8-year-old sister to seriously an 8-year-old
taken from an 8-year-old child. Which brings up a glaring note about this community. All the victims I've mentioned so far have been drastically underaged, and that's no coincidence, as virtually all the caps highlighted are mentioned to have come from minors, while those obtaining the caps were generally far older, meaning that a key pillar of this community wasn't just exploitation and blackmail, but pedophilia as well. And to truly hammer this point home, the host even refers to cam girls above the age of 18 as retired.
This is also the only place you can see Charmander, dogs, and panther moose. So I guess it's also a camp retirement home.
It's impossibly grim, and though I feel the examples given prior go a long way in explaining what the Daily Capper was all about, I think the host manages to encapsulate just how vile their own show was in this one little segment.
Now a lot of people wonder exactly what capping is really like. While it's hard to explain every aspect in such a short period of time, some people have gone as far as to describe it as an underground version of Girls Gone Wild. Of course, there are a lot of differences between capping and Girls Gone Wild. For one, there are no blackmailers on Girls Gone Wild. But then again, those girls know they're going to have their videos shared all over the world. While girls on the internet will cry when they get recorded, that is a huge difference between capping and Girls Gone Wild. Plus they have to ask for permission before they use videos. And they have to be 18 or over. Complete opposite to what goes on here.
By this point, it's clear that both the community and the host of the Daily Capper are completely irredeemable, and despite some attempts by the creator to project a more neutral stance by making disparaging comments towards the community and thankfully not actually showing, this was in reality just an attempt to slide by what little regulation existed on the site back then, and a feeble one at that, as in one case the host even guides his community on how to obtain.
They got banned on Ustream and soon were blackmailed by Perso Pete to deleting their account. If you want to know where you can get the video, just message the person who blackmailed them, Love Ya Shotty, on YouTube.
And on top of that, all throughout the show, the host celebrates the depravity within their community, and not just in a figurative way, but in a literal one as well. starting from before their first program would even air, the Daily Capper hosted the Capper Awards, an Oscar-like program made to celebrate the community's accomplishments throughout the year, with awards being given for such categories as Campsite of the Year, Cam Horror of the Year, Hero of the Year, and most chillingly, Blackmailer of the Year. This annual show first premiered on a separate YouTube channel back in 2009 and encapsulated everything wrong with this community, the arrogance, the deranged beliefs, the sense of pride. As just when you think this show can't get any worse, it goes ahead and does something like this. With the sheer size of this community being put on full display, as it was mentioned that over 4,000 votes were cast for just one category alone, at a time before the Daily Capper had even begun. And this wasn't a one-time affair either, as in 2010 the show would return, this time being made into a full program in the styling that we're now used to.
Welcome cappers and campers to the official 2010 Capper Awards voting video. Here we will go over the awards and the nominees. Blackmailer of the Year. This one is for the purpose of the internet.
Again, many of the same disturbed categories remained, with the most prominent being Blackmailer of the Year, which following community voting would be awarded to a user named Cody1206, who gained notoriety following his harassment of a young girl named Peyton.
Currently on Blog TV Jr., the girl named Peyton is being blackmailed every day by her mom Cody1206. So as usual with every blackmail, Peyton will give in to every request until Cody gets tired of her months from now and releases all her videos.
The situation sounds all too familiar to Amanda's, and not only did the capping community know the full extent of her torment, they celebrated it at an award show. And if this all wasn't bad enough, especially considering how Amanda's story would turn out, the host had this to say in a prior episode in regards to a young girl who suddenly disappeared after being harassed by this very community.
According to her Twitter, she ran away. Other sources have said she committed. Wherever she is now, we won't remember next week.
The parallels to the way this community operates and the story of Amanda Todd are extremely noteworthy, and it's not hard to see why investigators gravitated towards the Daily Capper being somehow involved in her death. After all, most of these cappers seem to be in a tight-knit group. However, there was one major reason for investigators to train their attention onto the Daily Capper, and it's a particularly devastating one.
Merry Christmas cappers and campers to the December 19th edition of the Daily Capper. Meanwhile, another girl from Blog has been talked about a lot this week. Denouncing Amanda.
On December 19th, 2010, the Daily Capper would air a segment mentioning an up-and-coming target for their community, with that child being 13-year-old Amanda Todd. In the show, the host states that she was extremely active on campsites and that she was being talked about quite a bit in the capping community. The ties to Amanda weren't just conjecture, it was proven right there in the footage.
She said she has been IP banned from Blog TV and ended up moving to Wicked Camp Chat to sing like she usually does.
As coincidentally, the show just so happened to coincide with the exact time frame that Amanda's harassment had begun. She had been trapped by this community, grasped firmly in their clutches, and with the Daily Capper being so intertwined in this world of capping, it seemed all but certain that one of its members had been the culprit behind her torment. But who? Who was Tyler Boo? Well, despite investigators likely believing that they were close to their big break, while sifting through this disturbed online world, they actually wouldn't be the ones to break the news of this man's identity, and instead, answers came out of nowhere, in a twist that somehow makes this story even more bizarre.
Dear citizens of our nation, we have brought this announcement forward solely for the purpose of releasing Amanda Todd's Punisher's identity. You will find a URL to the man's docs in there. You will see various information about said person.
Before the police could even finish their investigation, Anonymous, the world-renowned hacking organization, would take it upon themselves to uncover Tyler Boo's identity, with their results finding him to be a major player in the capping community, a user by the name of Cody1206, aka 2010's Blackmailer of the Year. In the program crowning Cody1206, it mentioned how he abused a young girl named Peyton, a previously discussed victim who suffered similar harassment to Amanda, and with this notion, Anonymous dug deeper into the man, until they were able to prove that this same account was in constant contact with Amanda, and had supposedly been streaming her cap on this account for the whole world to see. And to add even more to Cody's rap sheet, he was supposedly already in the process of being charged with sexual assault on a minor. Anonymous had found their guy, and upon confirming this among themselves, they would publish this video including his full docs, with all of his private information being leaked to the whole world, with his real name turning out to actually be Cody. And just like that, the internet's #1 villain was unmasked. But there was just one issue. Anonymous actually got it wrong. And when I say wrong, I mean they were completely off. As it turns out, the phone numbers and addresses belonged to entirely different people, and the birthday they provided for Cody was off by over a decade. And to somehow make it even worse, it would later be confirmed that Cody wasn't even Tyler Boo. And upon the conclusion of the official police investigation, it would be revealed that Amanda's harasser was actually a 44-year-old Dutchman by the name of Aiden Coben, a notorious online predator known to have almost 100 different Facebook accounts in which he used for capping, with the man racking up an extremely long list of victims throughout the years, including Amanda, who he had tormented constantly for 3 long years leading to her passing. And though Cody did get caught in the crossfire here, I still have no sympathy for him, as he was undoubtedly a known capper in the community, and one of their most celebrated as well. And to make it even worse, it's believed that Cody and Amanda were actually friends, or at least Cody was pretending to be her friend, while at the same time, he was actually showing and sharing her caps regularly, meaning that he too was guilty for the harassment that Amanda was receiving. But despite this story being all over the place at this point, when it was all said and done, the case was finally solved, and some justice was served for Amanda, with Aiden going on to receive a prison sentence of 13 years. But that doesn't mean our story is totally finished, as whatever happened to the Daily Capper? Strangely, in early 2011, a full year before Amanda's passing, the show would come to an unceremonious end with no real rhyme or reason being given. Shortly before this, it's known that the creator was dealing with issues on YouTube, likely due to improving moderation, causing the show to be kicked from the site and moved to other various websites like Dailymotion, where it can still be found to this very day. However, following the Capper Awards for 2010, it seems like everything just kind of stopped. And it wasn't just the channel that went silent either. Alongside the show itself was an associated website called thedailycapper.com, which featured recaps and updates from the weekly episodes, and even including what seems to be a monthly downloadable magazine of sorts, which included God knows what. With this website and its services also ceasing around this very same time. And on top of this, there was even a separate YouTube channel run by the owner of the Daily Capper called The Capper Cartoons, which included animated stories about well-known cappers. And strangely, this page also came to a halt without any given reason. One day it all just kind of ended, and we have no idea why. Perhaps something had scared the creator off, or maybe they just moved to a more secretive location. But either way, the accounts had been dead for well over a year leading to Amanda's death, marking the end of the Daily Capper for good. Or so we thought.
Welcome to another edition of the Daily Capper. We just wanted to help provide a few more details to the recent Amanda Todd tragedy.
Out of nowhere, during Amanda's investigation, when the national spotlight was flashed on the long-defunct show, the Daily Capper would return for just a single episode to try and push the blame on Cody for the harassment of Amanda, as the show had aired right after Anonymous had dropped their video. But what makes this episode in particular so disturbing is the fact that it shows proof that not only had the Daily Capper interacted with Amanda, but also that Amanda had interacted with them.
As most of you know, we did a report on Amanda Todd during the time this tragic series of events began occurring. We are able to confirm the timeline in which this all began, as well as a background and information on those involved. There is one thing we can confirm about Amanda. On January 4, 2011, she commented on our video report, in which she was featured, detailing how she was being blackmailed. She states that she did in fact contact the police about her situation. Obviously, they were of no real assistance.
In a bizarre attempt to clear their name, the Daily Capper aired a comment that Amanda had left under their video, where they had initially mentioned her as being a new up-and-coming target. And it was there she wrote, "It's Amanda here. I'm getting blackmailed and the cops are out looking for the guy that posted the video of me flashing to all my family members and friends because I didn't do stuff with him on cams. Put that in your news. People are also getting charged, but the site is shut down." The host would try to spin this in a way that blamed the police for failing to stop Amanda's harassment, while posing as the good guys in this situation. Though overtly, this only proved that the Daily Capper did in fact know about Amanda's torment, and did nothing until she was already gone. This would be the final episode ever aired of the Daily Capper. And with that, the creator and all his friends fell back into their dark corners, like snakes retreating into their holes, leaving the capping community, which was once so public and prominent, to essentially dissipate. But what I find so frustrating is that even with the national attention this program received, its creator has still never been identified, despite them, in my opinion, having a clear hand in Amanda's death, by platforming and celebrating this community for all the horrible things they were doing. A community in which Aiden was most certainly intertwined with, as by the Daily Capper's own words,
"You'd think anyone could be her blackmailer, right? Well, at this time, there was not a single blackmailer that the capping community was not aware of."
Many factors played a role in Amanda's death, and the Daily Capper was certainly one of them. And though I know this rabbit hole goes much, much deeper and would eventually lead to the identity of this criminal, it's nearly impossible to explore anything past this without running the risk of encountering, which means that this is where my investigation ends. And though I'm confident that at some point the creator of this show will be unmasked, this is something that, for the time being, will have to remain one of the many mysteries of the internet.
All going on for her. She was a nursing student at the University of Massachusetts, and it was there that she was on the track team, the cross-country team, and she even made the dean's list. Who can relate? Also, she had a long-term boyfriend with whom she planned to marry. Couple all this with the fact that she was surrounded by a solid group of friends and a family that clearly loved her. Her life appeared to be one that a lot of people would love to have. Good grades, good relationship, good friends, and a good family. She seemed to have it all going for her. But as is always the case, there's more to a person than what meets the eye. And in Maura's case, this was especially true. Now, I hate to bring up old dirt on her. It feels inappropriate because I don't want to paint her out to be the villain in this scenario, because she obviously wasn't. But all this information you're about to hear is relevant to figuring out what actually happened to Maura, so for that case, I had to include it. Before Maura's enrollment at UMass, she was actually a student at West Point, a prominent military school. And it was there that she actually met her boyfriend. And it was also there that she was expelled. Maura had gotten caught stealing $5 worth of makeup. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but that was enough to get her kicked out of that school. But this situation exposed a side of her that seemingly no one knew about and no one understood. A side of her that neglected laws and would eventually wind up getting her in a lot more trouble. Maura's next run-in with the law came when she was busted for credit card fraud. She was caught using a stolen credit card. But throughout this all, it was strange because Maura's family and Maura's friends never really saw this dark side of her. They all seemed to view her as perfect, which is going to come into play later. Now, this credit card fraud was not her last run-in with the law. Her last run-in with the law actually took place 2 days before her disappearance. On the 7th of February of 2004, Maura drove her car off the road and smashed it into a guardrail. And there are 2 key takeaways from this situation. The first of which being, the car actually belonged to her father. And it was said that this accident reportedly cost him between $8,000 and $10,000, which is a ton of money. And the second thing is that though she wasn't arrested, the officer allegedly believed that she had been under the influence. And when later asked about it, the officer apparently said that he could have and should have arrested her, but for whatever reason, he didn't. Which kind of makes no sense, but yeah, I have no idea. And it was this accident where things really started to take a turn for the worst for Maura. The day after the accident, Maura emailed all her teachers and told them that she would not be attending school for the week, with her reason being that there was a death in the family. Then she cleaned out her entire dorm room, packed her stuff in the car, and drove off into the night, without telling anyone where she was going. Now, it was later revealed, thanks to her search history, that Maura was actually headed for New Hampshire, and more specifically the White Mountain National Forest. Now, the fact that she had inexplicably taken off and headed towards the mountains may sound very sketchy, and in a lot of ways it is, but the truth is that Maura was someone who really enjoyed hiking. So maybe she just wanted to get away for a little bit, go hiking in the wilderness, and be alone. But what makes it sketchy is that there hadn't actually been a death in her family. So she had lied about that. And also, if she was really going for a hike, why would she take her entire amount of belongings with her? I mean, it just makes no sense. Now, the situation only got stranger when Maura was caught on a security camera depositing basically all the money she had from an ATM. From there, she had apparently gone into a liquor store and purchased $40 worth of alcohol. And it was just hours after that purchase that Maura again crashed her car, but this time into a snowbank. Now, supposedly, the crash had happened at about 7:25 p.m. And just minutes later, a neighbor who had witnessed the crash called it into the police. Now, a second call was made to the police as well, but this one being at 7:43 p.m. And the call was placed by a bus driver who had actually pulled up alongside Maura's vehicle, got out, and asked her if she needed any help. But instead of asking for help, Maura asked for the exact opposite. She begged the man not to call the police and begged the man to just leave her alone. However, the man ended up ignoring her plea and called the police as soon as he got home. And police arrived on the scene just 3 minutes after he placed this phone call. But when they got up to the car, they realized that no one was in there. Maura was gone. Now, despite countless searches of the woods nearby and hundreds of volunteers searching for Maura, she was never found. It seemed like Maura had disappeared off the face of the earth. And to this day, we have no explanation as to what happened. And because of this lack of explanation, there has been endless speculation, which has led to a countless number of theories. And most of them are really dark. Now, I want to add a disclaimer here that we are about to be talking about suicide, and it's going to be a talking point for basically the rest of the video, but I would recommend clicking off if that's something that makes you uncomfortable. Now, our first theory is that Maura Murray had committed suicide. Now, I want you all to think about this. This girl is in an extremely difficult nursing program. She's juggling 2 jobs and a long-distance relationship. She had been expelled from military school and she had had multiple run-ins with the law, and at this point she was still in legal hot water. Also, she had just crashed her dad's car and cost him 10 grand, and now she had just crashed her own car. I mean, that is some serious stress. That type of stress is unimaginable. I mean, she clearly wasn't a perfect person, but her parents seemed to think that she was, and her parents seemed to expect perfection out of her, which just adds more stress onto her. I mean, maybe she snapped. Maybe she decided that she's leaving school and she's going off into the woods to commit suicide. Or maybe she was just going off into the woods to get away from everything, and then once she crashed her car again, she decided to commit suicide. It was also reported that Maura's sleeping pills were missing from her car when police searched it. And you know what else was missing? Some of the alcohol she had bought. I mean, that combination could potentially be deadly and could be certainly used as a way of suicide. Now, also, while we're on the topic of alcohol, it was said that there were multiple stains in the car that could have been wine stains, which could point to the fact that perhaps Maura was intoxicated at the time of the crash, something that she allegedly had a history of. And this could explain why she didn't want the police involved, and this could have led her to run out of her car, run into the woods, and commit suicide. There are so many things that could have just made her snap that day, which is why I personally like this theory. I hope it's not true, but it just seems so believable. And because of this, it's certainly become one of the most popular theories involving this case. But it does have its issues. For starters, police had arrived just minutes after Maura had been seen in her car. So how could she have disappeared into the woods so quickly without leaving a single trace? And when police went looking for her, how could she have avoided them And also, if she had committed suicide, how could they have never found her body? I mean, that area was probably searched so heavily that there's no way they would have missed a body. So because of that, yes, this theory is still possible, and there's clearly a motive for it, but at the same time, where could her body have gone? I mean, because they had never found a body, I can't get on board fully with this theory. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, Maura seemed to be in a very happy and healthy relationship. Well, even though it may have seemed that way, it turns out it may not have been so healthy after all. So apparently her relationship was a lot rockier than a lot of people thought. And this was a belief that was confirmed by a draft in her emails that she was supposedly going to send to her boyfriend, which detailed some of the problems they were having in their relationship. Also, there were rumors out there that people believed Maura's boyfriend was abusive and controlling. And not only this, but a man attending UMass actually claimed that he was in a relationship with Maura as well. So apparently she was in 2 different relationships. And this man also claimed that she was quite the flirt on the track team and that she had actually slept with a number of different people whilst in this relationship. So I understand that a lot of this is probably speculative, and hopefully this wasn't really the case, but if it was, how could it have related to her disappearance? Well, think about this. Assuming all these claims are true, then what would happen if she would have gotten pregnant? What if her secret boyfriend had gotten her pregnant? I mean, that would be a bad look for her, and then she would have to tell her boyfriend, who would obviously know that it wasn't his kid because it was a long-distance relationship. I mean, geez, that would be a horrible thing to have to explain to him. And as mentioned before, there were claims that this long-distance boyfriend was actually abusive and controlling, so who knows what he would have done to her after he found this out. And not only this, but what if one of the random guys she supposedly slept with, what if they had gotten her pregnant? Then she had to explain to both her boyfriends that she had gotten pregnant from another man. I mean, what a terrible and stressful situation. And no matter who would have gotten her pregnant in this story, the baby would be brought up in a horrible situation. And there's probably going to be all sorts of custody issues, because her father is either her secret boyfriend, her abusive boyfriend, or some random guy. So if you're Maura in this situation, what would be the best thing you could do? Well, maybe it could be to disappear. Now, I saw this theory online, and at first I loved it. I mean, what a powerful motive for her to disappear and start a new life. The motive to protect her child and to keep that child safe no matter what. I mean, obviously a mother will go to the ends of the earth to protect her child, but then this theory came crashing down. And that's because of one simple fact. A fact that had totally slipped my mind up until now. The alcohol. If she had really disappeared to start a new life for her unborn child, then the last thing she would be doing is buying alcohol and drinking alcohol. I mean, everybody knows you're not supposed to drink when you're pregnant, so because of this, I have to say this theory doesn't make sense. But the pregnancy still is a possibility, and maybe the stress of this pregnancy could have caused her to commit suicide, but the theory that she had disappeared to protect her child is no longer one that I can even consider. So before we get into our last theory, I want to make this claim right here, right now. I want to talk about what I personally think happened and what I'm still unsure of. To me, I believe that once Maura had crashed her car, she ran off into the woods. She was stressed and she was in a horrible situation, so I really believe that she just snapped and she got out of the car and she ran off. I mean, if even half the stuff we've talked about today was true, then I would have done the same. I mean, her life was seemingly closing in on her. But it's after she leaves that car, which is where I really have no idea what happened. Could it have been suicide? Could she have started a new life? Or could it be our next theory? Our third theory is that Maura was abducted and most likely murdered. I mean, it would explain why she was never found and how she had disappeared from the area seemingly right after someone had just seen her. And maybe some helpful driver had pulled up alongside her right after the bus driver and offered to help her out and comforted her and lured her into their car and then did God knows what to her. I mean, no matter what she told the bus driver, she was in need of help. And also, if she had gotten out of her car and started running away, this theory would still make sense. I mean, she still could have been stopped by a car or by a hiker or by somebody who offered her some help, but in turn ended up kidnapping her. I mean, there are so many different scenarios where this could have happened. But if this really was the case, then where are all the suspects? Well, admittedly at first there weren't many, but after 8 years, the internet became convinced that they had found her killer. And that was thanks to this video. Okay, so what does this creepy video have to do with her disappearance? Well, first let's take a look at the name of this account, which by the way, this account has long since been deleted, but here was the initial name of this account. 112 Dirtbag. Now, Maura had disappeared off of Route 112, and Maura's father had gone on record and called whoever had abducted her or whoever had killed her a dirtbag. So that alone is pretty weird, but there's much more. So the video ends with the title screen, Happy Anniversary. And interestingly enough, this video was posted on February 9th, 2012, exactly 8 years after Maura's disappearance, or in other words, the 8th year anniversary of her disappearance. So couple this with the fact that he is laughing at the camera and winking at the camera, it seemed clear what this video could be. I mean, it seemed like it was Maura's killer kind of mocking everyone and laughing at everyone because he had gotten away with this crime. I mean, the username and the happy anniversary thing, I mean, that is just way too convenient, and that was 100% a reference to this case, clearly. Now, the identity of this person in this video was actually later discovered, and his real name is Alden Olson, and he lives in Massachusetts, where Maura had attended college. So case closed, right? Well, all these years later, and he still hasn't been arrested. And as of now, he's not even considered to be a suspect. And to make things even crazier, this was all later shockingly disproved, and it was revealed that Olson really had nothing to do with it. And weirdly enough, this guy actually has a blog, and he kind of talks about the case, and it seems like he's actually trying to solve the case at the same time. So I guess Olson's motive for posting this video was to push this case back into the public eye, which I guess is a good motive. I mean, you couldn't have found a better way to do it. So with Olson out as a suspect, there was one other suspect who hasn't been named as far as I know, but despite the lack of a name, there are a lot of people out there who believe this person actually did commit this crime, and that's because a random man had come forward and said that he was suspicious that his brother might have something to do with Maura's disappearance. And this mysterious man even turned over a knife that he believed Maura was murdered with. Now, this information was given to Maura's father, who then sent the knife off to the police, explained to them the situation, and wanted to get the knife tested. However, the knife was never seen again, which is very weird. Now, Maura's father did not give up on this lead despite this knife miraculously disappearing. So he actually hired a team of private investigators to search this person's house, which had recently become vacant. And apparently inside this house, a cadaver dog had sensed that there was at one point a body in the closet. And these cadaver dogs are typically very accurate. Now, small traces of blood were also found inside of this closet, but they were unable to confirm if it was even human blood. So though this mysterious suspect seemed like a promising lead, without a body and without a confession or more information coming forward, it kind of seems like a dead end. Now, there was one more recent development on where Maura's body could have ended up. Just off of Route 112 was a house that Maura's father was initially suspicious of, and that was because it was in such close proximity to where she disappeared. However, the homeowner never even answered the door for police when they went to go investigate. And because they had no evidence linking this house to the disappearance, police really couldn't do anything. That was until that house also became vacant some years later. Now, just recently, this house took on a new owner, and this new owner actually allowed police to go search the house. Now, more cadaver dogs were brought in, and 2 different cadaver dogs actually sensed that there was a body that had been buried in the basement. And they both alerted on the same exact spot. So investigators used some sonar technology and discovered that some of the ground below there was actually disturbed in years prior. And Maura's father was convinced that this was their big break. I mean, the man was confident that if it wasn't his daughter, then it was somebody else who was buried down in that location.
To dig up, but whoever is there, there's a human body, a dead person there. The odds are, I think that it's my daughter, but it's somebody's.
And for months, people thought this until finally they were able to excavate the area. And here's what they found.
David, now at 5, a new search for a missing college student turns up no evidence. The disappearance of Maura Murray remains a mystery.
Now, this is just such a devastating blow to this case. I can't even begin to explain it. Once again, lured by the hope of closure, Maura's family was let down once more. But if there's one thing that I am sure of, it's that people don't just disappear. And as long as this case stays in the
footage then comes to an abrupt end. only to start again seconds later. But this entire time, no one answers that door. The wait was just too unbearable for the child as she then took off. Yelling incoherently in the street before running out of view of the camera. Frustratingly, this footage was only viewed by the homeowner well after the fact, and reports seemed to indicate that this was a property that they rented out rather than lived in, with it being unoccupied on that night. But after seeing the video, the homeowner immediately contacted law enforcement and shared the video online in the hopes that more information would come forward, as it seems that neither they nor the police had any idea who this child was or why she needed help. But since these clips were first shared, these questions have still yet to be answered, at least publicly, as there have been no updates from law enforcement. Along with this, there have been no accounts from neighbors about the incident or any footage from other homes in the neighborhood, perhaps implying that this was her one and only stop of the night. It's like after this footage, this girl dropped off the face of the earth, with this entire situation being a mystery to this day, leaving us with only theories. The first and most popular theory is that this girl was an escaped victim of kidnapping, or perhaps an abusive household, and had run to the closest home to ask for help. We've seen situations like this many times before, with the most popular example at the moment being the case of Ruby Frankie, whose son escaped their house and ran to their neighbor for help.
Wondering if you could do 2 favors, taking me to the nearest police station. Well, actually, just one's fine.
This certainly falls in line with this girl's behavior, as she was clearly scared about someone or something following her, hence why she kept looking back. And given that there have been no updates to this case, and that seemingly no one else saw her that night, it would indicate that whoever she was running from had recaptured her shortly after. And what makes this theory even more horrifying is that many online users believe that this girl isn't the only person shown in this footage.
Help, please!
As in the background, some can see what appears to be movement behind the bush, and potentially even a figure.
Please help!
And this just so happens to be the direction that this girl is looking in every time she turns back, almost like she knew someone was hiding there. Which brings us to our second theory, that this entire thing was a setup. The belief here is that this girl was coerced into going up to a stranger's home to beg for help, so that when this unsuspecting homeowner would open their door, those people who made the girl do this would then rush into the home and rob the person. This could explain why she was looking at that bush so frequently, as that's where this person or these persons would have been hiding, and she was looking to them for guidance, perhaps unprepared for the homeowner not to open their door. Both of these theories are disturbing in their own right, and both clearly indicate that this girl is in need of help, regardless of what the situation is. But still, there's been no confirmation as to what ever happened to this child, even despite the public interest. One of the biggest talking points online came from some theorizing that this girl might be Serenity Denard, a then 9-year-old girl who had gone missing in February of 2019 from a children's facility in South Dakota, who looked eerily similar to the child shown in this video. But in my research, I was able to find a Facebook post from one of Serenity's mothers, who shared that they were in fact aware of the video, and that they had actually contacted law enforcement about it. And in her post, she claims that investigators told her that the girl had been identified at some point, and that she had lived in that neighborhood, with there being no further elaboration as to why she was asking for help. This is quite literally one of the only updates I was able to find, but unfortunately it was one that I wasn't able to confirm, and it also fails to explain what exactly happened to this girl, leaving this footage and this entire scenario as one of the many mysteries of the internet. Throughout my time here on YouTube, I've stumbled across some of the most frightening things on the internet, but one of the discoveries that scared me the most was my own personal information, just out there in the open on random sites that could be accessed by anyone. This is all because of data brokers who sold my information, making private things like my phone number available for anyone to see. But luckily I was able to combat this with the help of today's sponsor, Aura. They take care of the hard part and automatically remove your information from these sites, along with making sure that it stays off. Aura is all-in-one digital security and includes alerts if your personal info has been leaked on the dark web, real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, a secure VPN, antivirus, a password manager, and 24/7 monitoring to keep your identity secure. It really is the ultimate tool to protect yourself from these predatory and oftentimes unavoidable companies that you find online. Companies that only serve to rip us off, which is honestly so infuriating and was incredibly demoralizing for me, which is exactly what led me to Aura. They take all of that worry and stress away. Try Aura for 14 days at aura.com/NeoCrowley, and in those 2 weeks you'll discover where your data is being exposed and sold. I'm not leaving myself vulnerable, and you shouldn't either. It started with a police chase. An officer parked alongside a highway in North Amsterdam had witnessed a black Mercedes speeding down the road and was now desperately trying to keep up with it. But the effort was to no avail, as the Mercedes would soon disappear from the officer's view. And when it would come back into view minutes later, it wasn't moving. It was instead left abandoned on the side of the road, the driver's side door hanging wide open, and the driver himself being nowhere to be seen, leaving that officer alone with the suspect's car, but no suspect. However, the vehicle hadn't been left entirely empty, as in the driver's rush to flee the scene, he had accidentally left his cell phone behind, and so the contents of this phone would be searched, which quickly led to the discovery of this driver's identity. But for investigators, there was a far more pressing finding on that device. A finding in the form of a minute-long video stored on the man's camera roll that indicated that this driver may have been involved in a crime far worse than just speeding. Alongside another man in the passenger seat, the camera was focused on a car in front of them, with both men seeming intent on catching up with it, as in the moments before this recording started, something had happened between them, which the men inside this car felt they had to get revenge for. They referred to this unseen incident as an act of brutality by a group of men in this other vehicle, and by the looks of it, it's likely that this car had simply cut them off, as there was a freshly closed lane in the stretch of road at the time, which created an unexpected merge. And this is most likely what this group inside this separate car thought too, as they were showing no signs of road rage, and were instead just casually driving with the flow of traffic. However, it's clear that the men behind the camera felt differently, as in their minds, what this other driver had done to them was so awful that it was worthy of only one punishment: death. Pointed it directly at the driver of this vehicle. The footage from here is incredibly shaky, and the window had been rolled down, causing the audio to peak and become distorted and indecipherable. Erupt with laughter and begin celebrating, before the recording stops. Based on the footage, it's unclear what happened to the driver of this vehicle or the other occupants, and finding this information became priority 1 for law enforcement. In their research, they determined that this video was shot on May 12, 2014, at around 9:40 p.m., 1 full month before they had stumbled upon it, and it had been taken on the A1 highway near entrance 2101. And yet, when they checked their files to match this information with any of their cases, they realized that there was no record of this incident. This crime had never so much as been reported, despite it seeming to depict a shooting in the middle of a busy highway. To make matters more confusing, police were able to track down the men who took this video and carried out the actual attack, and yet neither of them claimed to know what happened to the people that they shot at, and both refused to elaborate any further, leaving investigators in a strange position. Victims. And so they studied the footage even more, which is when they made a disturbing revelation about these victims. Throughout the video, the perpetrators refer to the people within this car as a group of men, and while the footage we have today has the occupants' faces blurred, they were able to conclude that the driver was in fact a man. However, they discovered that the passenger next to him is clearly a woman wearing a headscarf. And most shocking of all, in the back seat was what appeared to be a child, meaning that they had been shooting at what, in all likelihood, was a family. Where they revealed this footage but disguised the voices and faces of the perpetrators for unknown reasons. And in releasing this, they asked the public to come forward with any information that could help identify this family. They asked for witnesses on the scene, car repair shops that may have fixed a car with bullet holes, any hospitals that had shooting victims on or around that day, and most importantly, they asked for the family inside this car to come forward, as without their testimony, convicting these men was nearly impossible, as it wasn't fully clear what crime they'd even committed. That was 11 years ago, and to this day, no one has come forward, leaving us with only theories.
The first theory is that the people shot at in this footage may have been undocumented immigrants, or perhaps one of them had a warrant out for their arrest, meaning that if they were to report this crime, or if they were to have gone to the hospital with a bullet wound, then police would have certainly got involved, and in turn they would have gotten in trouble as well, essentially forcing them to stay quiet as saying anything would put their freedom in jeopardy. Another theory is that the shots may have simply missed the vehicle, and the driver decided not to report it, with some believing that this whole situation was no big deal. But to me, this doesn't seem like something that would be so easily brushed off, especially because a child is involved, though it is possible that perhaps this family was afraid to report the crime, as they clearly knew how dangerous these men were, and feared that reporting this crime would only further put a target on their backs. And finally, there's the theory that this weapon never fired at all. This is where the audio peaking becomes a major factor, as it's extremely difficult to make out the sound of gunshots, as the gun was literally outside of the vehicle when it was seemingly being fired. But it is worth noting that investigators working the case seemed confident that the weapon fired at least once, and I also personally hear a distinct popping sound at the end. For sure. And it also is possible that this group was using blanks, with this all being an attempt to trick the other driver into thinking that he was in danger. But even with these theories, we still have no idea the fate that befell this family, and it's clear that they have no desire to come forward, for reasons we just don't know. Which leaves the Amsterdam shooting video, an internet mystery that may never be solved. Urgent, I need help, please. We are from BSAS West Zone, Castelar, San Juan neighborhood. Her name is Emma Rosario Culk, who's been missing since Friday, June 12th. If you saw her, please call. Any information will be appreciated. This post was made to the subreddit r/Argentina on June 16th, 2020 by a user named u/Naram, who asked for the public's help in finding a missing woman named Emma Culk, and in the comments he would offer more context, saying, "She went out to buy something and never came back. She was last seen here in the neighborhood. Sanchez and Pavan is the area where she went to buy something. She was dressed in the clothes that she's seen in the photo. She was carrying her wallet with her ID and a cell phone." Quickly, the post was inundated with concerned citizens wanting to help in the matter, with the gravity of the situation being made even greater, as earlier that day, Naram had made a similar post, which revealed that Emma Culk was actually his mother. This revelation only made the post more important, as people left comments offering support and encouragement, with many even providing advice on how he could potentially track her down, to which Naram seemed genuinely grateful. Across the entire internet, this seems to be the first post ever made on Emma's disappearance, but it would be far from the last, as people spread this information far and wide almost immediately after Naram's post, which was also followed by several local news reports, which proved that Emma was in fact a real person and was in fact missing, with these articles mentioning something that her son had not, that she was feared to have been taken. The only thing we know for sure is that she went into her house, left her bike, and for some reason went out but did not come back in. Apparently, she did not leave on purpose, and that is what worries us the most. Things were clearly very concerning, and the tension of the situation only increased as a day passed, and then too, with Naram vowing to keep everyone updated on the status of the search. And sure enough, right after this update, Naram's missing mother would finally be found. The worst news: Emma Rosario Culk was murdered. She had been missing since June 12th. Her son killed her with stab wounds and then buried her in the backyard of his house. He was arrested. Rest in peace, Emma. Emma Culk had been found dead, murdered and buried in her own backyard, with the perpetrator allegedly being her own son, Daniel Culk, who had confessed to stabbing her once in the chest and then twice in the head before burying her body in the backyard, with a motive never being given. The ending to Emma's search was disturbing, but perhaps the most shocking part was the revelation that she was killed by her own son, 20-year-old Daniel Culk, which immediately called into question Naram's Reddit post, as he had claimed to be Emma's son, leading many to wonder, was Naram the killer? And so, desperate for clarification, someone commented, "By any chance, are you 20 years old?" To which Naram actually responded, writing simply, 25, before eventually leaving the following explanation. "Apparently it was my brother. That's what the police said when they declared the crime." This would mean that when Naram had been making these pleas to find his mother, in reality not only was she already dead, but she had been killed by his own brother, and buried in their backyard.
It's one of the most chilling things I've ever come across on Reddit, but the intrigue of this case doesn't exactly end here, as there was something about Naram's story that wasn't quite adding up. Just days before the disappearance of his mother, he had left a comment on an unrelated post saying, "When I was 8 years old, I wanted to ride a bicycle without hands, according to me because it was easy. I was on the street, dirt, and I let go of the handlebars, and here I am at 19 years old, with the handlebars marked on my abdomen." In his own words, Naram wasn't 25, but instead 19 years old, and potentially 20 years old by the time his mother was found, which put him at the exact age range as Daniel Kolk. This prompted a wave of speculation and confusion and spawned the enduring mystery: who exactly is Naram? While making things even stranger, digging deeper into his posting history, you can find another comment where he claims to have been working the same job for 6 years, which seemed to contradict the idea of him being 20, thus prompting even more confusion, which eventually caught Naram's attention, who responded by stating, "I didn't write that. It must have been my brother. I don't use this social network. I only used it twice, for a work issue, and now because my mother disappeared. This account is not mine." This recounting of events made Naram's initial story even more twisted, as if this was true, then not only was it his own brother that killed the mother he was looking for, but he was literally using that same brother's account. And again, this gets stranger. Around the same time, Naram would thank the internet for its help on the case, and then proceed to swiftly disappear, leaving the account untouched for over 2 years. But this silence would be broken in 2022 when they suddenly returned, with their posts being slightly unhinged, gloating about their internet status and bizarrely lashing out at random users who questioned him on his past and present motives. And in these ramblings, he would drop the bombshell that he wasn't actually Emma's son. He now claimed to be Daniel's best friend, writing that he allowed Daniel to make the post on his account to spread the news about his mother's disappearance, which he was completely unaware that Daniel himself had caused. This was the last real update in this case, and it only threw more fuel on the fire of this mystery, with people wondering what version of events, if any, were true. When I hear about this case today, many seem to believe that the entire time Naram was actually Daniel Kolk, and he had made this post to make it seem like he was searching for his mother, and perhaps to even use any given advice to help conceal what he did. As remember, many were offering suggestions on how to find her, which Daniel in turn could have used to essentially do the exact opposite, to help make sure that she was never found. This is tricky because the account posted briefly after Daniel was supposedly arrested. However, the status of this case is entirely unknown to this day, as there have been no updates as to whether or not Daniel was actually charged, with some choosing to believe that this was him the entire time, and perhaps he was even held in prison for a few years before being released, thus explaining his 2-year absence. Another theory is that Naram was initially telling the truth, and that he was Daniel's brother, and that he was simply using the account to spread word of his mother's disappearance, before eventually abandoning it. And perhaps the most recent posting on this account was because it may have been hacked, which would explain the massive tone shift. Or maybe it's the most recent version of events that's the right one, and that this is actually Daniel's best friend. But why initially lie? And how do you explain the apparent inconsistencies in his age that are found throughout his posts? This entire internet mystery is one of the messiest I've ever come across, and nothing seems to make any sense, with the most inexplicable part being the very real murder at its core. A mother who was killed by her own son for no apparent reason, and given the lack of updates, it's hard to know if justice was ever served. It took several months for Angeline Pete's family to report her as missing. She had a long history of leaving home for extended periods of time, running off to join the circus and hitchhiking rides all across the Vancouver area, before eventually returning home to her normal life. But this time it felt different. None of her friends or family had heard from her since May of 2011, and it was now nearing the end of summer. This was especially odd considering that Angeline was known to be constantly texting, as well as updating her Facebook profile, with that profile now sitting completely dormant. But within that page filled with your typical selfies and normal life updates, there was one post that stood out, the final post she ever made. This photo was posted without context on May 20th, 2011, a day that just so happened to be the very last time that the vast majority of Angeline's friends and family members had heard from her. And when looking into the context of this image, her disappearance only becomes more concerning. That night, Angeline had been drinking with her fiancé Robert Calden in downtown Vancouver, and while the two were waiting to catch a ferry back home, something had sparked an argument, which eventually led to a full-on physical altercation. This fight caused such a stir that eventually police would arrive on the scene, where they noted that Angeline's lip had been busted, leading to them placing Robert under arrest. Though in the end, no charges would ever be filed, as Angeline refused to give officers a statement and instead insisted on just going home, which led to the whole thing seemingly being dropped. It was directly after this that Angeline would post this photo to her Facebook account without any sort of context, before proceeding to disappear into thin air. Her motivation for doing this isn't 100% known, but one could assume that she was trying to make a record of this attack, perhaps in case something were to happen to her. The timing of this is more than a little suspicious and paints a horrifying picture of the potential fate of Angeline. That she had been murdered by Robert Calden as a result of their fight on the 20th of May. It's a case that seems as straightforward as it is disturbing, but that's only on the surface, as there was another factor at play here, as when the police stopped this couple from fighting on that fateful night, Robert wasn't the only one facing jail time. Angeline was no stranger to abuse. She had a long history of it herself, with her ex-boyfriend claiming to have suffered dozens of black eyes throughout their relationship, which had ended years prior. This violent behavior often stemmed from her trouble with alcohol, and Robert was clearly one and the same, with the two forming an extremely toxic relationship that often ended in one or both of them getting hurt. It was all too normalized for the pair, which was highlighted by one of Angeline's final texts, where she wrote, "Gee, my lip hurts. I hate him so much that I love him." Now, I do want to make it clear that this is in no way meant to come across as victim blaming, but this is vital information for this case, as Angeline's history with violence had landed her in prison numerous times, most recently in 2009 when she was arrested for getting into a massive bar fight. This arrest in particular is noteworthy, as it carried with it multiple conditions. One of which was that Angeline was given a 9 p.m. curfew, and the other was that she was not allowed to drink, with both of these conditions being broken on the night of May 20th, when police intervened in her and Robert's fight. This meant that Angeline was now likely going to be reincarcerated, and sure enough, that same night, officers arrived at her home to question her on the matter, but she failed to answer the door, which led to a warrant being made for her arrest 5 days later on May 25th. That day, a squad car pulled up to Angeline's apartment to bring her into custody, but when police entered the home, they would only find Robert, who just so happened to be on the phone with her. And officers claimed to have spoken with Angeline during that phone call, where they advised her to turn herself in, though she claimed that she was no longer in the area, and eventually hung up the phone. This would be the last time that officers would speak to Angeline Pete, and seemingly according to Robert, she returned home and left the very next day on the 26th, and never came back. This whole revelation muddies the water in this case, and provides us with our second theory, that Angeline Pete had run away to avoid reincarceration. But there's something unusual to me about this phone call with police. Now, there's hardly any information about this case online, but from all the articles that I've read, it seems that no one in Angeline's life had heard from her after this photo was taken, with the exception of Robert. And when police spoke with her, it was only over the phone. They too hadn't laid eyes on her since the night of May 20th, prompting some to wonder if Robert had arranged for some sort of decoy to make this phone call. Though, however it happened, since that phone call, there's been no activity on any of Angeline's online accounts, and she's never deposited or spent a single cent from her bank account. From that point on, she's been essentially invisible. That was 15 years ago, and today we still have no concrete answers as to what happened to Angeline Pete, with some taking this as a sign that something sinister had in fact happened to her, as how can you go that long without leaving a trail, and without at least trying to come back? Especially in Angeline's case, as she was a mother. Angeline had a 7-year-old son who was by far the most important thing in her life. At the time she went missing, this child was staying with her father, Angeline's former partner, but she still played an incredibly active role in his life, and she wanted to be as involved as she possibly could be. And yet, after 15 years, she's made no attempts to try and reach out to him. Again, people have taken this as a sign that Angeline has perhaps been killed, and it isn't just Robert who they think might have done this, as some believe that she may have been killed by someone that neither they nor Angeline even knew. As I mentioned previously, Angeline had a habit of hitchhiking, and she was known to do so in a way that was overtly dangerous. And interestingly, there were some unconfirmed sightings of Angeline after she went missing, with some reportedly seeing her in Port Hardy and Grand Perrier, areas that she would have had to catch a ride to. Now again, these are totally unconfirmed sightings, but what's so chilling about this is that if she had been hitchhiking through those areas, then she likely would have found herself doing so along Highway 16, which is now known as the Highway of Tears. Without getting too deep into this stretch of road is notorious for its disproportionately high number of women who have gone missing on it, and especially Indigenous women, with Aboriginal organizations claiming that as many as 40 Indigenous women have been killed or kidnapped while on this stretch of road. And coincidentally, Angeline was an Indigenous woman herself, who may have found herself hitchhiking on that very road. Angeline's disappearance is one of those cases that you can convince yourself that every theory is right. But as of right now, there's just no way to know what truly happened to her. And while this is an internet mystery for us, for Angeline's family, this couldn't be more real. Many of them are suspicious about Robert and believe that police didn't do a good enough job investigating him, as he was never even considered a suspect. But they also hold on hope that Angeline is still alive and out there somewhere, and they'll often hold events and vigils to keep her name in the spotlight, and to assure she knows that she can always come back home. And it's this hope that has fueled her son since she disappeared, as all throughout his childhood he played hockey as a way of helping to find her, with one family member saying, "That's why he wants to play hockey. So if he gets famous, his mom will find him."
Toni was 36 years old and going through a significant rough patch in her life at the time. She was heavily involved in drugs and worked as a prostitute in order to provide for her children. This lifestyle clearly made her unfit to raise her 9-month-old child, Alicia, and so it was assumed that Dee was the best option to care for her at the time. However, on the 19th of December, Toni went back to find Dee and to take her baby back, only to discover that they both were gone. Dee had vanished, along with her baby. Months of searching for the baby turned into years as the case slowly faded into obscurity. And just some months after her baby had presumably been kidnapped, Toni's body was discovered in an alleyway with clear evidence that she had been murdered. And much like the disappearance of Alicia, Toni's case quickly went cold. And from an outsider's perspective, it seemed highly likely that the murder and the kidnapping were both linked. Perhaps Toni had made enemies with the sketchy life that she was living, and maybe someone had kidnapped her baby as an act of revenge. And then perhaps they took it even further by eventually killing her just months later. And looking at the early reports, I feel like the few that were actually paying attention to the case probably thought that this is exactly what happened. Because after all, living a life that dangerous, enemies can be made very easily. I would know. Just kidding. But despite this seeming to be a solid theory, no new evidence or leads came forward in the case for many years. And it wasn't until 2016 that the case finally began to gain some momentum. In 2014, a lady in the Phoenix area contacted authorities about the freezing cold case. She stated that she was adopted and she didn't know the whereabouts of her original family, yet she had some suspicions that she may in fact be Alicia Stenzel. And in 2018, DNA tests would actually prove her to be correct. Finding Alicia revealed that she wasn't kidnapped and that she had actually been passed around between multiple families and eventually wound up in protective services. So the whole time that authorities were looking for this little girl, she was actually in their care. This revelation also revealed that Alicia's mom, Toni, did not report her missing until March of 1995, a whole 3 months after she disappeared, which may be a testament of just the kind of mother that Toni was. Now, the fact that Alicia had spent so much time in police care without her ever being properly identified is shocking, and it just points to how difficult things were before proper DNA testing became prevalent. Since this case's resolution, Alicia now lives a good life under a different name, and throughout the entire process she managed to keep her identity a secret so that she could fully move on from the past. And even though Toni's murder was never solved, this case still offers some sort of a happy ending for our once missing person. Shocked would be an appropriate word for how the family of Deborah Deans felt when she presumably left her 4 children at the age of 29. On January 19, 2004, Dean was at her sister-in-law's Kimberly Hancock's house when the two began to argue. Getting frustrated with the argument, Deans called a friend who came to the house and picked her up.
and this would be the last time that Deans would ever be seen alive. Many in her family assumed that the stress of her life had caused her to run away. After all, she had 4 kids, and she was only caring for 2 of them at the moment, with the other 2 living with her grandmother. This was mainly because of Dean's financial struggles and the fact that she had just recently been released from prison. Dean's life clearly wasn't easy, and perhaps having kids was just too much of a struggle at the time. A situation like this isn't unheard of, as many people choose to flee their current lives to completely start over. And in Dean's case, this actually appeared to be confirmed shortly after her disappearance. Deborah supposedly called Kimberly Hancock and told her that she could not handle the stress of her current life and that she would not be returning anytime soon. Despite the shock of it all, due to Hancock's statement, many settled on the conclusion that Deans was alive and well and simply living a brand new life. But for authorities, Hancock's story seemed a little too convenient. For starters, Hancock couldn't name any details about the car that had picked Deans up. Also, they had clearly been fighting on the day that she had last been seen, potentially providing a motive for her murder. And the fact that Deans had only called her, and not her mother or anyone else she was closer with, is actually quite suspicious. But suspicion is all that it was, as the case quickly became cold. It wasn't until 2019, when detailed information about the case was posted to a Facebook page, that the case would actually become solved. On December 20th, 2019, an anonymous Facebook user emailed a detailed account of where Dean had gone to the owner of the page, Fighting Crime News, and Who's Wanted. The email stated that Deans had been murdered and that her body was wrapped up and buried behind Hancock's home. After the anonymous tip was sent into the police, her body was found exactly where the sender had said that it was. Further evidence proved that after the argument Deans had had with Hancock, Hancock had killed Deans and buried her in a shallow grave in her backyard. Adding more shock to this crime was the revelation that Hancock had actually murdered her own father many years prior. And even more shockingly, her stepbrother had mysteriously been murdered as well, with the killer never being caught. But now, with Hancock's proven history of murdering her family members, one could assume that she may have had something to do with it. Although the end of Deborah Dean's story is a sad one, her family can take some comfort in at least having closure on the case. And with Hancock behind bars, perhaps they can feel a little safer at night. Okay, so when I was doing research on this, The Independent posted an article about this case, and this is the picture that they used. Bruh. The disrespect of it all. Oh my god. You got enough pixels there. In 2000, a Croatian woman named Jasmija Dominic disappeared from her family's home. At the age of 23, Jasmija had apparently told her family that she was moving to Paris in order to work on a cruise ship and to travel the world. Her family legally had no control over her, so they stood back and let her go, hoping that one day she would return. That day would never come. 5 years after she had first left, the family had not heard a single word from her. No letters, no calls, no appearances. The family offered all sorts of theories on where she could have been, but that just left authorities searching all over for the missing girl. Eventually, this search would become halted, as years would go by with no credible leads on the case. It wouldn't take long for authorities to grow suspicious about Jasmija's family, as they found it strange that they had reported her disappearance so late. Also, their stories of where she could have gone never seemed to completely match up. But after searching the family's home and doing some investigation into them, no evidence was ever found linking any of her family members to the disappearance. With the way that Jasmija had supposedly left, there was really no way they could tell where she was now, and they would just have to wait for her to contact them. And with that, the case went cold for nearly a decade. That was until February of 2019. In the home where Jasmija Dominic had grown up, a big storm had caused all of the power within the home to be shut off. While in the house, outside family members of Jasmija noticed a strange smell coming from the freezer. Assuming that some of the food must have turned bad due to the power outage, a family member opened the door to reveal the body of Jasmija. After a swift investigation, police had concluded that Jasmia's sister, Smihana, had murdered her back in 2000. After a minor dispute, Smihana had hit Jasmine over the head twice with a blunt object and killed Jasmia instantly. Rather than turning herself in or calling the authorities, she promptly told her parents, who helped her cover up the murder. They put her body in the freezer and purposefully misled police into investigating death. So to preface how we know so much about this story, cameras and diaries belonging to the group were actually found at the campsite that show the actions and the thoughts of each of the 10 hikers. And because of the cameras found at the campsite, many of the photographs used within this video are going to be actual shots taken by the Dyatlov group. The story of the Dyatlov Pass incident began at the Ural Polytechnical Institute, where a group of current and former students formed a crew to trek across the Ural Mountains. Now, the ski trip was not what you would expect from a group of college students. Each of the members of the 10-man group were certified Grade 2 hikers, and the completion of the trip would make them Grade 3, which at the time was the most prestigious hiking certificate in the Soviet Union. Because of this, the trip was quite serious, with booze and cigarettes being left behind in order to avoid distraction. The goal was for the hikers to reach the mountain of Gora Orton, and the track that the hikers would be taking was rated at the highest possible difficulty. Still though, the group remained confident that they would be able to complete the journey, as they were properly prepared and properly trained. Their journey started on the 25th of January, as the group began traveling towards the village of Vizhai. Once there, the hikers rested for the night and began their hike on the 27th. But for one of the hikers, bad luck would strike early. Just one day into the hike, the then 21-year-old Yuri Yudin began to suffer from severe joint pain. Yudin had been plagued by many health problems over the course of his life, and the limitations it placed on him were obviously quite frustrating. But in this case, his untimely health problems may have actually saved his life. With the pain in his joints becoming too much to bear, Yudin decided that he would only slow the hikers down if he stayed, so he said goodbye to his team and he headed home, completely unaware of the tragedy that was soon to unfold. The departure of Yudin left the group with 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. The leader of the group, Igor Dyatlov, was said to be extremely knowledgeable and experienced, and by all accounts he was a very well-respected leader. As the group traversed through what has now become the Dyatlov Pass, severe weather had caused them to lose their bearings and eventually end up on the side of the mountain Kolatsaikal, or as it was better known by the local Mansi tribe, Dead Mountain. It was late at this point, and the weather was anything but stable, so Dyatlov made the questionable decision to pitch the tent and hunker down until sunrise. It's believed that none of the hikers would make it that far. In the midst of their trip, Igor Dyatlov had told Yuri Yudin as he was leaving that the group would send a telegram once they had returned back from their journey. Dyatlov believed the trip would likely take 16 days, but a few extra days were possible due to the unpredictable weather of the region. Yudin had waited for the telegram for weeks, but it never came. This caused him to report the group as missing, and by the end of February, a search party was underway. On the 26th of February, a search party was able to locate the tent in which the hikers had spent their final night in. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the tent was cut open from the inside by one of the hikers. With these hikers being as experienced as they would not have done this unless they were extremely spooked by something, and the condition of the tent shows that the group likely cut the tent open from the inside in order to flee from something. And think about how crazy this is. Something had to scare them so badly and make them want to flee so quickly that they sliced open their only bit of shelter. Not only this, but the hikers had fled their tent so quickly that most were not wearing shoes, and none were properly dressed for the -30-degree temperature, with some venturing out of the tent in only their underwear. Perhaps even more shockingly, the footsteps of all 9 of the hikers were discovered heading away from the campsite, which revealed something strange. Rather than the footprints being sporadic, as one would expect if they were running away from something, they were instead extremely organized. One by one, the hikers walked single file down the hill in their bare feet in socks with hardly any clothes on as they slowly began to freeze to death. Between the cut-open tent and the single file walking, it's already very clear that something very unusual had happened that night, but things only got stranger as the bodies began to be discovered.
Each and every one of the deaths on the Dyatlov Pass seems suspicious.
Investigators set out on the morning of February the 27th with high confidence that the members of the group would be found alive. The tent was located and the footprints were located. Now all that's left to do was find these extremely experienced hikers. While combing the area around a patch of trees, a member of the search party noticed that there was something brown sticking out of the snow near an old cedar tree. As they approached, they noticed that all of the branches on the lower part of the tree had been broken off, which might have suggested that somebody had possibly tried to climb it. Remains of an old fire were found under the tree as well, and next to this fire was where the first bodies were found. Yuri Doroshenko was the first hiker found. He was lying face down in the snow, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and swimming trunks. He was wearing 2 socks with no shoes. Doroshenko had a large burn on the right side of his head and on his foot. Along with this, he also had gray fluid coming out of his mouth. His body was covered in scrapes and bruises, and his ears, nose, and lips were covered in blood. It is speculated that these injuries were self-inflicted and done out of agony, as Doroshenko was quite literally being frozen to death. The gray fluid found coming out of Doroshenko's mouth is typically a sign that the body had experienced a strong force to their chest cavity. This perhaps suggests that Doroshenko had possibly fallen from the cedar tree, or that somebody else had pressed on his chest with extreme force. Despite these strange findings, Doroshenko's official cause of death was labeled as hypothermia, and the detail of the gray fluid found in his mouth never made the initial report. 23-year-old Yuri Krivonashenko was found lying next to Doroshenko under the cedar tree. He was found wearing a long-sleeved shirt and a single sock. His body was heavily bruised with multiple cuts as well. Burns were found on his foot and up his legs, as well as on both of his hands. Inside of his mouth, a chunk of his own knuckle was found, which may have been done while Krivonashenko was biting his knuckle in order to either stay conscious or to stop himself from crying. Later investigation revealed that both of the first 2 bodies were moved after death. What may have happened in this situation was that other members of the group found the 2 dead and put their bodies in an orderly manner out of respect. Other members of the group may have took the men's clothing to divide up amongst themselves in a desperate attempt to stay warm. The next body to be found was that of Igor Dyatlov, the leader of the group. Dyatlov was found face up with both of his fists clenched, and his body had also been clearly manipulated after his death. Dyatlov had abrasions and bruises on both of his ankles, as well as cuts and bruises on his face. He was missing an incisor in his jaw, and the coroner reported that these injuries were consistent with that of those caused by a fistfight. His official death was hypothermia. Zinaida Kolomogorova was the first of the women to be found. She was found better dressed than the others, but one of the sweaters she was wearing had part of its right sleeve torn off. She had abrasions on both of her hands and bruises on her face. Another long bruise was found at the side of her body, which apparently showed consistency to a hit from a baton. These injuries show a potential sign of struggle, and her official cause of death was labeled as hypothermia due to a violent accident. Both Kolomogorova and Dyatlov were likely trying to make their way back to the tent when they both perished. It wouldn't be for another week that the next body was found. 23-year-old Rustem Slobodan was found on March 5th, lying face down and covered in snow. He had internal bleeding in both of his temples and a large fracture on his skull. Whatever caused the fracture and hemorrhaging is unclear, but medical experts concluded that Slobodan likely survived the injury for up to an hour after it had happened. It is theorized that Slobodan became extremely disoriented and dizzy after suffering these injuries and collapsed on the ground. Still conscious and awake, Slobodan quickly died of hypothermia. His body too showed signs that it had been moved post-mortem. Months would go by until a member of the Mansi tribe discovered a den created by the surviving hikers. This den was a last-ditch effort for the remaining 4 to survive the frigid cold, but ultimately, it was unsuccessful. Ludmila Dubanina was found with her body draped over a natural ledge, with running water flowing directly next to her body. The tissue around her lips and her mouth were missing, exposing her teeth and her upper jaw. Soft tissue was also missing in other parts of her face, revealing her cheekbone in one area. 10 of her ribs were broken, and massive hemorrhaging had occurred in her heart. Both of her eye sockets were empty, meaning that both of her eyes had been removed. This wasn't the only feature on her head that was missing, however. Dubanina's tongue had been removed, and it was nowhere to be found. Blood found within the stomach suggests that she was alive when this occurred. Her cause of death was hemorrhaging into the right atrium of the heart, making her one of the only deaths to officially be ruled as something other than hypothermia. Semyon Zolotorov, the oldest member of the group, was found slightly more prepared for the elements than the others. He had 3 pairs of pants on, and he wore a long jacket over his sweater, with 2 hats, a scarf, and boots. Despite him having at least some preparation for the cold, he too perished along with the others. Much like Dubanina, Zolotoryov had mysteriously suffered injuries to his chest, resulting in 5 broken ribs and a flail chest. He was missing tissue along his right eyebrow, which revealed his exposed skull bone. He also had a deep gash in the back of his head, which too revealed blood. Zolotoryov was also found without eyes. His cause of death was quickly ruled hypothermia, despite the strange unexplained injuries that he had suffered. Both Zolotoryov and Dubanina had suffered their chest injuries whilst they were still alive. Medical experts concluded that their injuries were caused by a large force and could not have been caused by another human. Their internal injuries were similar to something you would see from a car accident, but despite this, neither had any bruising or marks where the force would have hit. This point alone continues to baffle researchers and remains unexplained how it could even be possible. Alexander Koletov was found near the den, along with the others. Though not ideal, his clothing was better than the majority of his companions. However, there were rips and tears found on his jacket and on his pants. Along with these rips, burn marks were found on his jacket and socks. Kolevatov was missing both of his eyebrows, and bone could be seen where they once were. His nose was broken and his neck was deformed, meaning that it was likely snapped. A gash was also found behind his right ear. Despite the clear and obvious signs of a major struggle, the autopsy was left vague and concluded that he too had died from hypothermia. The vagueness of the autopsy was fairly consistent with the remaining victims found in May of that year. Little explanation was given to any of their injuries, and the autopsies were found to be very misleading. Nikolai Brignoli was similar to Zolotoryov in the fact that both were somewhat prepared for the outdoor elements. It has long since been believed that Brignoli and Zolotoryov were outside of the tent at the time that the others fled, which would explain why they were already prepared for the cold. Brignoli was found with bruising on his lips and on the lower left side of his face. He had bled internally on his lower right forearm. Along with this, his skull was fractured and cracked all over the left side of his head. These fractures would have had to have been caused by an extremely powerful force, but no damage was done to the soft tissue on the top of the fracture, meaning that again, another human could not have inflicted these injuries. Upon suffering this injury, Brignoli would likely have been in an unconscious state and would have died no more than 3 hours later. His death too was officially blamed by a powerful force that could not have been caused by a human. Each and every one of the deaths on the Dyatlov Pass seems suspicious. All of the hikers had bruising and cuts on their bodies, specifically on their faces, and most had other shocking and disturbing injuries that were left unexplained. But one of the more shocking things revealed in this case has yet to be discussed in this video. It is believed that the last 4 hikers had taken clothes from some of the corpses once they had passed away in a desperate attempt to survive the freezing cold. So when the final 4 bodies were found, they were all wearing clothes from the victims who died before them. It was discovered that on these clothes, trace amounts of radiation were detected. And adding to that, radiation was also detected in the entire area of the Dyatlov Pass at the time. It is believed that there is no natural way that this radiation could have been found on their bodies, but an explanation as to how it got there has never been offered. Looking at these deaths as a whole, no part of the situation seems to make any sense. From the ripping open of the tent, to the single file walk down the mountain, to the horrific injuries, and finally the radiation, everything just seems out of whack, which is why this case has become one of the most mysterious of all time. And due to its popularity and widespread appeal, thousands of theories have been put forth as to what may have caused all of this. Here are some of the more popular ones. One of the earliest theories to come out of this event was the idea that the local Mansi tribe had killed the hikers. As I mentioned earlier, a storm had caused the hikers to wander off course and end up on what is now known as Death Mountain. The mountain was home to the Mansi people, and it was theorized that they attacked the hikers when they ventured onto their land. One piece of evidence to support this was the fact that a Mansi chum was found just a few hundred meters away from the campsite. Supposedly, a chum was a symbolic structure that was created at the time of a sacrifice. Could the Mansi people have sacrificed the hikers or killed them for stepping onto their land? It could be somewhat possible, and taking a look at the pictures that the Dyatlov group had taken prior to their death, it is clear that they were stepping on the land of the secluded tribe. The tribe isn't always welcoming to visitors, so perhaps this led to a conflict. What could also support this theory was the fact that the Mansi people knew this land better than anyone else in the world. Perhaps they could have covered up their tracks and staged the murders in such a strange way that they knew it would never be solved. Now this theory is so intriguing to me because it would answer why the hikers fled their tents so quickly. Perhaps they realized they were about to be attacked and they tried to escape from the tribe. Also, it would explain why they walked single file down the hill, because maybe they were being led there and told to do so. Ultimately, the theory for the Mansi people having killed the hikers sounds somewhat believable. But at the end of the day, if you really dig into it, it doesn't make enough sense. How would this explain the injuries suffered by the hikers? The coroner clearly said that a few of these injuries could not have been caused by a human, so that alone makes this theory very unlikely. Plus, the idea of them covering up every single one of their footprints seems far-fetched. Finally, the chum that was found in the area of the hikers' disappearances was likely for the sacrifice of a moose, which they would have then used for food. This seems to be confirmed by the moose antlers on top of the structure, and it's now been practically debunked that the Mansi people ever even performed human sacrifices. As time has gone on, it has become somewhat clear that the Mansi people were used as an early cop-out as to what happened to these people. But years later, the theory has since been debunked, leading us to look for answers elsewhere. Our second theory is an explanation as to why the hikers fled their tent so quickly. For them to practically destroy their main piece of shelter, they had to have been certain that their lives were in danger, and they had to think that this danger was approaching so quickly that they had to leave without proper provisions. Because of this, and the location of the tent, many now believe that an avalanche had caused the hikers to flee that day. Though this specific area is not known for having frequent avalanches, they were camped at the base of a mountain, meaning that they could have been in a direct path of an incoming avalanche. This theory would explain why the hikers cut their tent open in such a hurry and left the safety of their shelter with only light clothing on. And for obvious reasons, this has been the widespread theory that many have settled on. However, it's not without issues. For starters, this theory doesn't explain how the hikers suffered such serious injuries. Remember, those who had suffered broken bones showed no signs of tissue damage near their injuries. This is significant because if an avalanche had caused a rock to strike them or caused them to crash into a tree or something like that, there would have been significant damage to their tissue around their broken bones. I mean, there would have been at the very least major bruising, and they would have been completely covered with cuts and scrapes from head to toe. Also, there was never any sign that an avalanche had taken place in that area that night. And though this is impossible to totally prove, Scientists had agreed that it is unlikely that this ever took place. Now, despite this theory being practically ruled out, an avalanche still could be partially to blame. Perhaps the hikers had just thought that an avalanche was coming. Maybe they heard a loud noise or something like that, and they panicked and cut open the tent. And when they realized their mistake, they walked single file into the woods in order to get shelter in the trees. I think this situation sounds very rational, but it still doesn't explain what actually killed the hikers. If they really thought there was an avalanche and that's what caused them to flee, then something outside of their shelter must have killed them. But what could have possibly caused such horrific injuries? With little to go off of in terms of rational theories, many have began looking to the supernatural as a cause for this tragedy, and the main talking point is typically the Yeti. Perhaps a large and violent creature was living in the remote area of the Dyatlov Pass, and it took issue with the hikers being in its territory. This would explain why the hikers fled, and could also explain their unusual injuries. Now, this is a theory that I have never been very fond of, as the whole thing just kinda seems baseless. But doing a little more research on it, I've discovered why this theory has become so popular. As previously mentioned, multiple cameras were found at the campsite that belonged to the hikers. This photograph was taken at some point before the hikers had perished, but was generally taken in the area that they set up camp. After analysis, this photo has been completely proven to be 100% real, and the image has not been doctored in any way. What is seen on this photograph is widely open to interpretation. Personally, just looking at it without context, this really does look like some kind of Yeti Bigfoot creature, but others swear that it just looks like a man in snow gear. This image is haunting, and it only adds to the intrigue of this mystery. However, despite this looking somewhat like a Yeti, this theory still falls flat in many ways. The glaring issue here is that there were no footprints. Yetis are literally cold weather Bigfoots, and not a single footprint of that thing was found, and it also doesn't totally explain the radiation found on the hiker's clothing. But considering we really don't know anything about Yetis, perhaps they give off some sort of radiation. But because of the lack of tracks and no real evidence other than the photograph, this remains just another theory at this point. Another popular supernatural theory for this case has been the idea that aliens were to blame for the deaths of the 9 hikers. For starters, bright lights in the sky were seen overhead of the Dyatlov Pass on the night of the incident. Local Mansi hunters claimed that the lights looked like glowing spheres and matched the descriptions of the modern-day UFO. On the body of Semyon Zolotorov, a camera was found with extensive water damage. Despite the obvious damage from sitting in the freezing cold for 3 months, the film within it was eventually developed, which showcased something strange. Through all of the water damage, the photographs seemed to show that Zolotorov was photographing some sort of light form in the sky, though this could very well be just because of the damage done to the camera. Believers of the UFO theory link this to being an indication that Zolotorov was photographing UFOs moments before the hikers fled their tent, and maybe this unidentified light form began coming after the hikers and causing them to flee. It is unclear what would have happened from there, but a popular belief is that the UFO caused the hikers to go into a trance. This made them walk down the mountain in a single file line. This would explain the radiation and the fleeing from the tent as well, and it could potentially explain the injuries found on the hikers. I mean, who knows what kind of weaponry or force that these aliens had, and if you believe this theory so far, you might not have a hard time believing that the aliens then attacked some of the hikers and killed them with their strange weaponry. Personally, this remains one of the most interesting theories to me, but due to just how outlandish it kind of is, I can't totally commit to it. But with all that being said, it is hard to completely dismiss it. With just how unusual the events at the Dyatlov Pass were, many have blamed a strange psychological occurrence on the deaths of the hikers. For starters, many have pinned this entire situation on paradoxical undressing. This is a phenomenon when a person is suffering from hypothermia, yet they feel as if they are overheating. This burning feeling causes the person to remove all of their clothing in an attempt to cool down, and this obviously ends up killing the person even quicker. This was initially used as the likely cause of the hiker's death. as it explained why so many were improperly prepared for the cold. Also, the extreme effects of hypothermia could have also caused the hikers to hallucinate or hear things and thus flee from a non-existent threat. And at the surface, this could appear to be the case. But digging deeper, I have to discredit this theory. For starters, the last remaining 4 hikers took the clothes from those who perished in order to stay warm. Also, a fire was found by the first 2 hikers who had passed away. All along the Dyatlov Pass were signs and evidence that these hikers were actively looking for warmth and trying to stay alive. Plus, this theory does nothing to explain the injuries that the hikers had faced. And for these reasons, this likely isn't what killed the 9 hikers. Another psychological theory has been that the area around the Dyatlov Pass produces low-frequency wind, which creates what is known as a Kármán vortex street. This ultra-low frequency is said to cause panic attacks to many of those who experience it. So maybe the hikers heard this and fled their tent due to this paranoia, and by the time they made it down the mountain, they realized their mistake, but it was too late. Now obviously again, this doesn't explain how the hikers suffered such grotesque injuries, and it really just falls flat as well. But I also tend to have a hard time believing these psychological theories, simply because of the number of people present at the time of this tragedy. For all 9 hikers to have experienced the same psychological phenomenon, and for all of them to react in the same way seems incredibly unlikely. No 2 minds are alike, so the idea that all 9 of them would collectively act in a way that would surely get them killed doesn't make any sense. I mean, not one of them realized that fleeing the tent was a crazy thing to do, or maybe this was all part of it. Maybe the group had a disagreement, which caused a fight. Maybe some members of the group began to slowly lose their minds, while the others remained sane. And these clashing mindsets may have led to a physical confrontation that would have caused the minor physical injuries. Things may have boiled over as the tent was ripped and the group fought outside in the cold. Realizing the mistake that they had all made, the group may have then calmed down as they realized that they would surely die if they continued fighting in the cold. This caused them to head for the shelter of the trees below. It's not a perfect theory, and again doesn't explain the horrific injuries, but then again the perfect theory doesn't seem to exist in a case like this. One of the theories that I personally like the best is that the Soviets covered up the real events of what happened. The Dyatlov Pass incident was initially buried by the Soviet government for nearly 3 years after it had happened. And once it was finally revealed to the public, inconsistencies in its reporting and in its autopsies were heavily prevalent. Now, many of what we actually know about this case is from the early Soviet reports, meaning that they could have misconstrued the information of the case in such a way that they knew no one would ever discover the truth. But if this is true, then what could they have been hiding? Well, piggybacking off of the previous theories, the government would have had reasoning to cover up a Yeti attack or an alien attack for obvious reasons. And potentially the military had come in after the group had encountered these things. One member of the search party even claimed that a pair of military boot footprints were found within the 9 hikers' single-file trail. This could indicate that the hikers were ordered down the mountain by a member of the military, and from there the group was taken care of. But the cover-up could have also been for a more probable theory. This event took place during the Cold War, and Russia was very obviously trying to develop new and powerful weapons. And for these weapons, they would typically test them in remote and desolate regions, much like the area of the Dyatlov Pass. So maybe Russia was testing rockets or bombs in the area, and when they went off, it terrified the hikers and caused them to run away from their shelter. And maybe these weapons had actually struck some of the hikers, causing their strange and terrifying injuries. It was even confirmed that rockets were shot at the direction of the Dyatlov Pass from a military group somewhat near the area, but officials denied that the rockets would have landed anywhere close to the group. Whatever the case may be, the idea that the Soviets had some involvement in at least covering up the incident seems entirely possible, but the question still remains, why? Despite the countless theories offered for this event, none seem to really solve everything. And it is possible that due to the improper reporting from the Soviets, that the answers to this case will never fully be known. Hopefully someday new evidence will be released that blows the whole case.
Found its place in the hearts of viewers, with kids immediately connecting with the quirky characters and silly games. Their Christian parents too found solace in the show's themes and non-offensive stories, creating a program that could be experienced together as a whole family. From that day on, families all across Florida and eventually across the entire United States came to enjoy the program, which continued on for a run of over 20 long years, until one Saturday morning at 8 a.m. sharp, when, without explanation, the show came to an unceremonious end and was never broadcast again. Today, the show and all official records of it have been scrubbed from the internet, with the companies behind its creation and the networks that aired it acting as if it never even existed, some allegedly going as far as to destroy any remaining copies, thanks solely to the heinous events that transpired during and after its television run. This is the story of Joy Junction, the children's TV show with an unimaginably dark secret.
We'll return after these messages.
One of the most frustrating things to me is spam phone calls and spam texts. There was a point in my life where I swear every single day I was getting these texts from random numbers that were all trying to get me to click on sketchy links that if I clicked on them likely would have hacked my entire existence. And I know the main reason why I used to get so many texts like this was because these huge companies can't keep our data safe. Recently, Ticketmaster was hacked and the data of over 560 million users was stolen and sold onto the dark web. That data includes full names, addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and credit card data. At absolute best, this is going to lead to so much more spam, and at worst, it could lead to fraud. So what is Ticketmaster doing about this? Well, nothing. They said they didn't think the hack would have a material impact on their overall business. I swear, so many of these big businesses will happily take our data, but then do absolutely nothing to protect it, which is exactly why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura alerts me when my data has been part of a data breach or if it's been leaked onto the dark web. It also gives me fast fraud alerts if anyone tries to use that data to hack into my credit or bank accounts. And it removes my information from data broker websites so I get less spam. I also get things like transaction monitoring, a VPN, antivirus, a password manager, parental controls, and identity theft insurance. And best of all, I get it in one convenient app at one affordable price. So if my info had been compromised in that Ticketmaster leak, I wouldn't have much to worry about because Aura is always on and always working hard to keep me safe. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, then go on over to aura.com/NeoCrowley where you can try your first 2 weeks absolutely free, just by following that link down below.
Come and join us for a half hour of fun and games at Joy Junction. Now here's Sheriff Don.
Thank you, and welcome to this fun little town of Joy Junction.
Joy Junction was both the name of the show and the name of the fictional town in which it was focused. A town where numerous characters converged to tell stories, play games, and answer questions, all of which pertaining to Christianity. Each episode followed the same basic structure. They were 30 minutes long and would tackle one general lesson taught in the Bible and tell it through an acted out story. This was then interspersed with various games and audience participation, as the show heavily leaned on including its young fan base and immersing them in the world of Joy Junction. They even had a live studio audience for every episode, comprised of kids ages 3 to 13, with the participants and crowd genuinely seeming excited to be there, which was largely due to its lovable cast of characters. The most prevalent of these was Sheriff Don, who was actually played by the creator of the show itself, Don McAllister.
And the whole gang is here, so we're going to have us a good time today. Glad you could join us for the next 30 minutes.
He guided the show from segment to segment and often focused on the Bible while driving home the episode's central theme, while also being the one who most often interacted with the children who participated in the show. Then there was Forrest Padley, a soft-spoken professor who, ironically, often had lessons taught to him due to his obvious clueless nature.
Mr. Bubble, he'll even help when you did wrong.
I'm not a pope, but how about he'll even help when you're in trouble?
Hey, Sheriff Don, you're a poet too.
And of course, the fan favorite, Whittler Dan, a caricature of a southern farmer known as the goofy storyteller of the group.
Oh, hi. I'm just sitting here reading some of the mail from Joy Junction and some of the jokes in here. Would you like me to read some more? Oh, okay. That's good, yeah. Oh, you want me to read it? Yeah.
But of all the characters to come from Joy Junction, there was one, or two, who were by far the most popular, yet polarizing. Ron and Marty.
Played by professional ventriloquist Ronald Williams, Ron and Marty were far and away the most memorable characters for those who watched the show, and for obvious reasons too. Many children watching at home found the duo, and Marty specifically, to be off-putting, even horrifying, with some claiming that the doll gave them nightmares and was just too creepy to look at, causing many to stop watching the show altogether. But despite this, others found the duo to be hilarious and entertaining, tuning in week after week just to see them perform. For the viewers, it was a love or hate relationship with Ron and Marty. But even so, it was impossible to dismiss their impact on the show. They appear in every single episode that we have available today, and they were often tasked with teaching the children some of the series' most important lessons. Lessons like not to cuss.
It seems like I'm hearing a lot of swear words. All the kids are using swear words these days. And I'm afraid one of them's going to slip out of none now. First of all, why don't you try immediately praying and asking the Lord to take those bad words and thoughts out of your mind? Say, that's a good idea.
Practicing self-control.
Self-control? Oh, well, I don't think my self-control works. It must be broken. Well, no, Marty. I don't think anybody can practice self-control all by themselves, but if you'll just ask the Lord to help you, He will.
Defeating bad thoughts.
Hearts will cause good words and thoughts to come out of our mouths. It's almost so, Marty, as if our mouths will overflow with the thoughts and the ideas that are inside of us. You know, we need to be very careful about what we put in our minds and our hearts, Marty. That's for sure.
And most controversially,
Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too. Well, Marty, what did you do? Well, I said, look, guys, I like you a lot and I want to play with you, but I can't look at those pictures. I just can't do it.
Whether it was the lessons they taught, or Marty's blatant uncanniness, these two characters were the most vividly remembered part of the show. And this is important as these memories are essentially all we've been left with.
We are still covered with that darkness and with that sin. And when we say He'll wash us as white as snow, that's referring to the sin that's within us.
Joy Junction is classified today mainly as lost media. No official copies of the show have ever been published by its creators or the networks that owned it. It just kind of ended one day and was never talked about again by those involved with the project. And this lack of archiving stretches past just the media itself. If you were to look online for information on the show today, you would find next to nothing. There's no Wikipedia page, no actors, producers, or directors mentioning it in their work history or on their resumes. There's no official website. There's essentially nothing. Not even so much as an official date in which the show started and ended, despite the fact that the show apparently ran for 20 long years. We know for sure that the show aired on CTN in the 1980s, specifically in the Tampa Bay area, before it was later syndicated and broadcast across the country on channels such as TBN and Smile of a Child. But today, none of these networks mention the show having ever aired in their lineups, and none of them have ever provided an explanation as to why the show was pulled from the air. The only reason we even know anything about it is thanks to old recordings and VHS tapes captured by those who once enjoyed the show. With a few dozen episodes and some short clips from the series having made their way to YouTube in recent years, essentially serving as the only surviving relics of Joy Junction. Because of this, the show is largely a mystery, and information is incredibly scarce and hard to come by. But after doing some digging, I was able to find some mentions of it in old newspapers printed nearly 45 years ago that did shed a bit of light on the context surrounding its creation. The first mention of Joy Junction came in 1978 within the Evening Independent, though at this point it was not even a television show yet. Instead, advertisements were placed in the paper weekly for the Faith Community Church in Largo, Texas, that mentioned including some sort of in-person act specifically for children, called Joy Junction. It's unclear what this performance actually entailed, but coincidentally, just 1 year later, the show Joy Junction would begin filming in Largo, Florida, with these original performances likely serving as the inspiration and the basis for the show itself. Following this trail of newspapers, I also found that the show was created by a company called WCLF, which began broadcasting back in October of 1979, with the founder of the company vaguely mentioning Joy Junction as an upcoming project. And sure enough, 1 week later, that same paper included a television guide that mentioned Joy Junction showing on TV for the very first time, giving us its likely premiere date of November 10th, 1979. Aside from this, I was able to confirm that the show did in fact play all across the United States and wasn't limited to just Florida, which might be why finding an exact date on when the show ended has proven essentially impossible.
But the most common belief across the internet is that the show lasted until somewhere around 2004, putting its lifespan at a surprising 25 years, which makes it all the more unusual that there's hardly any mention of it online, and that there was seemingly no attempt to ever even archive it. It seemed as if the parties involved didn't just drop the show and forget about it. They completely washed their hands of it, and tried their best to bury it. There are even rumors circulating that CTN themselves had all their remaining copies set on fire and destroyed so that the show would forever be forgotten. And when you consider everything that happened, this isn't really all that surprising. But what is surprising is the extent of the unraveling and the way in which it began, as it all started with a simple water bottle. It's unknown when exactly the discovery was made, just that it was a terrible one. Police arrest a man under the suspicion of distributing CP, only to find numerous images depicting it on his hard drive, with the vast majority of the victims involved being impossible to identify, except for one. Within the background of one of the images lay a hidden clue, a water bottle displaying the name of a swim and scuba school in Johnson County, Kansas City. Police did a search of the area, asking for help identifying the victim, which led them to a young child who swiftly pointed out their abuser as being a man named Michael Arnett. Michael was immediately arrested, after which the true extent of his crime would be uncovered on his home computers. They contained countless photographs and videos depicting the same disturbing material, including a great deal that was produced by Michael himself. The contents of these images are genuinely some of the most appalling I've ever heard described, though we'll get more into that later, because there is something more relevant to this video that they found on his device. It was a lengthy online chat history with a man named Ronald Brown.
And Ron, you're not one to talk. You're always on the telephone too. Well, I guess you've got a point there, Marty.
Ronald's life was centered around three things: ventriloquism, Christianity, and children. His primary job was working as a traveling puppeteer with a show called Puppets Plus, working school events, birthday parties, and at local malls. He also hosted a weekly puppet show for his local congregation that he billed as being specifically for children. And of course, he had his role on Joy Junction. Every aspect of his life brought him in close proximity to children, and as it turns out, there were several undisclosed incidents that raised serious red flags about this. The first incident occurred in 1998, at a time when Joy Junction was still believed to be in circulation across TV stations. Brown was driving home late one evening when a police officer pulled him over for speeding. The officer shined his light in the car as Ronald reached for his documents, only for his light to catch something unusual stuck between the seat cushions. It was underwear. Children's underwear. Despite the alarming nature of this, Ronald would end up convincing the officer that nothing strange was going on, claiming that the old pair of briefs merely belonged to his puppet, Marty. That night, Ronald was allowed to drive away without further questioning. Though things get stranger from here. Around the time of this encounter, Ronald had been living in a home conveniently located less than a block away from a popular playground. And upon moving into this home, neighbors began to complain of Ronald's relationship with young children in the area. Every Wednesday, kids from around the block would ride their scooters and their bikes over to his house for free pizza. The group would eventually emerge from the home, and Ronald would drive them in his van to a nearby church, where he would supposedly perform his ventriloquism. These weekly meetups were strange to say the least, especially because they were allegedly fairly secretive, with some children even sneaking off to meet the man without telling their parents. There were even other allegations that Ronald himself had hid their bikes underneath his home, almost as if he was trying to avoid any suspicion. And although I couldn't find concrete proof of this, it was rumored that when neighbors checked underneath his home, they reported not only finding these bikes, but used sex toys as well, which were stashed there for unknown reasons. There were never any sort of allegations made against Ron, legal or otherwise, but the red flags here are glaring. Red flags that seemingly went ignored, as people bought into Ronald's act as a God-fearing, silly ventriloquist. Though in reality, the chats found on the computer of Michael Arnett shattered this perception in the most dramatic way imaginable. Though even so, these chats aren't what you would expect. No, somehow they are much, much worse.
From the inside out, God's looking at me. From the inside out, hoping like God he sees. From the outside, I might not so good. But your mind, change your mind. If only you could see me from the inside out.
Within their conversations were numerous messages between the two men, fantasizing about not only killing children, but eating them as well, with most of the messages being far too vile to discuss or even show in this video. And this wasn't just fascination, it was obsession. Ronald had even found a child at his church that he frequently discussed wanting to eat, mentioning that he would be the perfect feast for Easter, describing what it would be like to end his life and to consume his body. And this went far past just talking, as Brown had taken photos of the child from afar and had actually been formulating a plan to kidnap him. He had even sent a photo of the child with black lines drawn over it to show the various spots in which Ronald wanted to butcher him. This was all supported by his friend Michael too, who himself claimed to have eaten multiple children, with a man even sending a photo of a 2-year-old girl that was seen inside of a pot, inside of an oven. And this wasn't the end of the shocking discoveries either, as things were made even worse upon investigators searching into Ronald's username, UE-Lime. In doing so, they discovered an account on a website called cutedeadguys.net, which was and is a forum for sharing images of the dead between those who fetishize corpses. And within his account, Ronald stated that he was one of these people too, admitting that he loved the sight of dead boys ever since he was a young man. And he wasn't lying either. Upon these revelations, Ronald's home was raided, where police would find over 200 images containing CP, which didn't even include the hundreds of others showing tied up children, children being abused, and children that appeared to be dead. Along with this, police also found a blow-up sex doll in the home that was dressed in little boy's clothing, and inside one of his sock drawers was another hard drive with images of countless dead children, as well as a single flyer for a missing child in the area. He also had hundreds of images of a young boy named Andrew, who had attended Brown's church and youth group, with the boy having died of a brain tumor years before. Photos that showed the boy's slow physical decline, all the way until his memorial service.
You know, Don, you have to invite Jesus Christ to come into your heart and ask Him to forgive you of your sin.
Upon his arrest, Ronald Brown admitted to everything. He truly did want to eat the child he had been eyeing up at his church, along with many others over the years. Though after saying this, he claimed that he would never actually have carried through with it, and that Michael and him were merely role-playing. This is heavily debated to this day, as technically there isn't proof that any of these delusions spilled over to the real world. But that's only what we know of, and considering the large quantity of CP in his home, the self-admitted obsession with dead little boys, and the actual plans he had to kidnap and eat a child, it seemed clear that it was only a matter of time before he finally followed through with his desires. For Ronald, there was no defense, and because of this, the judge handed down a sentence of 20 years in 2014, which would wind up becoming a life sentence, as it appears he passed away sometime in 2020, well before his scheduled release. This discovery changed the entire context surrounding Joy Junction, the wholesome TV show beloved by children all across the country, only for one of its main stars to be outed as a predator of the most disturbing caliber. But there was one last discovery made by law enforcement in Ronald's case that makes the show that much more chilling. During the raid on Ronald's home, officers found a collection of journals that Ronald wrote in daily, where he obsessively discussed young boys that he had been coming into contact with, highlighting his desire to know what it was like to kill them, and to know how they taste. These journals, to my knowledge, have never been released to the public, but the thing I find most interesting about this is the date at which these journals started. 1978, meaning that this disturbing desire had been brewing inside of him for decades, and coincidentally, Joy Junction just so happened to start 1 year later, in 1979, meaning that many of the kids seen on this program were likely the very same ones that Ronald wanted to eat. Given this context, it's no wonder why all parties involved with Joy Junction cut ties with it completely. It just changes the entire feeling of the show. From the moment that one simple water bottle was identified, Joy Junction's fate was sealed, and so was Ronald Brown's. Still though, I'm left with many questions after reviewing this case. Was there anything more to that traffic stop in 1998, or those pizza parties with the kids? And how serious was Ronald about following through with his plans to kill C, with the answer to these questions likely being taken to the grave along with him?
But what I find so fascinating about this case is that the fallout of the raid on Michael Arnett's home is still being felt to this very day. Honest devices weren't just chats from Ronald Brown. In fact, there were hundreds of other predators, with officers going on to arrest many of them, some of whom are still in the process of being tried and sentenced. And when reading into some of these other cases involving Michael, it's evident just how serious these people were about their dark cravings. One of these men was even recently caught having built an entire bunker equipped with torture tools in preparation for his first victim, which he planned to share with Michael. On top of all the CP distribution, these fantasies about killing children weren't just roleplay. These were very real thoughts and very real plans. But the one small bright spot of this case is that the 2-year-old girl that Michael had photographed in his oven, thankfully was found alive and well. And he too never got to carry through with eating a child, at least that we know. But his physical abuse against them was in fact very real. And as were his desires that him and Ronald likely would have acted on had this entire ring never been exposed. When it was conceived, Joy Junction was meant to teach children morals, right from wrong, but ironically, many of these lessons just so happened to be taught by a man who was actively engaging in the very behaviors that were condemned by Joy Junction.
Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too. As your companions, you should have friends who have pure and clean thoughts and will only give you good ideas.
With his actions forever tainting the show and condemning it to a lifetime of obscurity, remembered only for the man and his puppet, who brought the whole thing down.
As a matter of fact, there's something I want to share right now. Really?
He decided to accept the dare, approaching his mother and asking to take a bath in his clothes, to which his mother responds with a sharp no. As inconsequential as it may seem, this one comment is merely our first encounter with one of the more unusual internet mysteries in recent memory, as the account behind it has quietly become one of TikTok's strangest, by leaving a trail of concerning videos and comments in its wake. And just as I began to scratch its surface, I quickly realized that this was a rabbit hole far deeper than I'd ever planned on diving down. This is the disturbing story of Howard the Duck 4.
He has shoes, socks, shorts, underwear, hoodie, shirt. And he is going to get in the shower.
Before we dive down this rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Current. For me, banking has always been an overly complicated and stressful thing to deal with, but Current has come along and basically streamlined everything in a way that has brought banking into the future. Upon signing up, you are mailed your very own Visa card to use, and from there, everything is managed directly through your mobile device, which makes it incredibly easy to deposit checks and add funds to your accounts with just a few clicks. Current also allows you to overdraft up to $100 without receiving any type of fee. Along with this, there are also 40,000 ATMs across the US, which you can use your Current card at completely free of charge. But my all-time favorite feature and Current's claim to fame is the fact that it allows you to get paid up to 2 days faster with direct deposit. So if this is something that you would be interested in trying out, then head over to current.com/CrowleyNick to sign up for free today.
TikTok is the new social video app making some serious waves.
Hello there. How are you? Hope you're all well. And hope you're all keeping fine.
It started back in the summer of 2020 with this video, an inconspicuous upload by an older user named Howard the Duck 4. His real identity wasn't known for the main reason that no one really cared enough to find out. He never had any significance on the site, with most of his uploads going by without so much as a second glance, or even a first glance for that matter. And given the quality of his videos, it's not hard to understand why, as the man, who I'll now be referring to simply as Howard, just comes across as a clueless grandpa, unsure of how TikTok actually works. However, as lackluster as this inaugural video seems, there is one unusual moment at the end, when Howard, out of the blue, mentions,
I look to do things, like swimming fully clothed.
To a fleeting viewer, the mention of him liking to swim fully clothed would likely be seen as some kind of bizarre joke.
But if you stuck around his page any longer, you'd soon notice a pattern to his posting.
Hello everybody. If I get 50 likes, then I will get a bath fully clothed. Hello. I'm about to get in the bath fully clothed.
Across Howard's page that features just a select few uploads, over and over again we see the mention of swimming, bathing, and showering in clothing, and we even get to see Howard actually do it for himself, as he's seen here soaking in the tub with a big smile on his face. For whatever reason, Howard appeared to love being in that bathtub with his clothes on, and he seemed completely infatuated with the idea of wet clothing, which to some might have been interpreted as a joke or a bit. But for me and others across the web, it stands out as something potentially a bit more perverse, a fetish known as wet look. In simple terms, wet look is the sexual fetishization of wet clothing, whether it be the feeling of it on you or the look of it on someone else. And this is surprisingly a really common thing, as a simple search on YouTube will yield countless results, with viewership often in the tens of thousands, with many of these uploads being very reminiscent to the videos you would see across Howard's page. And just based off of the small sample size we have through Howard's channel, it seems possible that this could be something he might also partake in, as after all, why else would he be doing this and discussing it so often, while clearly enjoying the actual process of soaking in his clothes? With the information provided thus far, it's impossible to prove one way or another whether this is actually something sexual for Howard, but it at least seems like a possibility. And even if this was some kind of fetish for him, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Well, this is where things start to take an odd turn, as around the same time that Howard had been making these videos, an obscure clip would emerge from a similarly unknown creator.
Don't mind me. I don't want to do anything, but we're gonna try something. Do you want to do an activity? Sure. Okay, get on shoes, socks, pants. Let me know when you're ready.
Why do I need my shoes on?
Do you want to get in?
I guess.
Okay, get in. Get in, get in, get in, get in.
There.
The video shows a mother excitedly taking part in a challenge where her son enters the bath with all of his clothes on. And what transpires next seems to be a goofy video done in good fun, but it gets a bit stranger when it's revealed that the one proposing this dare was Howard, with his comment reading, "I've got an idea for you to do where your son is concerned if you're willing to take part in an experiment with him," before going on to explain that this dare was for the young boy to get into the bath fully clothed. It's an odd video, and to make it all the more concerning, it wasn't the only one.
So Brody was dared to take a shower fully clothed. You can see he has shoes, socks, shorts, underwear, hoodie, shirt, and he is going to get in the shower. Is it cold?
Oh, that feels weird.
I bet it does, fully clothed.
That very same day, another clip would go live showing a young boy entering the shower with all of his clothes on. And again, this was done in response to a challenge issued by Howard. And these videos were just the tip of the iceberg, as in the days, months, and now year following these videos, other users across the site would report seeing hundreds and hundreds of Howard's comments littered all across TikTok, daring people to participate in his new game. It was all just so bizarre, and it became even more so as time went on, as Howard's comments began to grow increasingly demanding and manipulative, which leads us all the way back to the scenario mentioned at the opening of this video, where a young child had received a similar comment from Howard. This was in fact a real encounter, which led to the child recording himself asking his mother to participate, before she eventually told him no.
Can I take a bath with my clothes on, with my shoes and my socks? No.
But the most damning part of their interaction came within the comments of this video, where Howard actually responded by saying, "Love it, what did she say?" The kid then comments back with, "No, lol." Twice now, Howard had gotten his answer, first from the video, and now from this comment straight from the child himself. However, Howard didn't leave it at that, as he then pushes back by saying, "Does that mean yes or no?" Again, this already answered question went without a reply, prompting yet another response by Howard, where this time he says, "If she had said yes, what would you have done? Would you have gotten in the bath fully clothed, in your shoes and socks?" The whole exchange comes across as almost desperate on Howard's part, as he seems incredibly pushy with a child who was no more than 12 years old, and his last comment makes it seem as if he's fantasizing about this, and the idea of the kid following through with his dare. Plus, even after receiving a firm answer on multiple occasions, he never gave it a rest. In fact, a full month later, Howard came back to the young boy's page once again and asked him to participate, only this time, Howard asked him to do it without his mother's permission. It all felt very manipulative, and this was a theme throughout most of the comments he left, as he never took no for an answer, and he seemed almost obsessed with having people do this challenge of his. And that wasn't the only concerning similarity across his many replies. If you haven't noticed already, Howard seemed to have a targeted demographic for his challenge, with that being children, as out of all the comments he would leave, they were exclusively left on accounts run by or featuring minors. He never asked a single adult to do it, as he always zeroed in on children specifically and children only. And to get even more specific, he only ever asked little boys. Which brings us to one burning question. Why?
Oh, he's all wet. Mr. Noodle gave his clothes a bath.
Howard's TikTok activity is something truly peculiar, as it certainly raises a number of red flags, as across his page we see him posting videos that seem to indicate a wet look fetish. And now he just so happens to have started this challenge that is basically providing him with wet look content. And to make it all stranger, he's supposedly trying to start this new challenge, this new trend, yet he only ever asks underage boys to take part in this. And when he does ask, he comes across as desperate to receive these videos, going as far as to use means of manipulation. Piecing it all together, it becomes more and more clear that something truly sinister is happening here, as it appears as though Howard has made up this fake challenge to take advantage of kids and to provide him with erotic content coming from minors, all while doing so in a discreet way, with the challenge proving to be the perfect cover-up, as it makes it so inconspicuous that even the parents of these kids are willingly allowing it to happen and filming it themselves.
This was just for there.
Completely unaware that these videos just so happen to line up with Howard's likely fetish. And the fact that he only ever seeks this content from little boys hints at a clear preference, and almost single-handedly discredits the idea that this is really just some innocent challenge. As remember, there are said to be hundreds and hundreds of these comments out there, as he obsessively comments day in and day out, and not a single one has been found on an adult's page, or even a young girl's page. And if you think the idea of predators creating fake challenges to obtain fetish content sounds far-fetched, well, this would actually be far from the first time something like this has happened. Back in the older days of YouTube, there were countless cases where predators would do the same thing. They would find unknown channels run by kids and proceed to ask them to do sexual things, all under the guise of these fake challenges, which were oftentimes far more graphic than Howard's dares. But at the end of the day, they all serve the same purpose: to create fetish material for those promoting the challenge. It's the perfect cover-up and the perfect incentivizer to make kids take part in this, as you would be hard-pressed to find a child who would recognize this as a fetish, or even an adult for that matter. And with all this being said, I'm left to firmly believe that Howard does in fact have malicious intent with these comments, and this challenge of his seems to be strictly done for his own sexual gain. The red flags are just too glaring. But identifying this man's predatory behavior is only half the battle. We still don't have undisputed proof that this is a fetish for him. Plus, we still don't even know who this man even is. And to make matters more difficult, this is where his trail left behind on TikTok essentially ends, as the Howard the Duck 4 page is practically void of any personal information that could be used to track him down, leading us straight to a dead end. Or so I thought.
Hi everyone, today I'm jumping in the shower with my clothes on.
Faced with a lack of answers coming from TikTok, I decided to see what more I could find on this wet clothes fetish here on YouTube. And although many results were totally fine and happening between consenting adults, I was shocked to see that Howard wasn't the only one who had his sights set on minors. My first search revealed hundreds and even thousands of videos of young kids bathing, swimming, and showering in their clothes, many of which were placed in playlists that were clearly meant to be viewed for sexual pleasure, as they had names like hot and And disturbingly, most if not all of these videos seem to have come from challenges, and challenges that I had never heard of, and that don't seem to actually be real. For example, the cold shower challenge and the jumping into shower fully clothed challenge.
We'll be doing the cold shower challenge.
And essentially every single one of these videos had been created due to dares left within their comments, the same way that Howard has been doing on TikTok, making it clear to me that Howard is not the only one with this specific predatory fetish. And he's not the only one trying to exploit children across the web into making this content. The scope of it all is honestly surreal, as some of these videos have tens and thousands of views, and they just seem to go on and on for forever, with hundreds of thousands of results, the majority of which are currently being viewed sexually. This whole rabbit hole of fake challenges across YouTube is something that I'm going to cover more in depth in an upcoming video, but it's important to note that in recent years, YouTube has removed comments on all videos made by children, which thankfully has drastically reduced the spread of these fake challenges on YouTube, meaning that most of these results are thankfully from many years ago. But not all of them, as there was one somewhat recent clip that I just so happened to stumble upon that made me stop dead in my tracks.
Hey Mom, take a bath with my clothes on, with my shoes and my socks.
It was the video provoked by Howard, the very start of this whole rabbit hole, only this time, rather than being on TikTok, the clip had been re-uploaded to a YouTube channel called Kids Swimming Fully Clothed. And this wasn't the only upload, as the channel has several others, all of which can easily be traced back to Howard, as in each of the videos you can see Howard's comments plastered at the top, proposing his now infamous dare. Out of these 7 uploads to be featured on this channel, every single one has been made in response to Howard's comments, and all of these re-uploads came very soon after the actual videos were posted, which, given the obscurity of these videos and Howard in general, he was most likely the only one who would have been monitoring them, which leads me to believe that this is in fact his channel, and he's using it to store and share his fetish videos. Or in other words, he's essentially created his own fetish page right here on YouTube by using content solely produced by minors. Howard isn't just soliciting these videos for himself. These comments and these dares were clearly part of a larger plan to distribute this material across the web for the many others who share his sick obsession. And despite the fake challenge problem having been seemingly solved on YouTube, thanks to the removal of comments, Howard has actually found a way around it, as he's using TikTok to do his dirty work and YouTube to share his prizes, which shows us that Howard's reach extends far past that of just TikTok. But how far past was something that I never could have seen coming. Armed with the knowledge that Howard wasn't solely on one platform, I began searching to see where else I could find him across the web, and as a shot in the dark, I decided to search up things like swimming fully clothed, and swimming with clothes on and shoes and socks, which eventually led me to a Twitter account started all the way back in 2012 that had been discussing this very fetish, with the username being HowardTheDuck6. There, this user would tweet things like, "I love to go swimming fully clothed, especially during summer months. Dare you to tell your kids to get a bath or shower fully clothed in their shoes and socks tonight. See what happens." And money-saving idea for the washing if you have kids. Once a week, get them to have a bath fully clothed. It washes them and their clothes. And the tweets go on from there in a similar vein, which, given the username and the obvious interest in kids swimming with their clothes on, it's apparent that this page is also run by Howard. But this was nowhere near the end of his trail, as I soon started discovering more and more accounts run by Howard from every single direction I looked, many of which going by similar usernames, and all of which discussing wet clothes on children. 8 years ago on Answers.com, an account belonging to Howard asked, "Would you ever teach your kids to swim fully clothed with their shoes and socks on? Or have you ever learned your kids to swim fully clothed with their shoes and socks on?" In another instance, he turned up on a website called swimmingforum.com, again asking if anyone would let their kids swim fully clothed. And it went on from there, as he had posted about the topic on Quora, as well as made numerous polls on MrPoll.com, where he posed questions relating to young kids and, of course, swimming with their clothes on. I even found numerous of Howard's banned accounts on a few separate sites, like Hub Pages for example, where he had been permanently banned for incessantly posting about swimming children. The magnitude of his online footprint is unlike anything I have ever seen, as his postings date back well before 2010 and reach all the way up until present day, and he's on virtually every single website I could ever think to check, and on others that I have never even heard of before. And through all of his years of posting online and through all of his different accounts, he only ever posted about kids swimming in their clothes. It's almost as if the thought of it consumes his life, and every spare moment he has is spent fantasizing about it. He's even started multiple Facebook groups to share his interest in the topic, with one being called People Who Bathe Fully Clothed Weekly Meeting, and Kids Who Would Like to or Who Can Swim Fully Clothed. Howard is quite literally in every corner of the internet talking about this and seeking this content out, as it seems that as time has gone on, he's grown smarter and smarter about how to solicit these videos for himself, as what once started as random posting across the web has now turned into the targeted exploitation of children in a practically foolproof way. But luckily for us, with an online trail this massive, Howard was bound to slip up at one point.
I dare you to get a bath fully clothed.
As it turns out, it seems that Howard wasn't even trying that hard to keep his identity a secret, as on his Twitter page discussed previously, he links to a GoFundMe site where he was trying to raise money for a cause that he so dearly believed in. The page read, "I am doing a swim fully clothed for Martin House Hospice for children and young people, because to help in the running of the hospice, please do give as much as you can. Every penny really does help. Thank you." What this event was supposed to be and how this money would actually help in any way was never specified, though it seemed pretty obvious that this was a failed attempt by Howard to try and witness his fetish up close and personal by holding an event encouraging kids to come and swim fully clothed. But within this listing lies one key mistake, as Howard had used his real name, likely something that would have been required if he wanted to receive any of the funds. And surprisingly, his name actually did turn out to be Howard Newton to be exact. And after a few quick searches and matching his photos and videos, it's clear that Howard the Duck 4 is in fact Howard Newton, a middle-aged man living in West Yorkshire, England. And the discovery of Howard's true identity managed to prove even more important than I ever could have imagined, as throughout this video, though it seemed obvious that Howard did in fact have a wet look fetish, I couldn't find any undeniable proof of it until I found his personal Facebook page. There, I discovered that he was following accounts like Wet Look, Vicky's Mud Paradise, and Zenny's Wet Look, among many others, which, if you haven't guessed, are all clear-cut wet look fetish pages, all of which were heavily sexualized and followed closely by Howard, which confirms without a shadow of a doubt that this was always something sexual for Howard. Along with this, discovering Howard's identity also showed me that the Howard the Duck 4 account wasn't even his only page on TikTok, as he has actively been posting, as well as continuing his spree of comments on another account called Newton Howard 1.
Please do follow me on this account. This is the backup account in case videos get banned on my other account.
On this page, Howard explains that he is using it as a backup account should his main channel get banned, which that alone shows us that Howard is aware that his predatory behavior at the very least goes against terms of service, and it heavily implies that he's well aware what he's doing is wrong. And though his behavior under Howard the Duck 4 seemed somewhat calculated and clearly thought through, in this other page he is far more unhinged, as he has ramped up his obsessive commenting even more, and he's now started making videos in response to those in his replies, where he verbally asks these young boys to participate in his challenges.
I dare you to get a bath fully clothed and do a shuffle with your wet clothes on. I dare you to get a bath fully clothed and then do a shuffle in your wet clothes.
And even when he's getting called out by some of these kids, he just continues to ask shamelessly. But by far the most troubling discovery to come from his new TikTok account takes us yet again to the opening of this video, and that same child who Howard had approached all the way back in April of 2021. It was noted earlier that Howard had returned to the young boy's page a whole month later after his initial offer was declined. But as it turns out, he didn't even stop there, as he actually returned to the young boy's page yet again, this time a whole 6 months later, where he continued begging for this kid's participation, this time doing so under the more recent Newton Howard account, which just further showcases his disturbing persistence and how deep his predatory obsession truly is. And by this point, I had thought I'd seen it all, or at least the worst that this rabbit hole had to offer. But just as I had finished this video up, I made yet another disturbing discovery, and one that brings this whole case full circle. While scrolling through Howard's Facebook page one final time, I realized that he had been following another suspicious group, and upon sifting through its contents, I found that Howard was the only one to have posted on it, and was its original creator, with the group's name being Dare to Do for YouTube video. There, Howard would follow a similar formula to his TikTok page by daring users to do his challenge, with the only difference being that he would ask them to upload the footage directly to YouTube, and when they would do so, he would link the videos back within the group as a way of archiving them and encouraging others to participate, with these postings going all the way back to 2014. And it didn't stop there, as I found another page that was also run by Howard, called Bath Challenge Facebook Group, where he did the same exact thing, only there he was and is far more active, as the group has hundreds of posts, all showing kids participating in these dares, with the most recent posts being the TikTok videos that he had obtained earlier this year. Between these two groups were countless proposed dares and even more videos, with the most concerning part being that Howard seems to have taken credit for them. And though I haven't found a way to prove it yet for sure, it seems likely that many, if not all of these hundreds of YouTube videos were solicited by Howard himself. This didn't start for him on TikTok. He was one of the ones running these fake challenge operations on YouTube way back in the early days. And when the comment sections got disabled and it became much harder to solicit these videos through YouTube, Howard simply switched platforms to continue his predatory ways. It's just such a disturbing revelation, as it's very likely that many of the videos I had scrolled through when exploring the YouTube side of this, simply to understand the history of fake internet challenges, may have actually been solicited by the very predator I was hunting. This is truly one of the most bizarre cases that I've ever worked on, and it all leads us to a rather uncertain ending, as it's unclear what will happen to Howard from this point on. Taking everything we know about him into consideration, I have suspicions that there is some sort of mental illness involved here. However, given how calculated his approach was on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube, and the fact that he's used this content to start a fetish page on YouTube leads me to believe that he is aware enough to understand what he's doing. Plus, not to mention his clear understanding that what he's doing is wrong and would likely lead to him getting banned. And because of this, I've forwarded all of this information and more to law enforcement in his area. Though I honestly have my doubts that they will actually do anything. I mean, this whole thing is just so obscure. And though Howard is clearly a predator, he's being predatory in an unconventional way. And given the way the laws are written, I'm not sure if he's actually done anything illegal. So I'd imagine that this would be a hard case for law enforcement to pursue, which is a huge problem, as this is the case with practically all of these fake challenges across the web. Given the fact that they are typically centered around an obscure fetish, plus the lack of any real laws being broken, it's basically made this style of solicitation practically risk-free for the predators out there, as these people never wind up facing any sort of repercussions. So I think it's important that we bring these cases to light every so often so that these predators know that there are consequences to their actions, because as of now there is practically no one holding them accountable, which has made these predators, like Howard, run rampant across the web. I just want to briefly mention that I have some new merch for those who are interested, and I also want to shout out my God tier patrons, Barry Winstanley, Bazoo40,